Book 1, Chapter 1 of Hilda Lessways. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. Book 1, Her Start in Life. Chapter 1, An Event in Mr. Skelhorn's Life. 1. The Lessways household, consisting of Hilda and her widowed mother, was temporarily without a servant. Hilda hated domestic work, and because she hated it, she often did it passionately and thoroughly. That afternoon, as she emerged from the kitchen, her dark, defiant face was full of grim satisfaction in the fact that she had left a kitchen polished and irreproachable, a kitchen without the slightest indication that it ever had been or ever would be used for preparing human nature's daily food. A show kitchen. Even the apron which she had worn was hung in concealment behind the scullery door. The lobby clock, which stood over 6 feet high and had to be wound up every night by hauling on a rope, was noisily getting ready to strike 2. But for Mrs. Lessways' disorderly and undesired assistance, Hilda's task might have been finished a quarter of an hour earlier. She passed quietly up the stairs. When she was near the top, her mother's voice, at once querulous and amiable, came from the sitting-room. "Where are you going to?" There was a pause, dramatic for both of them, and in that minute pause the very life of the house seemed for an instant to be suspended. And then the waves of the hostile love that united these two women resumed their beating, and Hilda's lips hardened. "Upstairs," she answered callously. No reply from the sitting-room. At 2 o'clock on the last Wednesday of every month, old Mr. Skelhorn, employed by Mrs. Lessways to collect her cottage rents, called with a statement of account and cash in a linen bag. He was now due. During his previous visit, Hilda had sought to instil some common sense into her mother on the subject of repairs, and there had ensued an altercation which had never been settled. "If I stayed down, she wouldn't like it," Hilda complained fiercely within herself. "And if I kept away, she doesn't like that either. That's mother all over." She went to her bedroom, and into the soft, controlled shutting of the door she put more exasperated vehemence than would have sufficed to bang it off its hinges. 2. At this date, late October in 1878, Hilda was within a few weeks of 21. She was a woman, but she could not realize that she was a woman. She remembered that when she first went to school at the age of 8, an assistant teacher, aged 19, had seemed to her to be unquestionably and absolutely a woman, had seemed to belong definitely to a previous generation. The years had passed, and Hilda was now older than that mature woman was then, and yet she could not feel adult, though her childhood gleamed dimly afar off, and though the intervening expanse of 10 years stretched out like 100 years, like eternity. She was in trouble. The trouble grew daily more and more tragic, and the trouble was that she wanted she knew not what. If her mother had said to her squarely, "Tell me what it is will make you a bit more contented, and you shall have it even if it kills me," Hilda could only have answered with the fervour of despair, "I don't know, I don't know." Her mother was a creature contented enough. And why not? With a sufficient income, a comfortable home, and fair health. At the end of a day devoted partly to sheer vacuous idleness, and partly to the monotonous simple machinery of physical existence, everlasting cookery, everlasting cleanliness, everlasting stitchery, her mother did not with a yearning sigh demand, "Must this sort of thing continue for ever, or will a new era dawn?" Not a bit. Mrs. Lessways went to bed in the placid expectancy of a very similar day on the morrow, and of an interminable succession of such days, the which was incomprehensible and offensive to Hilda. She was in a prison with her mother, and saw no method of escape, saw not so much as a locked door, saw nothing but blank walls. Even could she by a miracle break prison, where should she look for the unknown object of her desire, and for what should she look? Enigmas. It is true that she read, occasionally with feverish enjoyment, especially verse. But she did not and could not read enough. Of the shelf full of books which in 30 years had drifted by one accident or another into the Lessways household, she had read every volume except Cruden's Concordance, a heterogeneous and forlorn assemblage; Lavater's Physiognomy, in a translation and in full calf; Thomson's Seasons, which had thrilled her by its romantic beauty; Mrs. Henry Wood's Danesbury House, and one or two novels by Charlotte M. Yonge and Dinah Maria Craik, which she had gulped eagerly down for the mere interest of their stories; Disraeli's Ixion, which she had admired without understanding it; A History of the North American Indians. These were the more exciting items of the set. The most exciting of all was a green volume of Tennyson's containing Maud. She knew Maud by heart. By simple unpleasant obstinacy she had forced her mother to give her this volume for a birthday present, having seen a quotation from it in a lady's magazine. At that date in Turnhill, as in many other towns of England, the poem had not yet lived down a reputation for immorality. But fortunately Mrs. Lessways had only the vaguest notion of its dangerousness, and was indeed a negligent kind of woman. Dangerous the book was. Once, in reciting it aloud in her room, Hilda had come so near to fainting that she had had to stop and lie down on the bed, until she could convince herself that she was not the male lover crying to his beloved. An astounding and fearful experience, and not to be too lightly renewed. For Hilda, Maud was a source of lovely and exquisite pain. Why had she not used her force of character to obtain more books? One reason lay in the excessive difficulty to be faced. Birthdays are infrequent, and besides, the enterprise of purchasing Maud had proved so complicated and tedious that Mrs. Lessways, with that curious stiffness which marked her sometimes, had sworn never to attempt to buy another book. Turnhill, a town of 15,000 persons, had no bookseller. The only bookseller that Mrs. Lessways had ever heard of did business at Oldcastle. Mrs. Lessways had journeyed twice over the Hillport Ridge to Oldcastle in the odd quest of a book called Maud by Tennyson the Poet Laureate. The book had had to be sent from London, and on her second excursion to Oldcastle Mrs. Lessways had been caught by the rain in the middle of Hillport Marsh. No, Hilda could not easily demand the gift of another book, when all sorts of nice, really useful presents could be bought in the High Street. Nor was there in Turnhill a municipal library, nor any public lending library. Yet possibly Hilda's terrific egoism might have got fresh books somehow from somewhere, had she really believed in the virtue of books. Thus far, however, books had not furnished her with what she wanted, and her faith in their promise was insecure. Books failing, might she not have escaped into some vocation? The sole vocation conceivable for her was that of teaching, and she knew, without having tried it, that she abhorred teaching. Further, there was no economical reason why she should work. In 1878, unless pushed by necessity, no girl might dream of a vocation. The idea was monstrous. It was almost unmentionable. Still further, she had no wish to work for work's sake. Marriage remained. But she felt herself a child, ages short of marriage, and she never met a man. It was literally a fact that, except Mr. Skelhorn, a few tradesmen, the vicar, the curate, and a sidesman or so, she never even spoke to a man from 1 month's end to the next. The church choir had its annual dance, to which she was invited, but the perverse creature cared not for dancing. Her mother did not seek society, did not appear to require it. Nor did Hilda acutely feel the lack of it. She could not define her need. All she knew was that youth, moment by moment, was dropping down inexorably behind her. And, still a child in heart and soul, she saw herself aging, and then aged, and then withered. Her 21st birthday was well above the horizon. Soon, she would be over 21. And she was not yet born. That was it. She was not yet born. If the passionate strength of desire could have done the miracle, time would have stood still in the heavens while Hilda sought the way of life. And withal, she was not wholly unhappy. Just as her attitude to her mother was self-contradictory, so was her attitude towards existence. Sometimes this profound infelicity of hers changed its hues for an instant, and lo, it was bliss that she was bathed in, a phenomenon which disconcerted her. She did not know that she had the most precious of all faculties, the power to feel intensely. 3. Mr. Skelhorn did not come, He was most definitely late. From the window of her bedroom at the front of the house, Hilda looked westwards up towards the slopes of Chatterley Wood, where, as a child, she used to go with other children to pick the sparse bluebells that thrived on smoke. The bailiwick of Turnhill lay behind her, and all the murky district of the Five Towns, of which Turnhill is a northern outpost, lay to the south. At the foot of Chatterley Wood the canal wound in large curves on its way towards the undefiled plains of Cheshire and the sea. On the canal side, exactly opposite to Hilda's window, was a flour mill that sometimes made nearly as much smoke as the kilns and chimneys closing the prospect on either hand. From the flour mill a bricked path, which separated a considerable row of new cottages from their appurtenant gardens, led straight into Lessways Street, in front of Mrs. Lessways' house. By this path Mr. Skelhorn should have arrived, for he inhabited the farthest of the cottages. Hilda held Mr. Skelhorn in disdain, as she held the row of cottages in disdain. It seemed to her that Mr. Skelhorn and the cottages mysteriously resembled each other in their primness, their smugness, their detestable self-complacency. Yet those cottages, perhaps 30 in all, had stood for a great deal, until Hilda, glancing at them, shattered them with her scorn. The row was called Freehold Villas, a consciously proud name in a district where much of the land was copyhold, and could only change owners subject to the payment of fines and to the feudal consent of a court presided over by the agent of a lord of the manor. Most of the dwellings were owned by their occupiers, who, each an absolute monarch of the soil, niggled in his sooty garden of an evening amid the flutter of drying shirts and towels. Freehold villas symbolized the final triumph of Victorian economics, the apotheosis of the prudent and industrious artisan. It corresponded with the building society secretary's dream of paradise, and indeed it was a very real achievement. Nevertheless, Hilda's irrational contempt would not admit this. She saw in freehold villas nothing but narrowness. What long, narrow strips of gardens, and what narrow homes all flattened together! And uniformity, and brickiness, and polished brassiness, and righteousness, and an eternal laundry. From the upper floor of her own home she gazed destructively down upon all that, and into the chill crimson eye of the descending sun. Her own home was not ideal, but it was better than all that. It was one of the two middle houses of a detached terrace of 4 houses built by her grandfather Lessways, the teapot manufacturer. It was the chief of the 4, obviously the habitation of the proprietor of the terrace. One of the corner houses comprised a grocer's shop, and this house had been robbed of its just proportion of garden, so that the seigneurial garden plot might be triflingly larger than the others. The terrace was not a terrace of cottages, but of houses rated at from £26 to £36 a year, beyond the means of artisans and petty insurance agents and rent collectors. And further, it was well built, generously built, and its architecture, though debased, showed some faint traces of Georgian amenity. It was admittedly the best row of houses in that newly settled quarter of the town. In coming to it out of freehold villas, Mr. Skelhorn obviously came to something superior, wider, more liberal. Suddenly Hilda heard her mother's voice in a rather startled conversational tone, and then another woman speaking. Then the voices died away. Mrs. Lessways had evidently opened the back door to somebody and taken her at once into the sitting-room. The occurrence was unusual. Hilda went softly out onto the landing and listened, but she could catch nothing more than a faint, irregular murmur. Scarcely had she stationed herself on the landing when her mother burst out of the sitting-room and called loudly, "Hilda!" And again, in an instant, very impatiently and excitedly, long before Hilda could possibly have appeared in response had she been in her bedroom, as her mother supposed her to be, "Hilda!" Hilda could see without being seen. Mrs. Lessways' thin, wrinkled face, bordered by her untidy but still black and glossy hair, was upturned from below in an expression of tragic fretfulness. It was the uncontrolled face, shamelessly expressive, of one who thinks himself unwatched. Hilda moved silently to descend, and then demanded in a low tone, whose harsh self-possession was a reproof to that volatile creature, her mother, "What's the matter?" Mrs. Lessways gave a surprised "Oh!" and like a flash her features changed in the attempt to appear calm and collected. "I was just coming downstairs," said Hilda, and to herself, "She's always trying to pretend I'm nobody, but when the least thing happens out of the way she runs to me for all the world like a child." And as Mrs. Lessways offered no reply, but simply stood at the foot of the stairs, she asked again, "What is it?" "Well," said her mother lamentably, "it's Mr. Skelhorn. Here's Mrs. Grant." "Who's Mrs. Grant?" Hilda inquired with a touch of scorn, although she knew perfectly well that Mr. Skelhorn had a married daughter of that name. "Hush, hush!" Mrs. Lessways protested, indicating the open door of the sitting-room. "You know Mrs. Grant. It seems Mr. Skelhorn has had a paralytic stroke. Isn't it terrible?" Hilda continued smoothly to descend the stairs, and followed her mother into the sitting-room. End of chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 2. The End of the Scene. 1. The linen money-bag and the account-book, proper to the last Wednesday in the month, lay on the green damask cloth of the round table where Hilda and her mother took their meals. A paralytic stroke had not been drastic enough to mar Mr. Skelhorn's most precious reputation for probity and reliability. His statement of receipts and expenditure, together with the corresponding cash, had been due at 2 o'clock, and, despite the paralytic stroke, it was less than a quarter of an hour late. On one side of the bag and the book were ranged the older women, Mrs. Lessways, thin and vivacious, and Mrs. Grant, large and solemn, and on the other side, as it were in opposition, the young, dark, slim girl with her rather wiry black hair, and her straight, prominent eyebrows, and her extraordinary expression of uncompromising aloofness. "She's just enjoying it, that's what she's doing," said Hilda to herself of Mrs. Grant. And the fact was that Mrs. Grant, quite unconsciously, did appear to be savouring the catastrophe with pleasure. Although paralytic strokes were more prevalent at that period than now, they constituted even then a striking dramatic event. Moreover, they were considered as direct visitations of God. Also, there was something mysteriously and agreeably impressive in the word paralytic, which people would repeat for the pleasure of repeating it. Mrs. Grant, over whose mighty breast flowed a black mantle suited to the occasion, used the word again and again as she narrated afresh for Hilda the history of the stroke. "Yes," she said, "they came and fetched me out of my bed at 3 o'clock this morning, and would you believe it, though he could hardly speak, the money and this here book was all waiting in his desk, and he would have me come with it, and him 67. He always was like that, and I do believe if he'd been paralysed on both sides instead of only all down his right side, and speechless too, he'd have made me understand that I must come here at 2 o'clock. If I'm a bit late, it's because I was kept at home with my son Enoch. He's got a whitlow that's worrying the life out of him, our Enoch has." Mrs. Lessways warmly deprecated any apology for inexactitude, and wiped her sympathetic eyes. "It's all over with father," Mrs. Grant resumed. "Doctor hinted to me quiet-like as he'd never leave his bed again. He's laid himself down for the rest of his days. And he'd been warned, he'd had warnings, but there." Mrs. Grant contemplated with solemn, gleeful satisfaction the overwhelming grandeur of the disaster that had happened to her father. The active old man, a continual figure of the streets, had been cut off in a moment from the world, and condemned for life to a mattress. She sincerely imagined herself to be filled with proper grief, but an aesthetic appreciation of the theatrical effectiveness of the misfortune was certainly stronger in her than any other feeling. Observing that Mrs. Lessways wept, she also drew out a handkerchief. "I am wishful for you to count the money," said Mrs. Grant. "I wouldn't like there to be any—" "Nay, that I'll not," protested Mrs. Lessways. Mrs. Grant's pressing duties necessitated her immediate departure. Mrs. Lessways ceremoniously insisted on her leaving by the front door. "I don't know where you'll find another rent-collector that's worth his salt in this town," observed Mrs. Grant on the doorstep. "I can't think what you'll do, Mrs. Lessways." "I shall collect my rents myself," was the answer. When Mrs. Grant had crossed the road and taken the bricked path leading to the paralytic's house, Mrs. Lessways slowly shut the door and bolted it, and then said to Hilda, "Well, my girl, I do think you might have tried to show just a little more feeling." They were close together in the narrow lobby, of which the heavy pulse was the clock's ticking. Hilda replied, "You surely aren't serious about collecting those rents yourself, are you, mother?" "Serious? Of course I'm serious," said Mrs. Lessways. 2. "Why shouldn't I collect the rents myself?" asked Mrs. Lessways. This half-defiant question was put about 2 hours later. In the meantime no remark had been made about the rents. Mother and daughter were now at tea in the sitting-room. Hilda had passed the greater part of those 2 hours upstairs in her bedroom, pondering on her mother's preposterous notion of collecting the rents herself. Alone, she would invent conversations with her mother, silencing the foolish woman with unanswerable sarcastic phrases that utterly destroyed her illogical arguments. She would repeat these phrases, repeat even entire conversations, with pleasure, and, dwelling also with pleasure upon her grievances against her mother, would gradually arrive at a state of dull, glowing resentment. She could, if she chose, easily free her brain from the obsession either by reading or by a sharp jerk of volition, but often she preferred not to do so, saying to herself voluptuously, "No, I will nurse my grievance. I'll nurse it and nurse it and nurse it. It is mine, and it is just, and anybody with any sense at all would admit instantly that I am absolutely right." Thus it was on this afternoon. When she came to tea her face was formidably expressive, nor would she attempt to modify the rancour of those uncompromising features. On the contrary, as soon as she saw that her mother had noticed her condition, she deliberately intensified it. Mrs. Lessways, who was incapable of sustained thought, and who had completely forgotten and recalled the subject of the cottage rents several times since the departure of Mrs. Grant, nevertheless at once diagnosed the cause of the trouble, and, with her usual precipitancy, began to repulse an attack which had not even been opened. Mrs. Lessways was not good at strategy, especially in conflicts with her daughter. She was an ingenuous, hasty thing, and much too candidly human. And not only was she deficient in practical common sense, and most absurdly unable to learn from experience, but she had not even the wit to recover her shortcomings by resorting to the traditional authoritativeness of the mother. Her brief, rare efforts to play the mother were ludicrous. She was too simply honest to acquire stature by standing on her maternal dignity. By a profound instinct she wistfully treated everybody as an equal, as a fellow creature, even her own daughter. It was not the way to come with credit out of the threatened altercation about rent-collecting. As Hilda offered no reply, Mrs. Lessways said reproachfully, "Hilda, you're too bad sometimes." And then, after a further silence, "Anyhow, I've quite decided." "Then what's the good of talking about it?" said the merciless child. "But why shouldn't I collect the rents myself? I'm not asking you to collect them, and I shall save the 5%, and goodness knows we need it." "You're more likely to lose 25%, said Hilda. "I'll have some more tea, please." Mrs. Lessways was quite genuinely scandalized. "You needn't think I shall be easy with those Calder Street tenants, because I shan't. Not me. I'm more likely to be too hard." "You'll be too hard, and you'll be too easy too," said Hilda savagely. "You'll lose the good tenants, and you'll keep the bad ones, and the houses will all go to rack and ruin, and then you'll sell all the properties at a loss. That's how it will be. What shall you do if you're not feeling well, and if it rains on Monday mornings?" Hilda could conceive her mother forgetting all about the rents on Monday morning, or putting them off till Monday afternoon on some grotesque excuse. Her fancy heard the interminable complainings, devisings, futile resolvings of the self-appointed collector. It was impossible to imagine a woman less fitted by nature than her mother to collect rents from unthrifty artisans such as inhabited Calder Street. The project sickened her. It would render the domestic existence an inferno. As for Mrs. Lessways, she was shocked, for her project had seemed very beautiful to her, and for the moment she was perfectly convinced that she could collect rents and manage property as well as anyone. She was convinced that her habits were regular, her temper firm and tactful, and her judgment excellent. She was more than shocked, she was wounded. She wept as she pushed forward Hilda's replenished cup. "You ought to take shame," she murmured weakly, yet with certitude. "Why?" said Hilda, feigning simplicity. What have I said? I didn't begin. You asked me. I can't help what I think." "It's your tone," said Mrs. Lessways grievously. 3. Despite all Hilda's terrible wisdom and sagacity, this remark of the foolish mother's was the truest word spoken in the discussion. It was Hilda's tone that was at the root of the evil. If Hilda, with the intelligence as to which she was secretly so complacent, did not amicably rule her mother, the unavoidable inference was that she was either a clumsy or a wicked girl, or both. She indeed felt dimly that she was a little of both, but she did not mind. Sitting there in the small familiar room, close to the sewing-machine, the steel fender, the tarnished chandelier, and all the other daily objects which she had once detested and loved, sitting close to her silly mother who angered her, and yet in whom she recognized a quality that was mysteriously precious and admirable, staring through the small window at the brown, tattered garden plot where blackened rhododendrons were swaying in the October blast, she wilfully bathed herself in grim gloom and in an affectation of despair. Somehow she enjoyed the experience. She had only to tighten her lips, and she became oblivious of her clumsiness and her cruelty, savouring with pleasure the pain of the situation, clasping it to her. Now and then a thought of Mr. Skelhorn's tragedy shot through her brain, and the tenderness of pity welled up from somewhere within her and mingled exquisitely with her dark melancholy. And she found delight in reading her poor mother like an open book, as she supposed. And all the while her mother was dreaming upon the first year of Hilda's life, before she had discovered that her husband's health was as unstable as his character, and comparing the reality of the present with her early illusions. But the clever girl was not clever enough to read just that page. "We ought to be everything to each other," said Mrs. Lessways, pursuing her reflections aloud. Hilda hated sentimentalism. She couldn't stand such talk. "And you know," said Hilda, speaking very frigidly, and with even more than her usual incisive clearness of articulation, "it's not your property. It's only yours for life. It's my property." The mother's mood changed in a moment. "How do you know you've never seen your father's will?" She spoke in harsh challenge. "No, because you've never let me see it." "You ought to have more confidence in your mother. Your father had, and I'm trustee and executor." Mrs. Lessways was exceedingly jealous of her legal position, whose importance she never forgot, nor would consent to minimize. "That's all very well for you," said Hilda, "but if the property isn't managed right, I may find myself slaving when I'm your age, mother. And whose fault will that be? However, I shall—" "You will what?" "Nothing." "I suppose her ladyship will be consulting her own lawyer next," said Mrs. Lessways bitterly. They looked at each other. Hilda's face flushed to a sombre red. Mrs. Lessways brusquely left the room. Then Hilda could hear her rattling fussily at the kitchen range. After a few minutes Hilda followed her to the kitchen, which was now nearly in darkness. The figure of Mrs. Lessways, still doing nothing whatever with great vigour at the range, was dimly visible. Hilda approached her and awkwardly touched her shoulder. "Mother," she demanded sharply, and she was astonished by her awkwardness and her sharpness. "Is that you?" her mother asked in a queer, foolish tone. They kissed. Such a candid peacemaking had never occurred between them before. Mrs. Lessways, as simple in forgiveness as in wrath, did not disguise her pleasure in the remarkable fact that it was Hilda who had made the overture. Hilda thought, "How strange I am! What is coming over me?" She glanced at the range, in which was a pale gleam of red, and that gleam in the heavy twilight seemed to her to be inexpressibly, enchantingly mournful. And she herself was mournful about the future, very mournful. She saw no hope. Yet her sadness was beautiful to her, and she was proud. End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 3, Mr. Cannon. 1. A little later Hilda came downstairs, dressed to go out. Her mother was lighting a glimmer of gas in the lobby. Ere Mrs. Lessways could descend from her tiptoes to her heels and turn round, Hilda said quickly, forestalling curiosity, "I'm going to get that thread you want. Just give me some money, will you?" Nobody could have guessed from her placid tone and indifferent demeanour that she was in a state of extreme agitation. But so it was. Suddenly, after kissing her mother in the kitchen, she had formed a tremendous resolve. And in a moment the resolve had possessed her, sending her flying upstairs and burning her into a fever, as with the assured movements of familiarity she put on her bonnet, mantle, fall, and gloves in the darkness of the chamber. She held herself in leash while her mother lifted a skirt and found a large loaded pocket within, and a purse in the pocket, and a sixpence in the purse. But when she had shut the door on all that interior, haunted by her mother's restlessness, when she was safe in the porch and in the windy obscurity of the street, she yielded with voluptuous apprehension to a thrill that shook her. "I might have tidied my hair," she thought. "Pooh! What does my hair matter?" Her mind was full of an adventure through which she had passed 7 years previously, when she was 13 and a little girl at school. For several days then she had been ruthlessly mortifying her mother by complaints about the meals. Her fastidious appetite could not be suited. At last, one noon, when the child had refused the whole of a plenteous dinner, Mrs. Lessways had burst into tears, and, slapping 4 pennies down on the table, had cried, "Dear, I fairly give you up. Go out and buy your own dinner. Then perhaps you'll get what you want." And the child, without an instant's hesitation, had seized the coins and gone out hatless, and bought food at a little tripe shop that was also an eating-house, and consumed it there, and then in grim silence returned home. Both mother and daughter had been stupefied and frightened by the boldness of the daughter's initiative, by her amazing, flaunting disregard of filial decency. Mrs. Lessways would not have related the episode to anybody upon any consideration whatever. It was a shameful secret, never even referred to. But Mrs. Lessways had unmistakably, though indirectly, referred to it, when in anger she had said to her daughter, aged 20, "I suppose her ladyship will be consulting her own lawyer next." Hilda had understood, and that was why she had blushed. And now, as she turned from Lessways Street into the Old Castle Road, on her way to the centre of the town, she experienced almost exactly the intense excitement of the reckless and supercilious child in quest of its dinner. The only difference was that the recent reconciliation had inspired her with a certain negligent compassion for her mother, with a curious tenderness that caused her to wonder at herself. 2. The market square of Turnhill was very large for the size of the town. The diminutive town hall, which in reality was nothing but a watch-house, seemed to be a mere incident on its irregular expanse, to which the 2-story shops and dwellings made a low border. Behind this crimson, blue-slated border rose the loftier forms of a church and a large chapel, situated in adjacent streets. The square was calm and almost deserted in the gloom. It typified the slow tranquillity of the bailiwick, which was removed from the central life of the Five Towns, and unconnected therewith by even a tram or an omnibus. Only within recent years had Turnhill got so much as a railway station, railhead of a branch line. Turnhill was the extremity of civilization in those parts. Go northwards out of this market square, and you would soon find yourself amid the wild and hilly moorlands, sprinkled with iron and coal villages, whose red flaming furnaces illustrated the eternal damnation which was the chief article of their devout religious belief. And in the market square not even the late edition of the Staffordshire Signal was cried, though it was discreetly on sale, with its excellent sporting news, in a few shops. In the hot and malodorous candle-lit factories, where the real strenuous life of the town would remain cooped up for another half-hour of the evening, men and women had yet scarcely taken to horse-racing. They would gamble upon rabbits, cocks, pigeons, and their own fists, without the mediation of the signal. The one noise in the market square was the bell of a hawker selling warm pikelets at a penny each for the high tea of the tradesmen. The hawker was a deathless institution, a living proof that withdrawn Turnhill would continue always to be exactly what it always had been. Still, to the east of the square, across the High Street, a vast space was being cleared of hovels for the erection of a new town hall, daringly magnificent. Hilda crossed the square, scorning it. she said to herself. "I'd better get the thing over before I buy the thread. I should never be able to stand Miss Dayson's finicking. I should scream out." But the next instant, with her passion for proving to herself how strong she could be, she added, "Well, I just will buy the thread first." And she went straight into Dayson's little fancy shop, which was full of counter and cardboard boxes and Miss Dayson, and stayed therein for at least 5 minutes, emerging with a miraculously achieved leisureliness. A few doors away was a somewhat new building of 3 stories, the highest in the square. The ground floor was an ironmongery. It comprised also a side entrance, of which the door was always open. This side entrance showed a brass plate, Q. Carkeek, solicitor, and the wire blinds of the 2 windows of the first floor also bore the words Q. Carkeek, solicitor, Q. Carkeek, solicitor. The queerness of the name had attracted Hilda's attention several years earlier, when the signs were fresh. It was an accident that she had noticed it. She had not noticed the door plates or the wire blinds of other solicitors. She did not know Mr. Q. Carkeek by sight, nor even whether he was old or young, married or single, agreeable or repulsive. The side entrance gave directly on to a long flight of naked stairs, and up these stairs Hilda climbed into the unknown, towards the redoubtable and the perilous. "I'm bound to be seen," she said to herself, "but I don't care, and I don't care." At the top of the stairs was a passage at right angles, and then a glazed door with a legend in black letters, Q. Carkeek, solicitor, and 2 other doors mysteriously labelled private. She opened the glazed door and saw a dirty middle-aged man on a stool, and she said at once to him in a harsh, clear, deliberate voice, without giving herself time to reflect, "I want to see Mr. Carkeek." The man stared at her sourly, as if bewildered. She said to herself, "I shan't be able to stand this excitement much longer." "You can't see Mr. Carkeek," said the man. "Mr. Carkeek's detained at Hanbridge County Court. But if you're in such a hurry like, you'd better see Mr. Cannon. It's Mr. Cannon as they generally do see. Who do you come from, miss?" "Come from?" Hilda repeated, unnerved. "What name?" She had not expected this. "I suppose I should have to tell him," she said to herself, and aloud, "Lessways." "Oh, exclaimed the man. "Bless us, yes." It was as if he had said, "Of course it's Lessways, and don't I know all about you?" And Hilda was overwhelmed by the sense of the enormity of the folly which she was committing. The man swung half round on his stool and seized the end of an india-rubber tube which hung at the side of the battered and littered desk, just under a gas jet. He spoke low, like a conspirator, into the mouthpiece of the tube. "Miss Lessways, to see you, sir." Then very quickly he clapped the tube to his ear and listened, and then he put it to his mouth again and repeated, "Lessways." Hilda was agonized. "I'll ask you to step this way, miss," said the man, slipping off his stool. At the same time he put a long, inky penholder, which he had been holding in his wrinkled right hand, between his teeth. "Never," thought Hilda, as she followed the clerk in a whirl of horrible misgivings, "never have I done anything as mad as this before. I'm under 21. 3. There she was at last, seated in front of a lawyer in a lawyer's office. Her ladyship consulting her own lawyer! It seemed incredible. A few minutes ago she had been at home, and now she was in a world unfamiliar and alarming. Perhaps it was a pity that her mother had unsuspectedly put the scheme into her head. However, the deed was done. Hilda generally acted first and reflected afterwards. She was frightened, but rather by the unknown than by anything she could define. "You've come about the property?" said Mr. Cannon amiably in a matter-of-fact tone. He had deep black eyes and black hair like Hilda's, good regular teeth, and a clear complexion. Perhaps his nose was rather large, but it was straight. With his large, pale hands he occasionally stroked his long, soft moustache. The chin was blue. He was smartly dressed in dark blue. He had a beautiful necktie, and the genuine whiteness of his wristbands was remarkable in a district where starched linen was usually either grey or bluish. He was not a dandy, but he respected his person. He evidently gave careful attention to his body, and this trait alone set him apart among the citizens of Turnhill. "Yes," said Hilda. She thought, "He's a very handsome man. How strange I don't remember seeing him in the streets." She was in awe of him. He was indefinitely older than herself, and she felt like a child out of place in the easy-chair. "I suppose it's about the rent collecting," he pursued. "Yes, it is," she answered, astonished that he could thus divine her purpose. "I mean—" "What does your mother want to do?" "Oh," said Hilda, speaking low, It's not mother. I've come to consult you myself. Mother doesn't know. I'm nearly 21, and it's really my property, you know." She blushed with shame. "Ah!" he exclaimed. He tried to disguise his astonishment in an easy, friendly smile, but he was most obviously startled. He looked at Hilda in a different way, with a much intensified curiosity. "Yes," she resumed. He now seemed to her more like a fellow creature, and less like a member of the inimical older generation. "So you're nearly 21?" "In December," she said, "and I think under my father's will—" She stopped, at a loss. "The fact is, I don't think mother will be quite able to look after the property properly, and I'm afraid— You see, now that Mr. Skelhorn has had his stroke—" "Yes," said Mr. Cannon. "I heard about that, and I was thinking perhaps Mrs. Lessways had sent you. We collect rents, you know." "I see," Hilda murmured. "Well, the truth is, mother hasn't the slightest idea I'm here, not the slightest, and I wouldn't hurt her feelings for anything." He nodded sympathetically. "But I thought something ought to be done. She's decided to collect our Calder Street rents herself, and she isn't fitted to do it. And then there's the question of the repairs. I know the rents are going down. I expect it's all mother's for life, but I want to be there something left for me when she's gone, you see, and if— I've never seen the will. I suppose there's no way of seeing a copy of it somewhere. I can't very well ask mother again." "I know all about the will," said Mr. Cannon. "You do? Wondrous magical man." "Yes," he explained. "I used to be at Tom's and Scholes's. I was there when it was made. I copied it." "Really?" She felt that he would save her, not only from any possible unpleasant consequences of her escapade, but also from suffering ultimate loss by reason of her mother's foolishness. "You're quite right," he continued. "I remember it perfectly. Your mother is what we call tenant for life. Everything goes to you in the end." "Well," Hilda asked abruptly, "all I want to know is, what can I do?" "Of course, without upsetting your mother?" He glanced at her. She blushed again. "Naturally," she said coldly. "You say you think the property is going down. It is, everybody knows that. And your mother thinks of collecting the rents herself. Well, young lady, it's very difficult, your mother being the trustee and executor." "Yes, that's what she's always saying. She's the trustee and executor." "You'd better let me think it over for a day or two." "And shall I call in again?" "You might slip in if you're passing. I'll see what can be done. Of course, it would never do for you to have any difficulty with your mother." "Oh, no," she concurred vehemently. "Anything would be better than that. But I thought that there was no harm in me—" "Certainly not." She had a profound confidence in him, and she was very content so far with the result of her adventure. "I hope nobody will find out I've been here," she said timidly, "because if it did get to mother's ears—" "Nobody will find out," he reassured her. Assuredly his influence was tranquilizing. Even while he insisted on the difficulties of the situation, he seemed to be smoothing them away. She was convinced that he would devise some means of changing her mother's absurd purpose and of strengthening her own position. But when, at the end of the interview, he came round the large table which separated them, and she rose and looked up at him close, she was suddenly very afraid of him. He was a tall and muscular man, and he stood like a monarch, and she stood like a child. And his gesture seemed to say, "Yes, I know you are afraid, and I rather like you to be afraid, but I am benevolent in the exercise of my power." Under his gaze, her gaze fastened on the wire blind and the dark window, and she read off the reversed letters on the blind. Like a mouse she escaped to the stairs. She was happy and fearful and expectant. It was done. She had consulted a lawyer. She was astounded at herself. In the market square it was now black night. She looked shyly up at the lighted wire blinds over the ironmongery. "I was there," she said. "He is still there." The whole town, the whole future, seemed to be drenched now in romance. Nevertheless, the causes of her immense discontent had not apparently been removed, nor in any way modified. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 4. Domesticity Invaded. 1. Early in the afternoon, 2 days later, Hilda came with an air of reproach into her mother's empty bedroom. Mrs. Lessways had contracted a severe cold in the head, a malady to which she was subject, and which she accepted with fatalistic submission, even pleasurably giving herself up to it, as a martyr to the rack. Mrs. Lessways' colds annoyed Hilda, who, out of her wisdom, could always point to the precise indiscretion which had caused them, and to whom the spectacle of a head wrapped day and night in flannel was offensively ridiculous. Moreover, Hilda in these crises was further and still more acutely exasperated by the pillage of her handkerchiefs. Although she possessed a supply of handkerchiefs far beyond her own needs, she really hated to lend to her mother in the hour of necessity. She did lend, and she lent with outspoken protest, but with frigid bitterness. Her youthful passion for order and efficiency was aggrieved by her mother's negligent and inadequate arrangements for coping with the inevitable plague. She now made a police visit to the bedroom because she considered that her mother had been demanding handkerchiefs at a stage too early in the progress of the disease. Impossible that her mother should have come to the end of her own handkerchiefs. She knew with all the certitude of her omniscience that numerous clean handkerchiefs must be concealed somewhere in the untidiness of her mother's wardrobe. See her as she enters the bedroom, the principal bedroom of the house, whose wide bed and large wardrobe recall the past when she had a father as well as a mother, and when that bedroom awed her footsteps. A thin, brown-frocked girl wearing a detested but enforced small black apron, with fine, pale, determined features, rather unfeminine hair, and glowering, challenging black eyes. She had a very decided way of putting down her uncoquettishly shod feet. Absurdly young, of course, wistfully young. She was undeveloped, and did not even look nearly 21. You are at liberty to smile at her airs, at that careless, critical glance which pityingly said, "Ah, if this were my room it would be different from what it is," at that serious, worried expression, as if the anxiety of the whole world's deficiencies oppressed the heart within, and at that supreme conviction of wisdom, which after all was little but an exaggerated perception of folly and inconsistency in others. She is not to be comprehended on an acquaintance of 3 days. Years must go to the understanding of her. She did not understand herself. She was not even acquainted with herself. Why, she was naive enough to be puzzled because she felt older than her mother and younger than her beautiful girlish complexion simultaneously. She opened the central mirrored door of the once formidable wardrobe, and as she did so the image of the bed and of half the room shot across the swinging glass, taking the place of her own reflection. And instantly, when she inserted herself between the exposed face of the wardrobe and its door, she was precipitated into the most secret intimacy of her mother's existence. There was the familiar odour of old kid gloves. She was more intimate with her mother now than she could ever be in talking to her. The lower part of this section of the wardrobe consisted of 3 deep drawers with inset brass handles, an exquisitely exact piece of mahogany cabinet work. From one of the drawers a bit of white linen untidily protruded. Her mother! The upper part was filled with sliding trays, each having a raised edge to keep the contents from falling out. These trays were heaped pell-mell with her mother's personal belongings, small garments, odd indeterminate trifles, a muff, a bundle of whalebone, veils, bags, and especially cardboard boxes. Quantities of various cardboard boxes. Her mother kept everything, could not bear that anything which had once been useful should be abandoned or destroyed, whereas Hilda's propensity was to throw away with an impatient gesture whatever threatened to be an encumbrance. Sighing, she began to arrange the contents of the trays in some kind of method. Incompetent and careless mother! Hilda wondered how the old thing managed to conduct her life from day to day with even a semblance of the decency of order. It did not occur to her that for 25 years before she was born, and for a long time afterwards, Mrs. Lessways had contrived to struggle along through the world without her daughter's aid, to the general satisfaction of herself and some others. At length, ferreting on the highest shelf but one, she had the deep, proud satisfaction of the philosopher who has correctly deduced consequences from character. Underneath a Paisley shawl she discovered a lost treasure of clean handkerchiefs. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 11. And among them was one of her own, appropriated by her mother through sheer inexcusable inadvertence. They had probably been lying under the shawl for weeks, months. Still, she did not allow herself to be vexed. Since the singular hysterical embrace in the twilight of the kitchen, she had felt for her mother a curious, kind, forbearing, fatalistic indulgence. Mother is like that, and there you are. And further, her mood had been so changed and uplifted by excitement and expectation that she could not be genuinely harsh. She had been thrilled by the audacity of the visit to Mr. Cannon, and though she hoped from it little but a negative advantage, she was experiencing the rare happiness of adventure. She had slipped out for a moment from the confined and stifling circle of domestic dailiness. She had scented the feverish perfume of the world, and she owed all this to herself alone. She meant on the morrow, while her mother was marketing, to pursue the enterprise. The consciousness of this intention was sweet, but she knew not why it was sweet. She only knew that she lived in the preoccupation of a dream. Having taken 2 of the handkerchiefs, she shut the wardrobe and turned the key. She went first to her own small, prim room to restore stolen property to its rightful place, and then she descended towards the kitchen with the other handkerchief. Giving it to her mother, and concealing her triumph beneath a mask of wise, long-suffering benevolence, she would say, "I've found 10 of your handkerchiefs, mother. Here's one." And her mother, ingenuously startled and pleased, would exclaim, "Where, child?" And she, still controlling herself as befitted a superior being, would reply casually, "In your wardrobe, of course. You stuck to it there weren't any, but I was sure there were." 2. The dialogue which actually did accompany the presentation of the handkerchief, though roughly corresponding to her rehearsal of it, was lacking in the dramatic pungency necessary for a really effective triumph. The reason being that the thoughts of both mother and daughter were diverted in different ways from the handkerchief by the presence of Florrie in the kitchen. Florrie was the new servant, and she had come into the house that morning. Sponsored by an aunt who was one of the best of the Calder Street tenants, Florrie had been accepted rather unwillingly, the objection to her being that she was too young, 13½ Mrs. Lessways had a vague humanitarian sentiment against the employment of children. As for Hilda's feeling, it was at one moment more compassionate even than her mother's, and at another almost cynically indifferent. The aunt, however, a person of powerful common sense, had persuaded Mrs. Lessways that the truest kindness would be to give Florrie a trial. Florrie was very strong, and she had been brought up to work hard, and she enjoyed working hard. "Don't you, Florrie?" "Yes, aunt," with a delightful, smiling, whispering timidity. She was the eldest of a family of 10, and had always assisted her mother in the management of a half-crown house and the nurture of a regiment of infants. But at 13½ a girl ought to be earning money for her parents. Bless you, she knew what a pawnshop was, her father being often out of a job owing to Potter's asthma, and she had some knowledge of cookery, and was in particular very good at boiling potatoes. To take her would be a real kindness on the part of Mrs. Lessways, for the place was not merely an easy place, it was a good place. Supposing that Mrs. Lessways refused to have her? Well, Florrie might go on to a pot bank and come to harm, or she might engage herself with tradespeople, where notoriously the work was never finished, or she might even be forced into a public house. Her aunt knew that they wanted a servant at the Queen Adelaide, where the wages would be pretty high. But no niece of hers should ever go into service at a public house if she could help it. What with hot rum and coffee to be ready for customers at 5:30 of a morning, and cleaning up at nights after closing, a poor girl would never see her bed. Whereas at Mrs. Lessways... So Mrs. Lessways took Florrie in order to save her from slavery. The slim child was pretty, with graceful and eager movements, and certainly a rapid comprehension. Her grey eyes sparkled, and her brown hair was coquettishly tied up, rather in the manner of a horse's tail on May Day. She had arrived all by herself in the morning with a tiny bundle, and she made a remarkably neat appearance, if you did not look at her boots, which had evidently been somebody else's a long time before. Hilda had been clearly aware of a feeling of pleasure at the prospect of this young girl's presence in the house. Hilda now saw her in another aspect. She wore a large foul apron of sacking, which made her elegant body quite shapeless, and she was kneeling on the red and black tiled floor of the kitchen, with her enormous cracked boots sticking out behind her. At one side of her was a pail full of steaming brown water, and in her red, coarse little hands, which did not seem to belong to those gracile arms, she held a dripping clout. In front of her, on a half-dried space of clean, shining floor, stood Mrs. Lessways, her head wrapped in a flannel petticoat. Nearer to the child stretched a small semicircle of liquid mud. To the rear was the untouched, dirty floor. Florrie was looking up at her mistress with respectful, strained attention. She could not proceed with her work because Mrs. Lessways had chosen this moment to instruct her, with much snuffling, in the duties and responsibilities of her position. "Yes, mum," Florrie whispered. She seemed to be incapable of speaking beyond a whisper, but the whisper was delicate and agreeable, and perhaps it was a mysterious sign of her alleged unusual physical strength. "You'll have to be down at 6:30. Then you'll light your kitchen fire, but of course you'll get your coal up first, and then you'll do your boots. Now the bacon, but never mind that. Either Miss Hilda or me will be down to-morrow morning to show you." "Yes, mum." Florrie's whisper was grateful. "When you've got things going a bit like, you'll do your parlour. I've told you all about that, though. But I didn't tell you, except on Wednesdays. On Wednesdays you give your parlour a thorough turn-out after breakfast, and mind it's got to be all straight for dinner at 12:30. "Yes, mum." "I shall show you about your fire irons." Mrs. Lessways was continuing to make everything in the house the private property of Florrie, when Hilda interrupted her about the handkerchief, and afterwards with an exhortation to beware of the dampness of the floor, which exhortation Mrs. Lessways faintly resented. Whereupon Hilda left the kitchen. It was always imprudent to come between Mrs. Lessways and a new servant. Hilda remained listening in the lobby to the interminable and rambling instruction. At length Mrs. Lessways said benevolently, "There's no reason why you shouldn't go to bed at 8:30, or 9 at the latest. No reason whatever. And if you're quick and handy, and I'm sure you are, you'll have plenty of time in the afternoon for plain sewing and darning. I shall see how you can darn," Mrs. Lessways added encouragingly. "Yes, mum." Hilda's heart revolted, less against her mother's defects as an organizer than against the odious mess of the whole business of domesticity. She knew that, with her mother in the house, Florrie would never get to bed at 8:30, and very seldom at 9, and that she would never be free in the afternoons. She knew that if her mother would only consent to sit still and not interfere, the housework could be accomplished with half the labour that at present went to it. There were 3 women in the place, or at any rate a woman, a young woman, and a girl, and in theory the main preoccupation of all of them was this business of domesticity. It was of course ridiculous, and she would never be able to make anyone see that it was ridiculous. But that was not all. The very business itself absolutely disgusted her. It disgusted her to such a point that she would have preferred to do it with her own hands in secret, rather than see others do it openly in all its squalor. The business might be more efficiently organized. For example, there was no reason why the sitting-room should be made uninhabitable between breakfast and dinner once a week, but it could never be other than odious. The kitchen floor must inevitably be washed every day by a girl on her knees in sackcloth with terrible hands. She was witnessing now the first stage in the progress of a victim of the business of domesticity. To-day Florrie was a charming young creature, full of slender grace. Soon she would be a dehumanized drudge. And Hilda could not stop it. All over the town, in every street of the town, behind all the nice curtains and blinds, the same hidden shame was being enacted, a vast, sloppy, steaming, greasy social horror, inevitable. It amounted to barbarism, Hilda thought in her revolt. She turned from it with loathing. And yet nobody else seemed to turn from it with loathing. Nobody else seemed to perceive that this business of domesticity was not life itself, was at best the clumsy external machinery of life. On the contrary, about half the adult population worshipped it as an exercise sacred and paramount, enlarging its importance and with positive gusto permitting it to monopolize their existence. 9/10 of her mother's conversation was concerned with the business of domesticity, and withal Mrs. Lessways took the business more lightly than most. 3. There was an impatient knock at the front door. Rare phenomenon, but not unknown. Mrs. Lessways cried out thickly from the folds of her flannel petticoat, "Hilda, just see who that is, will you? Knocking like that. Florrie can't come." And just as Hilda reached the front door, her mother opened the kitchen door wide to view the troublesome disturber, and to inform him, if, as was probable, he was exceeding his rights, that he would have done better to try the back door. It was Mr. Cannon at the front door. Hilda heard the kitchen door slammed to behind her, but the noise was like a hallucination in her brain. She was staggered by the apparition of Mr. Cannon in the porch. She had vaguely wondered what he might do to execute his promise of aid. She felt that time was running short if her mother was to be prevented from commencing rent-collector on the Monday. She had perhaps ingenuously expected from him some kind of miracle, but of a surety she had never dreamed that he would call in person at her home. "He must be mad," she would have exclaimed to herself, if the grandeur of his image in her heart had not made any such accusation impossible to her. He was not mad. He was merely inscrutable, terrifyingly so. It was as if her adventurous audacity, personified, had doubled back on her, and was exquisitely threatening her. "Good afternoon," said Mr. Cannon, smiling confidently and yet with ceremoniousness. "Is your mother about?" "Yes." Hilda did not know, but she was whispering quite in the manner of Florrie. "Shall I come in?" "Oh, please do." The words jumped out of her mouth all at once, so anxious was she to destroy any impression conceivably made that she did not desire him to come in. He crossed the step and took her hand with one gesture. She shut the door. He waited in suave silence. There was barely space for them together in the narrow lobby, and she scarce dared look up at him. He easily dominated her. His bigness subdued her, and the handsomeness of his face and his attire was like a moral intimidation. He had a large physical splendour that was well set off and illustrated by the brilliance of his linen and his broadcloth. She was as modest as a mouse beside him. The superior young woman, the stern and yet indulgent philosopher, had utterly vanished, and only a poor little mouse remained. "Would you please come into the drawing-room?" she murmured, when, after an immense effort to keep full control of her faculties, she decided where he must be put. "Thanks," he said. As she diminished herself with beautiful shy curves of her body against the wall, so that he could manoeuvre his bigness through the drawing-room doorway, he gave her a glance, half benign and half politely malicious, which seemed to say again, "I know you're afraid, and I rather like it, but you know you needn't be." "Please take a seat," she implored, and then quickly, as he seemed to have no intention of speaking to her confidentially, "I'll tell mother." Leaving the room, she saw him sink smoothly into a seat, his rich piled hat in one gloved hand and an ebony walking-stick in the other. His presence had a disastrous effect on the chill, unfrequented drawing-room, reducing it instantly to a condition of paltry shabbiness. The kitchen door was still shut. Yes, all the squalor of the business of domesticity must be hidden from this splendid being. Hilda went as a criminal into the kitchen. Mrs. Lessways, with violent movements, signalled her to close the door before speaking. Florrie gazed spellbound upwards at both of them. The household was in a high fever. "You don't mean to tell me that's Mr. Cannon?" Mrs. Lessways excitedly whispered. Do you know him?" Hilda faltered. "Do I know him? What does he want?" "He wants to see you." "What about?" "I suppose it's about property or something," Hilda replied, blushing. Never had she felt so abject in front of her mother. Mrs. Lessways rapidly unpinned the flannel petticoat, and then threw it, with a desperate gesture of sacrifice, on to the deal table. The situation had to be met. The resplendent male awaited her in the death-cold room. The resplendent male had his overcoat, but she, suffering, must face the rigour and the risk unprotected. No matter if she caught bronchitis, the thing had to be done. Even Hilda did not think of accusing her mother of folly. Mrs. Lessways, having patted her hair, emptied several handkerchiefs from the trim pockets of her embroidered black apron, and, snatching at the clean handkerchief furnished by Hilda, departed to her fate. She was certainly startled and puzzled, but she was not a whit intimidated, and the perception of this fact inspired Hilda with a new, reluctant respect for her mother. Hilda, from the kitchen, heard the greetings in the drawing-room, and then the reverberations of the sufferer's nose. She desired to go into the drawing-room. Her mother probably expected her to go in, but she dared not. She was afraid. "I was wondering," said the voice of Mr. Cannon, "whether you'd ever thought of selling your Calder Street property, Mrs. Lessways?" And then the drawing-room door was closed, and the ticking of the grandfather's clock resumed possession of the lobby. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 5, Mrs. Lessways' Shrewdness. 1. Waiting irresolute in the kitchen doorway, Hilda passed the most thrillingly agreeable moments that destiny had ever vouchsafed to her. She dwelt on the mysterious, attractive quality of Mr. Cannon's voice. She was sure that, though in speaking to her mother he was softly persuasive, he had used to herself a tone even more intimate and ingratiating. He and she had a secret. They were conspirators together, which fact was both disconcerting and delicious. She recalled their propinquity in the lobby, the remembered syllables which he had uttered mingled with the faint scent of his broadcloth, the whiteness of his wristbands, the gleam of his studs, the droop of his moustaches, the downward ray of his glance, and the proud, nimble carriage of his great limbs, and formed in her mind the image of an ideal. An image regarded not with any tenderness, but with naive admiration and unquestioning respect. And yet also with more than that, for when she dwelt on his glance, she had a slight transient feeling of faintness, which came and went in a second, and which she did not analyze, and could not have analyzed. Clouds of fear sailed in swift capriciousness across the sky of her dreaming, obscuring it. Fear of Mr. Cannon's breathtaking initiative, fear of the upshot of her adventure, and a fear without a name. Nevertheless, she exulted. She exulted because she was in the very midst of her wondrous adventure, and tingling with 1,000 apprehensions. After a long time the latch of the drawing-room door cracked warningly. Hilda retired within the kitchen out of sight of the lobby. She knew that the child in her would compel her to wait like a child until the visitor was gone, instead of issuing forth boldly like a young woman. But to Florrie, the young mistress, with her stern dark mask and formidable eyebrows and air of superb disdain, was august as a goddess. Florrie, moving backwards, had now got nearly to the scullery door with her wringing and splashing and wiping, and she had dirtied even her face. As Hilda absently looked at her, she thought somehow of Mr. Cannon's white wristbands. She saw the washing and the ironing of those wristbands, and a slatternly woman or two sighing and grumbling amid wreaths of steam, and a background of cinders and suds and sloppiness. All that, so that the grand creature might have a rim of pure white to his coat-sleeves for a day. It was inevitable, but the grand creature must never know. The shame necessary to his splendour must be concealed from him, lest he might be offended. And this was woman's loyalty. Her ideas concerning the business of domesticity were now mixed and opposing and irreconcilable, and she began to suspect that the basis of society might be more complex and confusing than in her youthful downrightness she had imagined. 2. "Well, you've got your way," said Mrs. Lessways, with a certain grim, disdainful cheerfulness, from which benevolence was not quite absent. The drastic treatment accorded to her cold seemed to have done it good. At any rate, she had not resumed the flannel petticoat, and the nasal symptoms were much less pronounced. "Got my way?" Hilda repeated, at a loss and newly apprehensive. Mother and daughter were setting tea. Florrie had been doing very well, but she was not yet quite equal to her situation, and the mistresses were now performing her lighter duties, while she changed from the offensive drudge to the neat parlour-maid. Throughout the afternoon Hilda had avoided her mother's sight, partly because she wanted to be alone, without knowing why, and partly because she was afraid lest Mr. Cannon, as a member of the older generation, might have betrayed her to her mother. This fear was not very genuine, though she pretended that it was, and enjoyed playing with it, as if she really desired a catastrophe for the outcome of her adventure. She had only come downstairs in response to her mother's direct summons, and instantly on seeing her she had known that Mr. Cannon was not a traitor. Which knowledge somehow rendered her gay in spite of herself, so that, what with this gaiety and the stimulation produced in Mrs. Lessways by the visit of Mr. Cannon, and the general household relief at the obvious fact that Florrie would rather more than do, the atmosphere around the tinkling tea-table in the half-light was decidedly pleasant. Nevertheless, the singular term of Mrs. Lessways' phrase, "You've got your way," had startled the guilty Hilda. "Mr. Cannon's going to see to the collecting of the Calder Street rents," explained Mrs. Lessways, "so I hope you're satisfied, miss." Hilda was aware of self-consciousness. "Yes, you may well colour up," Mrs. Lessways pursued, genial but malicious. "You're as pleased as Punch, and you're saying to yourself you've made your old mother give way to ye again. And so you needn't tell me." "I thought," said Hilda, with all possible prim worldliness, "I thought I heard him saying something about buying the property." Mrs. Lessways laughed, sceptically, confidently, as one who could not be deceived. "Pooh!" she said. "That was only a try-on. That was only so that he could begin his palaver. Don't tell me. I may be a simpleton, but I'm not such a simpleton as he thinks for, nor as some other folks think for, either." At this point Hilda had to admit that in truth her mother was not completely a simpleton. In her mother was a vein of perceptive shrewdness that occasionally cropped out and made all Hilda's critical philosophy seem schoolgirlish. "Do you think I don't know George Cannon? He came here a purpose to get that rent collecting. Well, he's got it, and he's welcome to it, for I doubt not he'll do it a sight better than poor Mr. Skellorn. But he needn't hug himself that he's been too clever for me, because he hasn't. I gave him the rent collecting because I thought I would. Buy? He's no more got a good customer for Calder Street than he's got a good customer for this slop bowl." Hilda resented this casual detraction of a being who had so deeply impressed her, and moreover she was convinced that her mother, secretly very flattered and delighted by the visit, was adopting a derisive attitude in order to show off before her daughter. Parents are thus ingenuous. But she was so shocked and sneaped that she found it more convenient to say nothing. "George Cannon could talk the hind leg of a horse," Mrs. Lessways continued quite happily, "and yet it isn't as if he had said a great deal. He doesn't. I'll say this for him. He's always the gentleman, and I couldn't say as much for his sister being a lady, and I'm sorry for it. He's the most gentlemanly man in Turnhill, and always so spruce, too." "His sister? Well, his half-sister, since you're so particular, Miss Precise." "Not Miss Gailey," said Hilda, who began faintly to recall a forgotten fact of which she thought she had once been cognizant. "Yes, Miss Gailey," Mrs. Lessways snapped, still very genial and content. "I did hear she's quarrelled out and out with him too at last." She tightened her lips. "Draw the blind down." Miss Gailey, a spinster of superior breeding and a teacher of dancing, had in the distant past been an intimate friend of Mrs. Lessways. The friendship was legendary in the house, and the grand quarrel which had finally put an end to it dated in Hilda's earlier memories like a historical event. For many years the two had not exchanged a word. Mrs. Lessways lit the gas, and the china and the white cloth and the coloured fruit jelly and the silver spoons caught the light and threw it off again with gaiety. "Has she swept the hearth?" "Yes, she has," said Mrs. Lessways, glancing round at the red fire. Hilda sat down to wait, folding her hands as it were in meekness. In a few moments Florrie entered with the teapot and the hot water jug. The child wore proudly a new white apron that was a little too long for her, and she smiled happily at Mrs. Lessways' brief compliment on her appearance and her briskness. She might have been in paradise. "Come in for your cup in 3 minutes," said Mrs. Lessways, and to Hilda, when Florrie had whispered and gone, "Now we shall see if she can make tea. I told her very particularly this morning, and she seems quick enough." And when 3 minutes had expired, Mrs. Lessways tasted the tea. Yes, it was good. It was quite good. Undeniably the water had boiled within 5 seconds of being poured on the leaves. There was something in this Florrie. Already she was exhibiting the mysterious quality of efficiency. The first day, being the first day, had of course not been without its discouraging moments, but on the whole Florrie had proved that she could be trusted to understand and to do things. "Here's an extra piece of sugar for you," said Mrs. Lessways, beaming, as Florrie left the parlour with her big breakfast cup full of steaming tea, to drink with the thick bread and butter on the scrubbed kitchen table all by herself. "And don't touch the gas in the kitchen, it's quite high enough for young eyes," Mrs. Lessways cried out after her. "Little poppet," she murmured to herself, maternally reflecting upon Florence's tender youth. 3. She was happy, was Mrs. Lessways, in her domesticity. She foresaw an immediate future that would be tranquil. She was preparing herself to lean upon the reliability of Florrie as upon a cushion. She liked the little poppet, and she liked well-made tea and pure jelly. And she had settled the Calder Street problem, and incidentally Hilda was thereby placated. Why should she not be happy? She wished for nothing else, and she was not a woman to meet trouble half-way. One of her greatest qualities was that she did not unduly worry. Hilda might say that she did not worry enough, letting things go. In spite of her cold, she yielded with more gusto than usual to the meal, and even said that if Florrie continued to shape, they would have hot toast again. Hot toast had long since been dropped from the menu as an item too troublesome. As a rule, the meals were taken hurriedly and negligently, like a religious formality which has lost its meaning, but which custom insists on. Hilda could not but share her mother's satisfaction. She could not entirely escape the soft influence of the tranquillity in which the household was newly bathed. The domestic existence of unmated women together, though it is full of secret exasperations, also has its hours of charm, a charm honeyed, perverse, and unique. Hilda felt the charm, but she was suddenly sad, and she again found pleasure in her sadness. She was sad because her adventure was over too soon and too easily. She thought now that really she would have preferred a catastrophe as the end of it. She had got what she desired, but she was no better off than she had been before the paralytic stroke of Mr. Skelhorn. Domesticity had closed in on her once more. Her secret adventure had become sterile. Its risks were destroyed, and nothing could spring from it. Nevertheless, it lived in her heart. After all, it had been tremendous, and the virtue of audacious initiative was miraculous. Yes, her mother was shrewd enough, that could not be denied, but she was not so shrewd as she imagined, for it had never occurred to her, and it never would occur to her, even in the absurdest dream, that the author of Mr. Cannon's visit was the girl sitting opposite to her and delicately pecking at jelly. "How is he, Miss Gailey's half-brother?" Hilda demanded half-way through the meal. "Why, Mrs. Gailey, Sarah Gailey's mother, that is, married a foreigner after her first husband died." "But Mr. Cannon isn't a foreigner." "He's half a foreigner. Look at his eyes. Surely you knew all about that, child?" "No, it was before your time." Hilda then learnt that Mrs. Gailey had married a French modeller named Canong, who had been brought over from Limoges, or some such sounding place, by Peel's at Bursley, the great rivals of Minton's and of Copeland's, and that in course of time the modeller had informally changed the name to Cannon, because no one in the Five Towns could pronounce the true name rightly, and that George Cannon, the son of the union, had been left early an orphan. "How did he come to be a solicitor?" Hilda questioned eagerly. "They say he isn't really a solicitor," said Mrs. Lessways. "That is, he hasn't passed his exams, like. But I dare say he knows as much law as a lot of them, and more. And he has that Mr. Carkey to cover him, like. That's what they say. He used to be a lawyer's clerk at Toms and Scholes's, I think it was. Then he left the district for a year or two, it might be several. And then his lordship comes back all of a sudden and sets up with Mr. Carkey, just like that." "Can he talk French?" "Who, Mr. Cannon? He can talk English. My word, he can that. Hey, he's a customer. He is a regular customer." Hilda, instead of being seated at the table, was away in far realms of romance. The startling thought occurred to her. "Of course he'll expect me to go and see him. He's done what I asked him, and he'll expect me to go and see him and talk it over, and I suppose I shall have to pay him something. I'd forgotten that, and I ought not to have forgotten it." End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 6. Victor Hugo and Isaac Pitman. 1. The next morning, Saturday, Hilda ran no risk in visiting Mr. Cannon. Her mother's cold, after a fictitious improvement, had assumed an aggravated form in order to prove that not with impunity may nature be flouted in unheated October drawing-rooms, and Hilda had been requested to go to market alone. She was free, and even supposing that the visit should be observed by the curious, nobody would attach any importance to it, because everybody would soon be aware that Mr. Cannon had assumed charge of the Calder Street property. Past the brass plates of Mr. Q. Carkeek, out of the straw-littered hubbub of the market-place, she climbed the long flight of stairs leading to the offices on the first floor. In one worsted-gloved hand she held a market-basket of multicoloured wicker, which dangled a little below the frilled and flounced edge of her blue jacket. Secure in the pocket of her valanced brown skirt, for at that time and in that place it had not yet occurred to any woman that pockets were a superfluity, a private half-sovereign lay in the inmost compartment of her purse. This coin was destined to recompense Mr. Cannon. Her free hand went up to the heavy chignon that hung uncertainly beneath her bonnet, a gesture of coquetry which she told herself she despised. Her face was a prim and rather forbidding mask, assuredly a mysterious mask. She could not have explained her own feelings. She was still in the adventure, but the end of it was immediate. She had nothing to hope from the future. Her essential infelicity was as profound and as enigmatic as ever. She might have said with deliberate and vehement sincerity that she was not happy. Wise, experienced observers, studying her as she walked her ways in the streets, might have said of her with sympathetically sad conviction, "That girl is not happy, what a pity!" It was so. And yet, in her unhappiness, she was blessed. She savoured her unhappiness. She drank it down passionately, as though it were the very water of life, which it was. She lived to the utmost in every moment. The recondite romance of existence was not hidden from her. The sudden creation, her creation, of the link with Mr. Cannon seemed to her surpassingly strange and romantic, and in so regarding it she had no ulterior thought whatever. She looked on it with the single-mindedness of an artist looking on his work. And was it not indeed astounding that by a swift caprice and stroke of audacity she should have changed and tranquillized the ominous future for her unsuspecting mother and herself? Was it not absolutely disconcerting that she and this Mr. Cannon, whom she had never known before and in whom she had no other interest, should bear between them this singular secret, at once innocent and guilty, in the midst of the whole town so deaf and blind? 2. A somewhat shabby-genteel, youngish man appeared at the head of the stairs. He was wearing a silk hat and a too ample frock-coat. And immediately from the hidden corridor at the top she heard the voice of Mr. Cannon imperious. "Carkeek!" The shabby-genteel man stopped. Hilda wanted to escape, but she could not, chiefly because her pride would not allow. She had to go on. She went on, frowning. The man vanished back into the corridor. She could hear that Mr. Cannon had joined him in conversation. She arrived at the corridor. "How do you do, Miss Lessways?" Mr. Cannon greeted her with calm politeness, turning from Mr. Carkeek, who raised his hat. "Will you come this way? One moment, Mr. Carkeek." Through a door marked "Private," Mr. Cannon introduced Hilda straight into his own room, then shut the door on her. He held in one hand a large calf-bound volume, from which evidently he was expounding something to Mr. Carkeek. The contrast between the expensive informality of Mr. Cannon's new suit and the battered ceremoniousness of Mr. Carkeek's struck her just as much as the contrast between their demeanours, and she felt, vaguely, the oddness of the fact that the name of the deferential Mr. Carkeek, and not the name of the commanding Mr. Cannon, should be upon the door-plates and the wire blinds of the establishment. But of course she was not in a position to estimate the full significance of this remarkable phenomenon. Further, though she perfectly remembered her mother's observations upon Mr. Cannon's status, they did not in the slightest degree damage him in her eyes, when once those eyes had been set on him again. They seemed to her inessential. The essential for her was the incontestable natural authority and dignity of his bearing. She sat down, self-consciously, in the chair, opposite the owner's chair, which he had occupied at her first visit, and thus surveyed across the large flat desk all the ranged documents and bundles with the writing thereon upside down. There also was his blotting-pad, and his vast inkstand, and his pens, and his thick diary. The disposition of the things on the desk seemed to indicate, sharply and incontrovertibly, that orderliness, that inexorable efficiency, which more than aught else she admired in the external conduct of life. The spectacle satisfied her, soothed her, and seemed to explain the attractiveness of Mr. Cannon. Immediately to her left was an open bookcase almost filled with heavy volumes. The last, a uniform row of law reports, was absent from its place, being at that moment in the corridor in the hands of Mr. Cannon. The next book, a thin one, had toppled over sideways and was bridging the vacancy at an angle. Several other similar thin books filled up the remainder of the shelf. She stared, with the factitious interest of one who is very nervously awaiting an encounter, at the titles, and presently deciphered the words Victor Hugo on each of the thin volumes. Her interest instantly became real. Characteristically abrupt and unreflecting, she deposited her basket on the floor, and, going to the bookcase, took out the slanting volume. Its title was Les Rayons et les Ombres. She opened it by hazard at the following poem, which had no heading, and which stood, a small triptych of print, rather solitary, in the lower half of a large white page. Dieu qui sourit et qui donne, et qui vient vers qui le tende, pourvu que vous soyez bonne, sera contente. Le monde où tout étincelle, mais où rien n'est enflammé, pourvu que vous soyez belle, sera charmé. Mon cœur, dans l'ombre amoureuse, où l'enèvre de Dieu, pourvu que tu sois heureuse, sera joyeux. That was all, but she shook as though a miracle had been enacted. Hilda, owing partly to the fondness of an otherwise stern grandfather and partly to the vanity of her unimportant father, had finally been sent to a school attended by girls who, on the average, were a little above herself in station. Chetwynd's, in the valley between Turnhill and Bursley. It was still called Chetwynd's, though it had changed hands. Among the staff was a mistress who was known as Miss Miranda. She seemed to have no surname. One of Miss Miranda's duties had been to teach optional French, and one of Miss Miranda's delights had been to dictate this very poem of Victor Hugo's to her pupils for learning by heart. It was Miss Miranda's sole French poem, and she imposed it with unfading delight on the successive generations whom she grounded in French. Hilda had apparently forgotten most of her French, but as she now read the poem, for the first time in print, it re-established itself in her memory as the most lovely verse that she had ever known, and the recitations of it in Miss Miranda's small classroom came back to her with an effect beautiful and tragic. And also there was the name of Victor Hugo, which Miss Miranda's insistent enthusiasm had rendered sublime and legendary to a sensitive child. Hilda now saw the sacred name stamped in gold on a whole set of elegant volumes. It was marvellous that she should have turned the page containing just that poem. It was equally marvellous that she should have discovered the works of Victor Hugo in the matter-of-fact office of Mr. Cannon. But was it? Was he not half French, and were not these books precisely a corroboration of what her mother had told her? Mr. Cannon's origin at once assumed for her the strange seductive hues of romance. He shared the glory of Victor Hugo. Then the voices in the corridor ceased, and with a decisive movement he unlatched the door. She relinquished the book, and calmly sat down as he entered. 3. Of course your mother's told you? Yes. I had no difficulty at all. I just asked her what she was going to do about the rent collecting. Standing up in front of Hilda, but on his own side of the desk, Mr. Cannon smiled as a conqueror who can recount a triumph with pride, but without conceit. She looked at him with naive admiration. To admire him was agreeable to her, and she liked also to feel unimportant in his presence. But she fought, unsuccessfully, against the humiliating idea that his personal smartness convicted her of being shabby, of being even inefficient in one department of her existence, and she could have wished to be magnificently dressed. "Mrs. Lessways is a very shrewd lady, very shrewd indeed," said Mr. Cannon, with a smile, this time to indicate humorously that Mrs. Lessways was not so easy to handle as might be imagined, and that even the cleverest must mind their P's and Q's with such a lady. "Oh, yes, she is," Hilda agreed, with an exaggerate emphasis that showed a lack of conviction. Indeed, she had never thought of her mother as a very shrewd lady. Mr. Cannon continued to smile in silence upon the shrewdness of Mrs. Lessways, giving little appreciative movements of the diaphragm, drawing in his lips, and by consequence pushing out his cheeks like a child's, and his eyes were all the time saying lightly, "Still, I managed her." And while this pleasant, intimate silence persisted, the noises of the market-place made themselves prominent quite agreeably, in particular the hard metallic stamping and slipping on the bricked pavement under the window of a team of cart-horses that were being turned in a space too small for their grand free movements, and the good-humoured cracking of a whip. Again Hilda was impressed, mystically, by the strangeness of the secret relation between herself and this splendid, effective man. There they were, safe within the room, almost on a footing of familiar friendship. The atmosphere was different from that of the first interview, and none knew, and she alone had brought it all about by a simple caprice. "I was fine and startled when I saw you at our door, Mr. Cannon," she said. He might have said, "Were you? You didn't show it." She was half expecting him to say some such thing, but he became reflective and began, "Well, you see," and then hesitated. "You didn't tell me you thought of calling." "Well," he proceeded at last, and she could not be sure whether he was replying to her or not, "I was pretty nearly ready to buy that Calder Street property, and I thought I'd talk that over with your mother first. It just happened to make a good beginning, you see." He spoke with all the flattering charm of the confidential. Hilda flushed. Under her mother's suggestion she had been misjudging him. He had not been guilty of mere scheming. She was profoundly glad. The act of apology to him, performed in her own mind, gave her a curious delight. "I wish she would sell," said Hilda, to whom the ownership of a slum was obnoxious. "Very soon your consent would be necessary to any sale." "Really?" she exclaimed, agreeably flattered, but scarcely surprised by this information. "I should consent quick enough. I can't bear to walk down the street." He laughed condescendingly. "Well, I don't think your mother would care to sell, if you ask me." He sat down. Hilda frowned, regretting her confession and resenting his laughter. "What will your charges be, please, Mr. Cannon?" she demanded abruptly, and yet girlishly timid, and at the same moment she drew forth her purse, which she had been holding ready in her hand. For a second he thought she was referring to the price of rent-collecting, but the appearance of the purse explained her meaning. "Oh, there's no charge," he said in a low voice, seizing a penholder. "But I must pay you something. I can't—" "No, you mustn't." Their glances met in conflict across the table. She had known that he would say exactly that, and she had been determined to insist on paying a fee, utterly determined. But she could not now withstand the force of his will. Her glance failed her. She was disconcerted by the sudden demonstration of her inferiority. She was distressed. And then a feeling of faintness and the gathering of a mist in the air positively frightened her. The mist cleared. His glance seemed to say with kindness, "You see how much stronger I am than you, but you can trust me." The sense of adventure grew even more acute in her. She marvelled at what life was, and hid the purse like a shame. "It's very kind of you," she murmured. "Not a bit," he said. "I've got a job through this. Don't forget that. We don't collect rents for nothing, you know, especially Calder Street sort of rents." She picked up her basket and rose. He also rose. "So you've been looking at my Victor Hugo?" he remarked, putting his right hand negligently into his pocket instead of holding it forth in adieu. 4. So overset was she by the dramatic surprise of his challenging remark, and so enlightened by the sudden perception of it being perfectly characteristic of him, that her manner changed in an instant to a delicate, startled timidity. All the complex sensitiveness of her nature was expressed simultaneously in the changing tints of her face, the confusion of her eyes and her gestures, and the exquisite hesitations of her voice, as she told him about the coincidence which had brought back to her in his office the poem of her schooldays. He came to the bookcase, and taking out the volume, handled it carelessly. "I only brought these things here because they are nicely bound and fill up the shelf," he said. "Not much use in a lawyer's office, you know." He glanced from the volume to her, and from her to the volume. "Ah, Miss Miranda! Yes, well, it isn't so wonderful as all that. My father used to give her lessons in French. This Hugo was his. He thought a great deal of it." Mr. Cannon's pose exhibited pride, but it was obvious that he did not share his father's taste. His tone rather patronized his father, and Hugo too. As he let the pages of the book slip by under his thumb, he stopped, and, with a very good French accent, quite different from Hilda's memory of Miss Miranda's, murmured in a sort of chanting, "Dieu qui sourit et qui donne." "That's the very one," cried Hilda. "Ah, there you are, then. You see, the bookmark was at that page." Hilda had not noticed the thin ribbon almost concealed in the jointure of the pages. "I wouldn't be a bit astonished if my father had lent her this very book. Curious, isn't it?" It was. Nevertheless, Hilda felt that his sense of the miraculousness of life was not so keen as her own, and she was disappointed. "I suppose you're very fond of reading?" he said. "No, I'm not," she replied. Her spirit lifted a little courageously to meet his with defiance, like a ship lifting its prow above the threatening billow. Her eyes wavered, but did not fall before his. "Really? Now I should have said you were a great reader. What do you do with yourself?" He now spoke like a brother confident of a trustful response. "I just waste my time," she answered coldly. She saw that he was puzzled, interested, and piqued, and that he was examining her quite afresh. "Well," he said shortly, after a pause, adopting the benevolent tone of an uncle, or even a great-uncle, "you'll be getting married one of these days." "I don't want to get married," she retorted obstinately, and with a harder glance. "Then what do you want?" "I don't know." She suffered great relief, even pleasure, in thus callously exposing her mind to a stranger. Tapping his teeth with one thumb, he gazed at her, apparently in meditation upon her peculiar case. At last he said, "I tell you what you ought to do. You ought to go in for phonography." "Phonography?" She was at a loss. "Yes, Pitman's shorthand, you know." "Oh, shorthand. Yes, I've heard of it. But why?" "Why? It's going to be the great thing of the future. There never was anything like it." His voice grew warm, and his glance scintillated. And now Hilda understood her mother's account of his persuasiveness. She felt the truth of that odd remark that he could talk the hind leg off a horse. "But does it lead to anything?" she inquired, with her strong sense of intrinsic values. "I should say it did," he answered. "It leads to everything. There's nothing it won't lead to. It's the key of the future. You'll see. Look at Dayson. He's taken it up, and now he's giving lessons in it. He's got a room over his aunt's. I can tell you he staggered me. He wrote in shorthand as fast as ever I could read to him, and then he read out what he'd written without a single slip. I'm having one of my chaps taught. I'm paying for the lessons. I thought of learning myself. Yes, really. Oh, it's a thing that'll revolutionize all business and secretarial work and so on. Revolutionize it. And it's spreading. It'll be the open sesame to everything. Anybody that can write 120 words a minute will be able to walk into any situation he wants, straight into it. There's never been anything like it. Look, here it is." He snatched up a pale green booklet from the desk and opened it before her. She saw the cryptic characters for the first time, and she saw them with his glowing eyes. In their mysterious strokes and curves and dots she saw romance and the key of the future. She saw the philosopher's stone. She saw a new religion that had already begun to work like leaven in the town. The revelation was deliciously intoxicating. She was converted, as by lightning. She yielded to the ecstasy of discipleship. Here, somehow, inexplicably, incomprehensibly, here was the answer to the enigma of her long desire. And it was an answer original, strange, distinguished, unexpected, unique, yes, and divine. How lovely, how beatific to be the master of this enchanted key! "It must be very interesting," she said, low, with the venturesome shyness of a deer that is reassured. "I don't mind telling you this," Mr. Cannon went on, with the fire of the prophet. "I've got something coming along pretty soon." He repeated more slowly, "I've got something coming along pretty soon. Well, there'll be scope for a young lady that can write shorthand well. I can't tell you what it is, but it's something different from anything that's ever been in this town, and better." His eyes masterfully held hers, seeming to say, "I'm vague, but I was vague when I told you I'd see what could be done about your mother, and look at what I did, and how quickly and easily I did it. When I'm vague, it means a lot." And she entirely understood that his vagueness was calculated out of pride. They talked about Mr. Dayson a little. "I must go now," said Hilda awkwardly. "I'd like you to take that, Hugo," he said. "I dare say it would interest you, remind you of old times." "Oh, no." "You can return it when you like." Her features became apologetic. She had too hastily assumed that he wished to force a gift on her. "Please," he ejaculated. No abuse this time of moral authority, but an appeal, boyish, wistful, supplicating. It was irresistible, completely irresistible. It gave her an extraordinary sense of personal power. He wrapped up the book for her in a sheet of blue draft paper that noisily crackled. While he was doing so, a tiny part of her brain was, as it were, automatically exploring a box of old books in the attic at home, and searching therein for a Gasque's French-English dictionary, which he had used at school and never thought of since. "My compliments to your mother," he said at parting. She gazed at him questioningly. "Oh, I was forgetting," he corrected himself with an avuncular, ironic smile. "You're not supposed to have seen me, are you?" Then she was outside in the din, and from thrilling altitudes she had to bring her mind to marketing. She hid under apples the flat blue parcel in the basket. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Book 1, Chapter 7 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 7. The Editorial Secretary. 1. Arthur Dayson, though a very good shorthand writer, and not without experience as a newspaper reporter and sub-editor, was a nincompoop. There could be no other explanation of his bland, complacent indifference as he sat poking at a coke stove one cold night of January 1880, in full view of a most marvellous and ravishing spectacle. The stove was in a room on the floor above the offices labelled as Mr. Q. Carkeek's. Its pipes, supported by wire stays, went straight up nearly to the grimy ceiling, and then turned horizontally and disappeared through a clumsy hole in the scorched wall. It was a shabby stove, but not more so than the other few articles of furniture: a large table, a small desk, 3 deteriorated cane chairs, 2 gas brackets, and an old copying press on its rickety stand. The sole object that could emerge brightly from the ordeal of the gas flare was a splendid freshly printed blue poster gummed with stamp paper to the wall, which poster bore the words in vast capitals of 2 sizes, "The 5 Towns Chronicle and Turnhill Guardian." Copies of this poster had also been fixed, face outwards, on the 2 curtainless black windows, to announce to the market square what was afoot in the top story over the ironmonger's. A young woman, very soberly attired, was straining at the double iron handles of the copying press. Some copying presses have a screw so accurately turned and so well oiled, and handles so massively like a flywheel, that a touch will send the handles whizzing round and round till they stop suddenly, and then one slight wrench more, and the letters are duly copied. But this was not such a press. It had been outworn in Mr. Carkeek's office. Rust had intensified its original defects of design, and it produced the minimum of result with the maximum of means. Nevertheless, the young woman loved it. She clenched her hands and her teeth, and she frowned as though she loved it, and when she had sufficiently crushed the letter-book in the press, she lovingly unscrewed and drew forth the book, and with solicitude she opened the book on the smaller table, and tenderly detached the blotting paper from the damp tissue paper, and at last extracted the copied letter and examined its surface. "Smudged," she murmured, tragic. And the excellent ass, Dason, always facetiously cheerful and without a grain of humour, remarked, "Copiousness with the H2O, Miss Lessways, as the father of smudged epistles. I'm ready to go through these proofs with you as soon as you are." He was over 30. He had had affairs with young women. He reckoned that there remained little for him to learn. He had deliberately watched this young woman at the press. He had clearly seen her staring under the gas-jet at the copied letter, and yet in her fierce muscular movements, and in her bendings and straightenings, and in her delicate caressings, and in her savage scowlings and wrinklings, and in her rapt gazings, and in all her awful absorption, he had quite failed to perceive the terrible eager outpouring of a human soul, mighty, passionate, and wistful. He kept his eyes on her slim bust and tight-girded waist that sprung suddenly neat and smooth out of the curving skirt-folds, and it had not occurred to him to exclaim even in his own heart, "With your girlishness and your ferocity, your intimidating seriousness and your delicious absurdity, I would give a week's wages just to take hold of you and shake you." No, the dolt had seen absolutely naught but a conscientious female beginner learning the duties of the post which he himself had baptized as that of editorial secretary. 2. Hilda was no longer in a nameless trouble. She no longer wanted she knew not what. She knew beyond all questioning that she had found that which she had wanted. For nearly a year she had had lessons in phonography from Miss Dason's nephew, often as a member of a varying night class, and sometimes alone during the day. She could not write shorthand as well as Mr. Dason, and she never would, for Mr. Dason had the shorthand soul. But as a result of sustained and terrific effort, she could write it pretty well. She had grappled with Isaac Pitman as with Apollyon, and had not been worsted. She could scarcely believe that in class she had taken down at the rate of 90 words a minute Mr. Dason's purposely difficult political speechifyings, which always contained the phrase "capital punishment," because capital punishment was a famous grammar-log. But it was so, and Mr. Dason's watch proved it. About half-way through the period of study she had learnt from Mr. Cannon, on one of his rare visits to her mother's, something about his long-matured scheme for a new local paper. She had at once divined that he meant to offer her some kind of a situation in the enterprise, and she was right. Gratitude filled her. Mrs. Lessways, being one of your happy-go-lucky, broad-minded women, with an experimental disposition, a disposition to let things alone and see how they will turn out, had made little objection, though she was not encouraging. Instantly the newspaper had become the chief article of Hilda's faith. She accepted the idea of it as a nun accepts the sacred wafer, in ecstasy. Yet she knew little about it. She was aware that Mr. Cannon meant to establish it first as a weekly, and then, when it had grown, to transform it into a daily and wage war with that powerful monopolist, the Staffordshire Signal, which, from its offices at Hanbridge, covered the entire district. The original title had been The Turnhill Guardian and Five Towns General Chronicle, and she had approved it. But when Mr. Cannon, with a view to the intended development, had inverted the title to The Five Towns Chronicle and Turnhill Guardian, she had enthusiastically applauded his deep wisdom. Also she had applauded his project of moving, later on, to Hanbridge, the natural centre of the Five Towns. This was nearly the limit of her knowledge. She had neither known nor cared anything about the resources, or the politics, or the programme, or the prospects of the paper. To her, all newspapers were much alike. She did not even explore, in meditation, the extraordinary psychology of Mr. Cannon, the man whose original energy and restless love of initiative was leading him to found a newspaper on the top of a successful but audaciously irregular practice as a lawyer. She, incuriously and with religious admiration, accepted Mr. Cannon as she accepted the idea of the paper. And being, of course, entirely ignorant of journalism, she was not in a position to criticize the organizing arrangements of the newspaper. Not that these would have seemed excessively peculiar to anybody familiar with the haphazard improvisations of minor journalism in the provinces. She had indeed, in her innocence, imagined that the basic fact of a newspaper enterprise would be a printing press. But when Mr. Dayson, who had been on the Signal and on sundry country papers in Shropshire, assured her that the majority of weekly sheets were printed on jobbing presses in private hands, she corrected her foolish notion. Her sole interest, but it was tremendous, lay in what she herself had to do, namely, take down from dictation, transcribe, copy, classify, and keep letters and documents, and occasionally correct proofs. All beyond this was misty for her, and she never adjusted her sight in order to pierce the mist. Save for her desire to perfect herself in her duties, she had no desire. She was content. In the dismal, dirty, untidy, untidyable, uncomfortable office, arctic near the windows and tropic near the stove, with dust on her dress and ink on her fingers and the fumes of gas in her quivering nostrils, and her mind strained and racked by an exaggerated sense of her responsibilities, she was in heaven. She, who so vehemently objected to the squalid mess of the business of domesticity, revelled in the squalid mess of this business. She, whose heart would revolt because Florrie's work was never done, was delighted to wait all hours on the convenience of men who seemed to be the very incarnation of incalculable change and caprice. And what was she? Nothing but a clerk at a commencing salary of 15 shillings per week. Ah, but she was a priestess. She had a vocation which was unsoiled by the economic excuse. She was a pioneer. No young woman had ever done what she was doing. She was the only girl in the 5 towns who knew shorthand, and in a fortnight, they said, the paper was to come out. 3. At the large table, which was laden with prodigious, heterogeneous masses of paper and general litter, she bent over the proofs by Mr. Dayson's side. He had one proof, she had a duplicate. The copy lay between them. It was the rough galley of a circular to the burgesses that they were correcting together. Reading and explaining aloud, he inscribed the cabalistic signs of correction in the margin of his proof, and she faithfully copied them in the margin of hers for practice. L.C., he intoned. What does that mean? Lower case, he explained grandiosely, in the naive vanity of his knowledge. Small letter, not a capital. Thank you, she said, and writing L.C., noted in her striving brain that lower case meant a small letter instead of a capital. But she knew not why, and she did not ask. The reason did not trouble her. I think we'll put enlightened there before public. Ring it, will you? Ring it? Oh, I see. Yes, put a ring round the word in the margin. That's to show it isn't the intelligent compositor's mistake, you see. Then there was a familiar and masterful footstep on the stairs, and the attention of both of them wavered. 4. Arthur Dayson and his proof-correcting lost all interest and all importance for Hilda as Mr. Cannon came into the room. The unconscious, expressive gesture, scornful and abrupt, with which she neglected them, might have been terribly wounding to a young man more sensitive than Dayson. But Dayson, in his self-sufficient, good-natured mediocrity, had the hide of an alligator. He even judged her movement quite natural, for he was a flunkey born. Hilda gazed at her master with anxiety as he deposited his black walking-stick in the corner behind the door and loosed his white muffler and large overcoat, which Dacian called an imensikoff. She thought the master looked tired and worried. Supposing he fell ill at this supreme juncture? The whole enterprise would be scotched, and not 40 Daysons could keep it going. The master was doing too much, law by day and journalism by night. They were perhaps all doing too much, but the others did not matter. Nevertheless, Mr. Cannon advanced to the table, buoyant and faintly smiling, straightening his shoulders back, proudly proving to himself and to them that his individual force was inexhaustible. That straightening of the shoulders always affected Hilda as something wistful, as almost pathetic in its confident boyishness. It made her feel maternal, and say to herself, but not in words, with a sort of maternal superiority, "How brave he is, poor thing!" Yes, in her heart she would apply the epithet "poor thing" to this grand creature whose superiority she acknowledged with more fervour than anybody. As for the undaunted straightening of the shoulders, she adopted it, and after a time it grew to be a characteristic gesture with her. "Well?" Mr. Cannon greeted them. "Well," said Arthur Dayson, with a factitious air of treating him as an equal, "I've been round to Benyon's and made it clear to him that if he can't guarantee to run off a maximum of 2,000 of an 8-page sheet, we shall have to try Clayhanger at Bursley, even if it's the last minute." "What did he say?" "Grunted." "I shall risk 2,000 anyway." "Paper delivered, governor?" Dayson asked in a low voice, leering porkily, as though to indicate that he was a man who could be trusted to think of everything. "Will be to-morrow, I think," said Mr. Cannon. "Got that letter ready, Miss Lessways?" Hilda sprang into life. "Yes," she said, handing it diffidently. "But if you'd like me to do it again, you see it's—" "Plethora of H2O," Dayson put in, indulgent. "Oh, no," Mr. Cannon decided. Having read the letter, he gave it to Dayson. "It doesn't matter, but you ought to have signed it before it was copied in the letter-book." "Gemini, Miss," murmured Dayson, glancing at Hilda with uplifted brows. The fact was that both of them had forgotten this formality. Dayson took a pen, and after describing a few flourishes in the air, about a quarter of an inch above the level of the paper, he magnificently signed Dayson and Co. Such was the title of the proprietorship. Just as Carkeek was Mr. Cannon's dummy in the law, so was Dayson in the newspaper business. But whereas Carkeek was privately ashamed, Dayson was proud of his role, which gave him the illusion of power and glory. "Just take this down, will you?" said Mr. Cannon. Hilda grasped at her notebook and seized a pencil, and then held herself tense to receive the message, staring downwards at the blank page. Dayson lolled in his chair, throwing his head back. He knew that the presence of himself, the great shorthand expert, made Hilda nervous when she had to write from dictation, and this flattered his simple vanity. Hilda hated and condemned her nervousness, but she could not conquer it. Mr. Cannon, standing over the table, pushed his hat away from his broad, shining forehead, and then, meditative, absently lifted higher his carefully tended hand, and lowered the singing gas-jet, only to raise it again. "Mr. Ezra Brunt. Dear Sir, re-advertisement. With reference to your letter replying to ours in which you inquire as to the circulation of the above newspaper, we beg to state that it is our intention to print 4,000 of—" "2,000," Hilda interrupted, confidently. Unruffled, Mr. Cannon went on politely. "No, 4,000 the first number. Our representative would be pleased to call upon you by appointment. Respectfully yours—" "You might sign that, Dayson, and get it off tonight. Is Souter here?" For answer, Dayson jerked his head towards an inner door. Souter was the old clerk who had first received Hilda into the offices of Mr. Q. Carkeek. He was earning a little extra money by clerical work at nights in connection with the advertisement department of the new organ. Mr. Cannon marched to the inner door and opened it. Then he turned and called, "Dayson, a moment." "Certainly," said Dayson, jumping up. He planted his hat doggishly at the back of his head, stuck his hands into his pockets, and swaggered after his employer. The inner door closed on the three men. Hilda, staring at the notebook, blushing and nibbling at the pencil, was left alone under the gas. She could feel her heart beating violently. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 8 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 8. Janet Orgreave. 1. "Our friend is waiting for that letter to Brunt," said Arthur Dayson, emerging from the inner room a little later. "In one moment," Hilda replied coldly, though she had not begun to write the letter. Dayson disappeared, nodding. She resented his referring to Mr. Cannon as "our friend," but she did not know why, unless it was that she vaguely regarded it as presumptuous, or, in the alternative, if he meant to be facetious, as ill-bred, on the part of Arthur Dayson. She chose a sheet of paper and wrote the letter in longhand as quickly as she could, but with arduous care in the formation of every character. She wrote with the whole of her faculties fully applied. Even in the smallest task she could not economize herself. She had to give all or nothing. When she came to the figures, 4,000, she intensified her ardour, lavishing enormous unnecessary force. It was like a steam hammer cracking a nut. Her conscience had instantly and finally decided against her. But she ignored her conscience. She knew and owned that she was wrong to abet Mr. Cannon's deception, and she abetted it. She would have abetted it if she had believed that the act would involve her in everlasting damnation, not solely out of loyalty to Mr. Cannon, only a little out of loyalty, chiefly out of mere unreasoning pride and obstinate adherence to a decision. The letter finished, she took it into the inner room, where the three men sat in mysterious conclave. Mr. Cannon read it over, and then Arthur Dayson borrowed the old clerk's vile pen, and with the ceremonious delays due to his sense of his own importance, flourishingly added the signature. When she came forth, she heard a knock at the outer door. "Come in," she commanded defiantly, for she was still unconsciously in the defiant mood in which she had offered the lying letter to Mr. Cannon. 2. A well-dressed, kind-featured, and almost beautiful young woman of about the same age as Hilda opened the door with a charming gesture of diffidence. For a second the two gazed at each other, astounded. "Well, Hilda, of all the— Janet!" It was an old schoolfellow, Janet Orgreave, daughter of Osmond Orgreave, a successful architect at Bursley. Janet had passed part of her schooldays at Chetwynd's, and with her brother Charlie she had also attended Sarah Gailey's private dancing class, famous throughout Turnhill, Bursley, and Hanbridge, at the same time as Hilda. She was known, she was almost notorious, as a universal favourite. By instinct, without taking thought, she pleased everybody, great and small. Nature had spoiled her, endowing her with some beauty, and undeniable elegance, and abundant, sincere kindliness. She had only to smile, and she made a friend. It cost her nothing. She smiled now, and produced the illusion, not merely in Hilda, but in herself also, that her pleasure in this very astonishing encounter was quite peculiarly poignant. They shook hands, as women of the world. "Did you know I was here?" Hilda questioned, characteristically on her guard, with a nervous, girlish movement of the leg that perhaps sinned against the code of authentic worldliness. "No, indeed!" exclaimed Janet. "Well, I am. I'm engaged here." "How splendid of you!" said Janet enthusiastically, with no suggestion whatever in her tone that Hilda's situation was odd, or of dubious propriety, or aught but enviable. But Hilda surveyed her with secret envy, transient yet real. In the half-dozen years that had passed since the days of the dancing class, Janet had matured. She was now the finished product. She had the charm of her sex, and she depended on it. She had grace and an overflowing goodness. She had a smooth ease of manner. She was dignified. And, with her furs and her expensive veil protecting those bright apple-red cheeks, and all the studied minor details of her costume, she was admirably and luxuriously attired. She was the usual, as distinguished from the unusual, woman, brought to perfection. She represented no revolt against established custom. Doubts and longings did not beset her. She was content within her sphere, a destined queen of the home. And yet she could not be accused of being old-fashioned. None would dare to despise her. She was what Hilda could never be, had never long desired to be. She was what Hilda had definitely renounced being. And there stood Hilda, immature, graceless, harsh, inelegant, dowdy, holding the letter between her inky fingers, in the midst of all that hard, masculine mess. And a part of it, the blindly devoted subaltern, who could expect none of the ritual of homage given to women, who must sit and work and stand and strain and say yes, and pretend stiffly that she was a sound, serviceable, thick-skinned imitation man among men. If Hilda had been a Valkyrie or a saint, she might have felt no envy and no pang. But she was a woman. Self-pity shot through her tremendous pride, and the lancinating stab made her inattentive even to her curiosity concerning the purpose of Janet's visit. 3. "I came to see Mr. Cannon," said Janet. "The housekeeper downstairs told me he was here somewhere." "He's engaged," answered Hilda in a low voice, with a devotee's instinct to surround her superior with mystery. "Oh," murmured Janet, checked. Hilda wondered furiously what she could be wanting with Mr. Cannon. Janet recommenced. "It's really about Miss Gailey, you know." "Yes, what?" Hilda nodded eagerly, speaking in a tone still lower and more careful. Janet dropped her voice accordingly. "She's Mr. Cannon's sister, of course." "Half-sister?" "I mean, I've just come away from seeing her." She hesitated. "I only heard by accident, so I came over with father. He had to come to a meeting of the Guardians here, or something. They've quarrelled, haven't they?" "Who, Mr. Gailey and Mr. Cannon? Well, you see, she quarrels with everyone." Hilda appeared to defend Mr. Cannon. "I'm afraid she does, poor thing." "She quarrelled with mother." "Really? When was that?" "Oh, years and years ago. I don't know when. I was always surprised mother let me go to the class." "It was very nice of your mother," said Janet, appreciative. "Is she in trouble?" Hilda asked bluntly. "I'm afraid she is." "What?" Janet suddenly gave a gesture of intimacy. "I believe she's starving." "Starving?" Hilda repeated in a blank whisper. "Yes, I do. I do really believe she hasn't got enough to eat. She's quarrelled with just about everybody there was to quarrel with. She suffers fearfully with rheumatism. She never goes out, or scarcely ever. You know her dancing classes have all fallen away to nothing. I fancy she tried taking lodgers." "Yes, she did. I understood she was very good at housekeeping." "She hasn't got any lodgers now. There she is, all alone in that house, and—" "But she can't be starving," Hilda protested. At intervals she glanced at the inner door, alarmed. "I really think she is," Janet persisted, softly persuasive. "But what's to be done?" "That's the point. I've just seen her. I went on purpose, because I'd heard. But I had to pretend all sorts of things to make an excuse for myself. I couldn't offer her anything, could I? Isn't it dreadful?" They were much worried, these two young maids, full of health and vigour and faith and pride and simplicity, by this startling first glimpse into one of the nether realities of existence, and they loyally tried to feel more worried than they actually were. They did their best, out of sympathy, to moderate the leaping, joyous vitality that was in them, and did not succeed very well. They were fine, they were touching, but they were also rather deliciously amusing, as they concentrated all their resources of solemnity and of worldly experience on the tragic case of the woman whom life had defeated. Hilda's memory rushed strangely to Victor Hugo. She was experiencing the same utter desolation, but somehow less noble, as had gripped her when she first realized the eternal picture, in Oceana Knox, of the pale-fronted widows who, tired of waiting for those whose bark has never returned out of the tempest, talked quietly among themselves of the lost, stirring the cinders in the fireplace and in their hearts. Yet Sarah Gailey was not even a widow. She was an ageing dancing mistress. She once taught the grace of rhythmic movement to young limbs, and now she was rheumatic. "Nobody but Mr. Cannon can do anything," Janet murmured. "I'm sure he hasn't the slightest idea, not the slightest," said Hilda, half defensively. But she was saying to herself, "This man may be right or lie, and now I hear that his sister is starving in the same town." And she thought of his glossy opulence. "I'm quite sure of that," she repeated to Janet. "Oh, so am I," Janet eagerly concurred. "That's why I came. Somebody has to give him a hint. I never dreamt of finding you, dear." "It is strange, isn't it?" said Hilda, the wondrous romance of things seizing her. Seen afresh through the eyes of this charming, sympathetic acquaintance, was not Mr. Cannon's originality in engaging her positively astounding? "I suppose you couldn't give him a hint?" "Yes, I'll tell him," said Hilda, "of course." In spite of herself, she was assuming a certain proprietorship in Mr. Cannon. "I'm so glad," Janet replied. "It is good of you." "It seems to me that it's you that's good, Janet," Hilda said grimly. She thought, should I, out of simple kindliness and charity, have deliberately come to tell a man I didn't know that his sister was starving? Never. "He's bound to see after it," said Janet, content. "Why, of course," said Hilda. clinching the affair in an intimate, confidential murmur. "You'll tell him to-night?" Hilda nodded. They exchanged a grave glance of mutual appreciation and understanding. Each was sure of the other's high esteem. Each was glad that chance had brought about the meeting between them. Then they lifted away their apprehensive solicitude for Sarah Gailey, and Janet, having sighed relief, began to talk about old times, and their voices grew louder and more free. "Can you tell me what time it is?" Janet asked later. "I've broken the spring of my watch, and I have to meet father at the station at 10:15. "I haven't a notion," said Hilda, rather ashamed. "I hope it isn't 10 o'clock." "I could ask," said Hilda, hesitatingly. The hour, for aught she knew, was 9, 11, or even midnight. She was oblivious of time. "I'll run," said Janet, preparing to go. "I shall tell Charlie I've seen you next time I write to him. I'm sure he'll be glad. And you must come to see us. You really must now. Mother and father will be delighted. Do you still recite like you used to?" Hilda shook her head, blushing. She made no definite response to the invitation, which surprised, agitated, and flattered her. She wanted to accept it, but she was convinced that she never would accept it. Before departing, Janet lifted her veil with a beautiful gesture, and offered her lips to kiss. They embraced affectionately. The next moment, Hilda, at the top of the dim, naked, resounding stair, was watching Janet descend, her figure infinitely stylish and agreeable to the eye. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Book 1, Chapter 9 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 9. In the Street. 1. A few minutes later, just as Hilda had sealed up the last of the letters, Mr. Cannon issued somewhat hurriedly out of the inner room, buttoning his overcoat at the neck. "Good night," he said, and took his stick from the corner where he had placed it. "Mr. Cannon?" "Well?" "I wanted to speak to you." "What is it? I'm in a hurry." She glanced at the inner door, which he had left open. From beyond that door came the voices of Arthur Dayson and the old clerk. Hilda lacked the courage to cross the length of the room and deliberately close it, and though Mr. Cannon did not seem inclined to move, his eyes followed the direction of hers, and he must have divined her embarrassment. She knew not what to do. A crisis seemed to rise up monstrous between them in an instant. She was trembling and in acute trouble. "It's rather important," she said timidly, but not without an unintentional violence. "Well, tomorrow afternoon." He, too, was apparently in a fractious state. The situation was perhaps perilous, but she could not allow her conduct to be influenced by danger or difficulty, which indeed nearly always had the effect of confirming her purpose. If something had to be done, it had to be done, and let that suffice. He waited, impatient, for her to agree and allow him to go. "No," she answered, with positive resentment in her clear voice. "I must speak to you to-night. It's very important." He made with his tongue an inarticulate noise of controlled exasperation. "If you've finished, put your things on and walk along with me," he said. She hurried to obey, and overtook him as he slowly descended the lower flight of stairs. She had buttoned her jacket and knotted her thick scarf, and now, with the letters pressed tightly under her arm lest they should fall, she was pulling on her gloves. "I have an appointment at the Saracen's," he said mildly, meaning the Saracen's Head, the central rendezvous of the town, where Conservative and Liberal met on neutral ground. 2. He turned to the left toward the High Street and the great cleared space out of which the cellarage of the new town hall had already been scooped. He carried his thick gloves in his white and elegant hand, as one who did not feel the frost. She stepped after him. Their breaths whitened the keen air. She was extremely afraid, and considered herself an abject coward, but she was determined to the point of desperation. He ought to know the truth, and he ought to know it at once. Nothing else mattered. She reflected in her terror. "If I don't begin right off, he will be asking me to begin, and that will be worse than ever." She was like one who, having boastfully undertaken to plunge into deep cold water from a height, has climbed to the height and measured the fearful distance, and is sick and dares not leap, but knows that he must leap. "I suppose you know Miss Gailey is practically starving?" she said abruptly, harshly, staring at the gutter. She had leapt. Life seemed to leave her. She had not intended to use such words, nor such a tone. She certainly did not suppose that he knew about Miss Gailey's condition. She had affirmed to Janet Orgreave her absolute assurance that he did not know. As for the tone, it was accusing, it was brutal, it was full of the unconscious and terribly clumsy cruelty of youth. "What?" His head moved sharply sideways to look at her. "Miss Gailey, she's starving, it seems," Hilda said timidly now, almost apologetically. "I felt sure you didn't know. I thought someone should tell you." "What do you mean, starving?" he asked gruffly. "Not enough to eat," she replied, with the direct simplicity of a child. "And how did this tale get about?" "It's true," she said. "I was told tonight." "Who told you?" "A friend of mine who's seen her." "But who?" "It wouldn't be right for me to tell you who." They walked on in an appalling silence to the corner of the square and the High Street. "Here's the letter box," he said, stopping. She dropped the letters with nervous haste into the box. Then she looked up at him appealingly. In the brightness of the starry night she saw that his face had a sardonic, meditative smile. The middle part of the lower lip was pushed out, while the corners were pulled down, an expression of scornful disgust. She burst out, "Of course, I know very well it's not your fault. I know, if you'd known. But what with her never seeing you, and perhaps people not caring to—" "I'm very much obliged to you," he interrupted her quietly, still meditative. He was evidently sincere. His attitude was dignified. Many men would have been ashamed, humiliated, even though aware of innocence. But he contrived to rise above such weakness. She was glad. She admired him. And she was very glad also that he did not deign to asseverate that he had been ignorant of his half-sister's plight. Naturally he had been ignorant. 3. She was suddenly happy. She was inspired by an unreasoning joy. She was happy because she was so young and fragile and inexperienced, and he so much older and more powerful and more capable. She was happy because she was a mere girl, and he a mature and important male. She thought their relation in that moment exquisitely beautiful. She was happy because she had been exceedingly afraid, and the fear had gone. The dark square and far-stretching streets lay placid and void under the night, surrounding their silence in a larger silence, and because of that also she was happy. A policeman, with his arms hidden under his cloak, marched unhasting downwards from the direction of the bank. "Fine night, officer," said Mr. Cannon cordially. "Yes, sir. Good night, sir," the policeman responded, with respect and sturdy self-respect, his footsteps ringing onwards. And the sight and bearing of this hardy, frost-defying policeman watching over the town, and the greetings between him and Mr. Cannon, these too seemed strangely beautiful to Hilda. And then a train reverberated along its embankment in the distance, and the gliding procession of yellow windows was divided at regular intervals by the black silhouettes of the scaffolding poles of the new town hall. Beautiful! She was filled with a delicious sadness. It was Janet's train. In some first-class compartment Janet and her father were shut together, side by side, intimate, mutually understanding. Again, a beautiful relation. From the summit of a high kiln in the middle distance, flames shot intermittently forth, formidable. Crockery was being fired in the night, and unseen the firemen somewhere flitted about the mouths of the kiln. And here and there in the dim faces of the streets a window shone golden. There were living people behind the blind. It was all beautiful, joy-giving. The thought of her mother fidgeting for her return home was delightful. The thought of Mr. Cannon and Miss Gailey, separated during many years, and now destined to some kind of reconciliation, was indescribably touching, and beautiful in a way that she could not define. "I was only thinking the other day," said Mr. Cannon, treating her as an equal in years and wisdom, "I was only thinking I'd got the very thing for my half-sister, the very opening for her, a chance in 1,000 if she'd—" It was unnecessary for him to finish the sentence. "And is it too late now?" Hilda asked eagerly. "No," he said, "it isn't too late. I shall go round and see her tomorrow morning first thing. It wouldn't do for me to go tonight. You see, it might seem too odd." "Yes," Hilda murmured. "Well, good night." They separated. She knew that he was profoundly stirred. Nevertheless, he had inquired for no further details concerning Miss Gailey. He was too proud, and beneath his inflexibility too sensitive, to do so. He meant to discover the truth for himself. He had believed. That was the essential. His behaviour had been superb. The lying letter to Ezra Brunt was a mere peccadillo, even if it was that, even if it was not actually virtuous. She walked off rapidly, trying to imitate the fine, free, calmly defiant bearing of Mr. Cannon and the policeman. 4. "Florrie gone to bed?" she asked briskly of her mother, who was fussing about her in the parlour, pretending to be fretful, but secretly enchanted to welcome her with a warm fire and plenteous food back again into the house. And Hilda too was enchanted at her reception. "Florrie gone to bed? I should just think Florrie has gone to bed 10:30 and after. Hey, my, this going out after tea! I never heard of such doings. Now do warm your feet." "I should have been home sooner, only something happened," said Hilda. "Oh?" Mrs. Lessways exclaimed indifferently. She had in fact no curiosity as to the affairs of Dason and Company. The sole thing that interested her was Hilda's daily absence and daily return. She seemed quite content to remain in ignorance of what Hilda did in the mysterious office. Her conversation, profuse when she was in good spirits, rarely went beyond the trifling separate events of existence, personal and domestic, the life of the house hour by hour and minute by minute. It was often astounding to Hilda that her mother never showed any sign of being weary of these topics, nor any desire to discover other topics. "Yes," said Hilda, "Miss Gailey—" Mrs. Lessways became instantly a different creature. "And does he know?" she asked blankly, when Hilda had informed her of Janet's visit and news. "Yes, I told him, of course." "You?" "Well, somebody had to tell him," said Hilda, with an affectation of carelessness, "so I told him myself." "And how did he take it?" "Well, how should he take it?" Hilda retorted largely. "He had to take it. He was much obliged, and he said so." Mrs. Lessways began to weep. "Whatever's the matter?" "I was only thinking of poor Sarah," Mrs. Lessways answered the implied rebuke of Hilda's brusque question. "I shall go and see her to-morrow morning." "But, mother, don't you think you'd better wait?" Mrs. Lessways spoke up resolutely. "I shall go and see Sarah Gailey to-morrow morning, and let that be understood. I don't need my daughter to teach me when I ought to go and see my friends and when I oughtn't. I knew Sarah Gailey before your Mr. Cannon was born." "Oh, very well, very well," Hilda soothed her lightly. "I shall tell Sarah Gailey she's got to reckon with me, whether she wants to or not. That's what I shall tell Sarah Gailey." Mrs. Lessways wiped her eyes. "Mother," Hilda asked, when they had gone upstairs, "did you wind the clock?" "I don't think I did," answered the culprit uncertainly from her bedroom door. "Mother, how tiresome you are! Night before last you wouldn't let me touch it. You said you preferred to do it yourself, and now I shall be waiting for it to strike to-morrow morning to get up. Lend me that candle, do." She tripped down to the lobby gladly, and opened the big door of the clock, and put her hand into the dark cavity, and, grimacing, hauled up the heavy weights. This forgetfulness of her mother's somehow increased her extraordinary satisfaction with life. She remounted the shadowy stairs on the wings of a pure and ingenuous elation. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 10. Miss Gailey in Declension. 1. Knowing whom she was to meet, Hilda came home to tea, on the next day but one, with a demeanour whose characteristics were heightened by nervousness. The weather was still colder, and she had tied the broad ribbons of her small bonnet rather closely under her chin, the double bow a little to the left. A knitted bodice over the dress and under the jacket made the latter tighter than usual, so that the fur edges of it curved away somewhat between the buttons, and all the upper part of the figure seemed to be too strictly confined, while the petticoats surged out freely beneath. A muff, brightly coloured to match the skirt and the bonnet and her cheeks, completed the costume. She went into the house through the garden, and delicately stamped her feet on the lobby tiles, partly to warm them and shake off a few bits of snow, and partly to announce clearly her arrival. Then, just as she was, hands in muff, she entered the parlour. She was tingling with keen, rosy life and with the sense of youthful power. She had the deep, unconscious conviction of the superiority of youth to age. And there were the two older women waiting for her as if it were on the defensive, and as nervous as she. "Good afternoon, Miss Gailey," she said, with a kind and even very cordial smile, and heartily shook the flaccid, rheumatic hand that was primly held out to her. And yet, in spite of herself, perhaps unknown to herself, there was in her tone and her smile and her vigorous clasp something which meant, "Poor old thing," pityingly, indulgently, scornfully. She had not spoken to Miss Gailey, and she had scarcely seen her, since the days of the dancing class. A woman who is in process of losing everything but her pride can disappear from view as easily in a small town as in a great city. Her acquaintances will say to each other, "I haven't met so-and-so lately. I wonder—" and curiosity will go no further. And in a short time her invisibility will cease to excite any remark except, "She keeps herself to herself nowadays." To Hilda, Miss Gailey appeared no older. Her brown hair had very little grey in it, and her skin was fairly smooth and well preserved. But she seemed curiously smaller and less significant, this woman who, with a certain pedagogic air, used to instruct girls in grace and boys in gallantry, this woman who was regarded by all her pupils as the authoritative source of correctness and ease in deportment. "Now, Master Charles," Hilda could remember her saying, "will you ask me for the next polka all over again, and try not to look as if you were doing me a favour and were rather ashamed of yourself?" She had a tongue for the sneaping of two casual boys, and girls also. And she spoke so correctly as she performed the figures of a dance. Hilda, who also spoke without the local peculiarities, had been deprived of her Five Towns accent at Chetwynd's school, where the purest Kensingtonian was inculcated. But Miss Gailey had lost hers in Kensington itself, so rumour said, many years before. And now, in her declension, she was still perfect of speech. But the authority and the importance were gone in substance. Only the shadow of them remained. She had now, indeed, a manner half apologetic and half defiant, but timorously and weakly defiant. Her head was restless with little nervous movements. Her watery eyes seemed to say, "Do not suppose that I am not as proud and independent as ever I was, because I am. Look at my silk dress, and my polished boots, and my smooth hair, and my hands. Can anyone find any trace of shabbiness in me?" But beneath all this desperate bravery was the wistful acknowledgment, continually peeping out, that she had, after all, come down in the world, albeit with a special personal dignity that none save she could have kept. 2. The two women were seated at a splendid fire. Hilda, whose nervousness was quickly vanishing, came between them to warm her hands that were shining with cold, despite muff and gloves. "Here, mother," she said teasingly, putting the muff and gloves in her mother's lap. Sarah Gailey rose with slow stiffness from her chair. "Now don't let this child disturb you, Sarah," Mrs. Lessways protested. "Oh no, Caroline," said Miss Gailey composedly. "I was only getting my apron." From a reticule on the table she drew forth a small black satin apron, on which was embroidered in filoselle a spray of moss roses. It was extremely elegant, much more so than Mrs. Lessways, though not in quite the latest style of fashionable aprons. Not being edible, it had probably been long preserved in a wardrobe, on the chance of just such an occasion as this. She adjusted the elastic round her thin waist, and sat down again. The apron was a sign that she had come definitely to spend the whole evening. It was a proof of the completeness of the reconciliation between the former friends. As the conversation shifted from the immediate topic of the weather to the great general question of cures for chilblains, Hilda wondered what had passed between her mother and Miss Gailey, and whether her mother had overcome by mere breezy force or by guile. Which details she never learnt, for Mrs. Lessways was very loyal to her former crony, and moreover she had necessarily to support the honour of the older generation against the younger. It seemed incredible to Hilda that this woman, who sat with such dignity and such gentility by her mother's fire, was she who the day before yesterday had been starving in the pride-imposed prison of her own house. Could Miss Gailey have known that Hilda knew? But Hilda knew that Miss Gailey knew that she knew, and that others guessed. Such, however, was the sublime force of convention that the universal pretence of ignorance securely triumphed. Then Florrie, changed, grown, budded, practised in the technicalities of parlours, but timid because of company, came in to set the tea, and Miss Gailey inspected her with the calm and omniscient detachment of a deity, and said to Caroline when she was gone that Florrie seemed a promising little thing with the makings of a good servant in her. Afterwards the mistress recounted this judgment to Florrie, who was thereby apparently much impressed and encouraged in well-doing. 3. "And so you're thinking of going to London, Miss Gailey?" said Hilda during tea. The meal was progressing satisfactorily, though Caroline could not persuade Sarah to eat enough. Miss Gailey flushed slightly, with the characteristic nervous movement of the head. Evidently her sensitiveness was extreme. "And what do you know about it, you inquisitive little puss?" Mrs. Lessways intervened hastily, though it was she who had informed Hilda of the vague project. Somehow, in presence of her old friend, Mrs. Lessways seemed to feel herself under an obligation to play the assertive and crushing mother. "Has Mr. Cannon mentioned it?" said Miss Gailey politely. Miss Gailey at any rate recognized in the most scrupulous way that Hilda was an adult, and no longer a full-legged pupil for dancing. "Well, he seemed so set on it. He came round to see me about it yesterday morning, without any warning, and he was full of it. I told you how full he was of it, didn't I, Caroline? You know how he is when anything takes him." "Do I know how he is?" murmured Caroline, arching her eyebrows. She spoke much more broadly than either of the others. Miss Gailey continued to Hilda, with seriousness. "It's a boarding-house that he's got control of up there. Something about a bill of sale on the furniture, I think. But perhaps you know." "No, I don't," said Hilda. "Oh," said Miss Gailey, relieved. "Well, anyhow, he's bent on me taking charge of this boarding-house. He will have it. It's just the thing for me. But I don't know," she finished weakly. "Everybody knows you're a splendid housekeeper," said Mrs. Lessways. "Always were." "I remember the refreshments at your annual dances," said Hilda, politely enthusiastic. "I always attended to those myself," Miss Gailey judiciously observed. "I don't know anything about refreshments at dances," said Mrs. Lessways, "but I do know what your housekeeping is, Sarah." "Well, that's what George says," Sarah simpered. "He says he never had such meals and such attention as that year he lived with me." "I'm sure he's been sorry many a time he ever left you," exclaimed Caroline. "Many and many a time." "Oh, well, relatives, you know," Sarah murmured vaguely. This was the only reference to the estrangement. She went on with more vivacity. "And then Mr. Cannon has always had ideas about boarding-houses and furnished rooms and so on. He always did say there was lots of money to be made out of them, if only they were managed properly, only they never are. He ought to know. He's been a bachelor long enough, and he's tried enough of them. He says he isn't at all comfortable where he is," she added, as it were aside to Caroline. "It's some people who used to let lodgings to theatre people at Hanbridge." "Oh, them!" cried Caroline. The talk meandered into a maze of reminiscences, and Hilda had to realize her youthfulness and the very inferior range of her experience. Sarah and Caroline recalled to each other dozens of persons and events, opening up historical vistas in a manner that filled the young girl with envious respect, in spite of herself. "Do you remember Hanbridge Theatre being built, Sarah?" questioned Caroline. "My grandfather, Hilda's great-grandfather, tendered for it. Not that he got the job, but he was very old." "Did he now? No, I don't, but I dare say I was in London then." "Oh, I dare say that would be it." "Yes," said Sarah, turning to Hilda once more. "That's just what Mr. Cannon says. He says it isn't as if I didn't know what London is. But it's such a long time ago." She glanced at Caroline as if for sympathy. "Come, come, Sarah!" Caroline protested stoutly, and yet with a care for Sarah's sensitiveness. "It isn't so long ago as all that." "It seems so long," said Sarah, reflective, and her mouth worked uneasily. Then, after a pause, "He's so set on it." "Set on what? On your going to London?" "Yes." "And why not?" "Well, I don't know whether I could." "Pooh!" scoffed Caroline lightly and flatteringly. "You're younger than I am, and I'm not going to have any one making out that I'm getting old. Now do finish that bit of cake." "No, thank you, Caroline, I really couldn't." "Not but what I should be sorry enough to lose you," Caroline concluded. "There's no friends like the old friends." "Ah, no," Sarah thickly muttered, gazing with her watery eyes at a spot on the white diaper. "Hilda, do turn down that there gas a bit," said Mrs. Lessways sharply and self-consciously. "It's fizzing." And she changed the subject. 4. With a nervous exaggeration of solicitude, Hilda sprang to the gas-jet. Suddenly she was drenched in the most desolating sadness. She could not bear to look at Miss Gailey, and further, Miss Gailey seemed unreal to her, not an actual woman, but an abstract figure of sorrow that fancy had created. A few minutes previously Hilda had been taking pride in the tact and the enterprise of George Cannon, who possessed a mysterious gift of finding an opportunity for everybody who needed it. He had set Hilda on her feet, and he was doing the same for his half-sister, and with such skilful diplomacy that Miss Gailey was able to pretend to herself and to others that George Cannon, and not Sarah Gailey, was the obliged person. But now Hilda saw Sarah Gailey afraid to go to London, and George Cannon pushing her forward with all the ruthless strength of his enterprising spirit. And the sight was extraordinarily, incomprehensibly tragic. Sarah Gailey's timorous glance seemed to be saying, "I'm terrified to go. It isn't beyond my strength, it's beyond my spirit. But I shall have to go, and I shall have to seem glad to go, and nobody can save me." And Miss Gailey's excellent silk dress, and her fine apron, and her primness and dignified manners, and her superb pretence of being undamaged, struck Hilda as intolerably pathetic, so that she was obliged to look away lest she might weep at the sight of that pathos. Yes, it was a fact that she could not bear to look, nor could she bear to let her imagination roam into Miss Gailey's immediate past. She said to herself, "Only yesterday morning, perhaps, she didn't know where her next meal was coming from. He must have managed somehow to give her some money. Only yesterday morning, perhaps, she didn't know where her next meal—" If I say that to myself once more, I shall burst out crying. She balanced her spoon on her teacup and let it fall. "Now, Miss Fidgety," her mother commented with good humour. And then they all heard a knock at the front door. "Will Florrie have heard it?" Mrs. Lessways asked nervously. What she meant was, "Who on earth can this be?" But such questions cannot be put in the presence of a newly reconciled old friend. It was necessary to behave as though knocks at the front door were a regular accompaniment of tea. End of chapter 10. Book 1, Chapter 11 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 11. Disillusion. 1. The entrance of George Cannon into the parlour produced a tumult greatly stimulating the vitality and the self-consciousness of all three women. Sarah Gailey's excitement was expressed in flushing, and in characteristic small futile movements of the head and hands, and in monosyllables that conveyed naught except a vague but keen apprehension. Mrs. Lessways was perturbed and somewhat apprehensive also, but she was flattered and pleased. Hilda was frankly suspicious during the first movements. She guessed that Mr. Cannon was aware of his sister's visit, and that he had come to further his own purposes. He confirmed the idea by greeting his sister without apparent surprise, but as, in response to Mrs. Lessways' insistence, he took off his great overcoat with those large, powerful gestures which impress susceptible women and give pleasure even to the indifferent, he said casually to Sarah Gailey, "I didn't expect to meet you here, Sally. I've come to have a private word with Mrs. Lessways about putting one of her Calder Street tenants on to the pavement." Sarah laughed nervously and said that she would retire, and Mrs. Lessways said that Sarah would do no such thing, and that she was very welcome to hear all that Mr. Cannon might have to say concerning the Calder Street property. In a minute Mr. Cannon was resplendently sitting down to the table with them, and rubbing his friendly hands, and admitting that he should not refuse a cup of tea if pressed. And Hilda received her mother's sharp instructions to get a cup and saucer from the sideboard, and a spoon from the drawer. She bore these to the table like a handmaid, but like a delicate and superior handmaid, and it pleased her to constitute herself a delicate and superior handmaid. Mr. Cannon sat next to her mother, and Hilda put down the tinkling cup and saucer on the white cloth between them, and as she did so, Mr. Cannon turned and thanked her with a confidential smile, to which she responded. They were not now employer and employee, but exclusively in the social world. Nevertheless, their business relations made an intimacy which it was piquant to feel in the home. Moreover, Sarah Gailey was opposite to them, and Hilda could not keep out of her dark eyes the intelligence, "If she is here, if you are all amicable together, it is due to me." Delicious and somehow perilous secret. Going back to her seat, she arranged more safely the vast overcoat which she had thrown carelessly down on her mother's rocking-chair. It was inordinately heavy, and would have outweighed a dozen of her skimpy little jackets. She, who would have been lost in it like a cat in a rug, enjoyed the thought of the force of the creature capable of wearing it lightly for a garment. Withal, the rough, soft surface of it was agreeable to the hand. Out of one of the immense pockets hung the end of a coloured silk muffler, filmy as anything that she herself wore. Then they were all definitely seated, and Mr. Cannon accepted his tea from the hand of Mrs. Lessways. The whiteness of his linen, the new smartness of his suit, the elegance and gallantry of his gestures, these phenomena incited the women to a responsive emulation. They were something which it was a feminine duty to live up to. Archness reigned, especially between the hostess and the caller. Hilda answered to the mood, and Sarah Gailey, though she said little and never finished a sentence, did her best to answer it by noddings and nervous appreciative smiles and swift turnings of the head from one to another. When Mr. Cannon and Mrs. Lessways, in half a dozen serious words interjected among the archness, had adversely settled the fate of a whole family in Calder Street, there remained scarcely a trace in the company's demeanour of the shamed consciousness that only 2 days before its members had been divided by disastrous enmities, and that one of them had lacked the means of life. 2. "Oh no, my dear girl, you're too modest, that's what's the matter with you," said George Cannon eagerly to his half-sister. The epithet flattered, but did not allay her timidity. To Hilda it seemed mysteriously romantic. The supreme topic had worked its way into the conversation. Uppermost in the minds of all, it seemed to have forced itself out by its own intrinsic energy, against the will of the company. Impossible to decide who first had let it forth. But George Cannon had now fairly seized it and run off with it. He was almost boyishly excited over it. The Latin strain in him animated his features and his speech. He was a poet as he talked of the boarding-house that awaited a mistress. He had pulled out of his pocket the cutting of an advertisement of it from the London Daily Telegraph, a paper that was never seen in Turnhill. And this bit of paper, describing in 4 lines the advantages of the boarding-house, had the effect of giving the actual house a symbolic reality. "There it is," he exclaimed, slapping down the paper. And there it appeared really to be. The bit of paper was extraordinarily persuasive. It compelled everybody to realize, now for the first time, that the house did in fact exist. George Cannon had an overwhelming answer to all timorous objections. The boarding-house was remunerative. Boarders were at that very moment in it. The nominal proprietor was not leaving it because he was losing money on the boarding-house, but because he had lost money in another enterprise quite foreign to it, and had pledged all the contents of the boarding-house as security. The occasion was 1 in 1,000, 1 in 1,000,000. He, George Cannon, through a client, had the entire marvellous affair between his finger and thumb, and most obviously Sarah Gailey was the woman of all women for the vacant post at his disposition. Chance was waiting on her. She had nothing whatever to do but walk into the house as a regent into a kingdom, and rule. Only delay was impossible. All was possible except delay. She would inevitably succeed. She could not fail, and it would be a family affair. Tea was finished and forgotten. "For your own sake," he wound up a peroration, "it really doesn't matter to me. Don't you agree with me, Mrs. Lessways?" His glance was a homage. "Oh, yes," exclaimed Mrs. Lessways, smiling happily. You've only got to open your mouth, and you'd talk anybody into the middle of next week." "Mother!" Hilda mildly reproved. She was convinced now that Mr. Cannon had come on purpose to clinch the affair. He laughed appreciatively. "But really, seriously," he insisted. And Mrs. Lessways, straightening her face, said with slight self-consciousness, "Oh, I think it's worth while considering." "There you are!" cried Mr. Cannon to Miss Gailey. "I should be all alone up there," said Miss Gailey, as cheerfully as she could. "I'll go up with you and see you into the place. I should have to come back the same night. I'm so tremendously busy just now, what with the paper and so on." "Yes, but I quite admit all you say, George, but here's another idea," he broke out. "Why don't you ask Mrs. Lessways to go up with you and stay a week or two? It would be a rare change for her, and company for you." Miss Gailey looked quickly at her old friend. "Oh, bless you," said Mrs. Lessways, "I've only been to London once, and that was only for 2 days, before Hilda was born. I should be of no use in London at my time of life. I'm one of your home-stayers." Nevertheless, it was plain that the notion appealed to her fancy, and that she would enjoy flirting with it. "Nonsense, Mrs. Lessways," said George Cannon. "It would do a world of good, and it would make all the difference to Sally." "That it would," Sally agreed, still questioning Caroline with her watery, appealing eyes. In Caroline, Sarah saw her salvation, and snatched at it. Caroline could do nothing well. She had no excellence. All that Caroline could do, Sarah could do better. And yet Caroline, by the mysterious virtue of her dry and yet genial shrewdness, and of the unstable but reliable equilibrium of her temperament, was the skilled Sarah's superior. They both knew it, and felt it. The lofty Hilda admitted it. Caroline herself negligently admitted it by a peculiar, brusque, unaffected geniality of condescension towards Sarah. "Do go, mother," said Hilda. To herself she had been saying, "Another of his wonderful ideas." The prospect of being alone in the house with Florrie, of being free for a space to live her own life untrammelled and throw all her ardour into her work, was inexpressibly attractive to Hilda. It promised the most delicious experience that she had ever had. "Yes," retorted Mrs. Lessways, "and leave you here by yourself? A nice thing!" "I should be all right," said Hilda, confidently and joyously. She was sure that the excursion to London had appealed to her mother's latent love of the unexpected, and that her faculty for accepting placidly whatever fate offered would prevent her from resisting the pressure that Sarah Gailey and Mr. Cannon would obviously exert. "Shall you?" Mrs. Lessways muttered. "Why not take your daughter with you too?" Mr. Cannon suggested. "Oh!" cried Hilda, shocked. "I couldn't possibly leave my work just now. The paper just coming out. You couldn't spare me." She spoke with pride, using phrases similar to those which he had used to explain to Sarah Gailey why he could not remain with her in London even for a night. "Oh, yes, I could," he answered kindly, lightly, carelessly, shattering, in his preoccupation with one idea, all her fine, loyal pretensions. "We should manage all right." 3. She was hurt. She was mortally pierced. The blow was too cruel. She lowered her glance before his and fixed it on the tablecloth. Her brow darkened, her lower lip bulged out. She was the child again. He had with atrocious inhumanity reduced her to the unimportance of a child. She had bestowed on him and his interests the gift of her whole soul, and he had said that it was negligible. And the worst was that he was perfectly unaware of what he had done. He had not even observed the symptoms of her face. He had turned at once to the older women and was continuing the conversation. He had ridden over her and ridden on without a look behind. The conversation moved, after a pause, back to the plausible excuse for his call. He desired to see some old rent book which would show how the doomed tenant in Calder Street had originally fallen into arrears. "Where is that old book of Mr. Skelhorn's, Hilda?" her mother asked. She could not speak. The sob was at her throat. If she had spoken it would have burst through, and she would have been not merely the child, but the disgraced child. "Hilda!" repeated her mother. Her singular silence drew the attention of all. She blushed a sombre scarlet. No, she could not speak. She cursed herself. "What a little fool I am! Surely I can—" Useless. She could not speak. She took the one desperate course open to her, and ran out of the room, to the astonishment of 3 puzzled and rather frightened adults. Her shame was now notorious. Baby, great baby! She gnashed at her own inconceivable silliness. Had she no pride? And now she was in the gloom of the lobby, and she could hear Florrie in the kitchen softly whistling. She was out in the dark lobby exactly like a foolish, passionate child. She knew all the time that she could easily persuade her mother to leave her alone with Florrie in the house. She had levers to move her mother. But of what use now to do that? End of Book 1, Chapter 11. Book 1, Chapter 12 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 12. The Telegram. 1. It was the end of February 1880. A day resembling spring had come, elusive but exquisite. Hilda, having started out too hurriedly for the office after the midday dinner, had had to return home for a proof which she had forgotten. She now had the house to herself, as a kingdom over which she reigned, for, amid all her humiliation and pensive dejection, she had been able to exert sufficient harsh force to drive her mother to London in company with Miss Gayley. She was alone, free, and she tasted her freedom to the point of ecstasy. She conned corrected proofs at her meals. This was life. When Florrie came in with another dish, Hilda looked up impatiently from printed matter, as if disturbed out of a dream, and Florrie put on an apologetic air to invoke pardon. It was largely pretence on Hilda's part, but it was life. Then she had the delicious anxiety of being responsible for Florrie. "Now, Florrie, I'm going out to-night to see Miss Orgrave at Bleakridge. I shall rely on you to go to bed not later than 9. I've got the key. I may not be back till the last train." "Yes, miss." And what with Hilda's solemnity and Florrie's impressed eyes, the 10:45 was transformed into a train that circulated in the dark and mysterious hour just before cock-crow. Hilda, alone, was always appealing to Florrie's loyalty. Sometimes, when discreetly abolishing some old-fashioned work-increasing method of her mother's, she would speak to Florrie in a tone of sudden transient intimacy, raising her for a moment to the rank of an intellectual equal, as her voice hinted that her mother, after all, belonged to the effete generation. Awkwardly, with her gloved hands, turning over the pages of a book in which the slip-proof had been carelessly left hidden, Hilda, from her bedroom, heard Florrie come whistling down the attic stairs. Florrie had certainly heard nothing of her young mistress since the door-bang which had signalled her departure for the office. In the delusion that she was utterly solitary in the house, Florrie was whistling, not at all like a modest young woman, but like a carter. Hilda knew that she could whistle, and had several times indicated to her indirectly that whistling was undesirable, but she had never heard her whistling as she whistled now. Her first impulse was to rush out of the bedroom and catch Florrie and make her look foolish, but a sense of honour restrained her from a triumph so mean, and she kept perfectly still. She heard Florrie run into her mother's bedroom, and then she heard that voice, usually so timid, saying loudly, exultantly, and even coarsely, "Oh, how beautiful I am! How beautiful I am! Shan't I just mash the men? Shan't I just mash 'em?" This new and vulgar word, mash, offended Hilda. 2. She crept noiselessly to the door, which was ajar, and looked forth like a thief. The door of her mother's room was wide open, and across the landing she could see Florrie posturing in front of the large mirror of the wardrobe. The sight shocked her in a most peculiar manner. It was Florrie's afternoon out, and the child was wearing, for the first time, an old brown skirt that Hilda had abandoned to her. But in this long skirt she was no more a child. Although scarcely yet 15 years old, she was a grown woman. She had astoundingly developed during her service with Mrs. Lessways. She was scarcely less tall than Hilda, and she possessed a sturdy, rounded figure which put Hilda's to shame. It was uncanny, the precocity of the children of the poor. It was disturbing. On a chair lay Florrie's new, serviceable cloak, and a cheap but sound bonnet, both articles the fruit of a special journey with her aunt to Baines's drapery shop at Bursley, where there was a small, special, sober department for servants who were wise enough not to yield to the temptation of finery. Florrie, who at 13½ had never been able to rattle one penny against another, had since then earned some 2,500 pennies, and had clothed herself and put money aside, and also poured a shower of silver upon her clamorous family. Amazing feat, amazing growth! She seized the good, warm cloak, and hid her poor old bodice beneath it, and drew out her thick pigtail, and shook it into position with a 3 gesture of the head. And on the head she poised the bonnet, and tied the ribbons under the delightful chin. And then, after a moment of hard scrutiny, danced and whistled, and cried again, "How beautiful I am! How pretty I am!" She was. She positively did not look a bit like a drudge. She was not the Florrie of the kitchen and of the sack apron, but a young, fledged creature with bursting bosom, who could trouble any man by the capricious modesty of a gaze downcast. The miraculous skirt, odious on Hilda, had the brightness of a new skirt. Her hands and arms were red and chapped, but her face had bloomed perfect in the kitchen, like a flower in a marl pit. It was a face that an ambitious girl could rely on. Its charm, and the fluid charm of her movements, atoned 1,000 times for all her barbaric ignorance and crudity. The grime on her neck was naught. Hilda watched, intensely ashamed of this spying, but she could not bring herself to withdraw. She was angry with Florrie, she was outraged. Then she thought, "Why should I be angry? The fact is, I'm being mother all over again. After all, why shouldn't Florrie?" And she was a little jealous of Florrie, and a little envious of her, because Florrie had the naturalness of a savage or of an animal, unsophisticated by ideals of primness. Hilda was disconcerted at the discovery of Florrie as an authentic young woman. Florrie more than 7 years her junior! She felt experienced and indulgent as the old are indulgent. For the first time in her life she did honestly feel old. And she asked herself, half in dismay, "Florrie has got thus far. Where am I? What am I doing?" It was upsetting. At length Florrie took off the bonnet and ran upstairs and shut the door of her attic. Apparently she meant to improve the bonnet by some touch. After waiting nervously a few moments, the aged Hilda slipped silently downstairs and through the kitchen, and so by the garden, where, with their feet in mire, the hair-trees were giving signs of hope under the soft blue sky, into the street. Florrie would never know that she had been watched. 3. 10 minutes later, when she went into the office of Dayson & Co., Hilda was younger than ever. It was a young, fragile girl, despite the dark frown of her intense seriousness, who with accustomed gestures poked the stove and hung bonnet and jacket on a nail, and then sat down to the loaded desk. It was an ingenuous girl, absurdly but fiercely anxious to shoulder the world's weight. She had passed a whole night in revolt against George Cannon's indignity. She had called it furiously an insult. She had said to herself, "Well, if I'm so useless as all that, I'll never go near his office again." But the next afternoon she had appeared as usual at the office, meek, modest, with a smile, fatigued and exquisitely resigned, and a soft voice. And she worked with even increased energy and devotion. This kissing of the rod, this irrational instinctive humility, was a strange and sweet experience for her. Such was the Hilda of the office. But Hilda at home, cantankerous, obstinate, and rude, had offered a remarkable contrast to her until the moment when it was decided that her mother should accompany Miss Gailey to London. From that moment Hilda at home had been an angel, and the Hilda of the office had shown some return of sturdy pride. To-day the first number of the 5 Towns Chronicle was to go to press. The delays had been inexplicable and exasperating to Hilda, though she had not criticised them even to herself. They were now over. The town had no air of being excited about the appearance of its new paper, but the office was excited. The very room itself looked feverish. It was changed. More tables had been brought into it, and papers and litter had accumulated enormously. It was a room humanized by habitation, with a physiognomy that was individual and sympathetic. From beyond the closed door of the inner room came the sound of men's rapid voices. Hilda could distinguish Mr. Cannon's and Arthur Dayson's. There was a third, unfamiliar to her. Having nothing to do, she began to make work, rearranging the contents of her table, fingering with a factitious hurry the thick bundles of proofs of correspondence from the villages, so energetically organised by the great Dason, and the now useless copy, and the innumerable letters that Dason was always disturbing, and the samples of encaustic tiles brought in by an inventor who desired the powerful aid of the press, and the catalogues and Dason's cuttings from the Manchester, Birmingham, and London papers, and the note-paper and envelopes and cards, and Veal, Chifferell and Co.'s almanac that had somehow come up with other matters from Mr. Carkeek's office below. And then she dusted, with pursed lips that blamed the disgraceful and yet excusable untidiness of men. And then she examined with despair and with pride her dirty little hands, whose finger-tips all clustered together. They were now like the hands of a nice careless schoolboy, and lightly dusted one against the other. Then she found a galley proof under the table. It was a duplicate proof of the Five Towns Chronicle's leading article, dictated to her by a prodigious Arthur Dason in Mr. Cannon's presence on the previous day, and dealing faithfully with the Calder Street scandal, and with Mr. Enville, a member of the local board, implicated in the same scandal. The proof was useless now, for the leader page was made up. Nevertheless, Hilda carefully classified it in case. 4. On a chair was the Daily Telegraph, which Dason had evidently been reading, for it was blue-pencilled. Hilda, too, must read it. Her duty was to read it. Dason had told her that she ought never to neglect the chance of reading any newspaper whatever, and that a young woman in her responsible situation could not possibly know too much. Which advice, though it came from a person ridiculous to her, seemed sound enough, and was in fact rather flattering. In the Telegraph she saw, between Dason's blue lines, an account of a terrible military disaster. She was moved by it in different ways. It produced in her a grievous, horror-struck desolation, but it also gave her an extraordinary sensation of fervid pleasure. It was an item of news that would have to appear in the Chronicle, and this would mean changes in the make-up and work at express speed and similar delights. Already the paper was supposed to be on the machine, though in fact, as she well knew, it was not. No doubt the subject of discussion in the inner room was the disaster. Yes, she was acutely and happily excited. And always afterwards, when she heard or saw the sinister word Majuba, whose political associations never in the least interested her, she would recall her contradictory, delicious feelings on that dramatic afternoon. While she was busy cutting out the news from the Telegraph to be ready for Arthur Dason, there was a very timid knock at the door, and Florrie entered, as into some formidable cabinet of tyrannic rulers. "If you please, miss," she began to whisper. "Why, Florrie," Hilda exclaimed, "what have you put that old skirt on for when I've given you mine? I told you." "I did put it on, miss, but there came a telegram. I told the boy you were here, but he said that wasn't no affair of his, so I brought it myself, and I thought you wouldn't care for to see me in your skirt, miss, not while on duty, miss, 'specially here, like. So I up quick and changed it back." "Telegram?" Hilda repeated the word. Florrie, breathless after running and all this whispering, advanced in the prettiest confusion towards the throne, and Hilda took the telegram with a gesture as casual as she could manage. Florrie's abashed mien and the arrival of the telegram stiffened her back and steadied her hand. Imagine that infant being afraid of her, Hilda. This, too, was life. And the murmur of the men in the inner room was thrilling to Hilda's ears. She brusquely opened the telegram and read, "Lessways, Lessways Street, Turnhill. Mother ill. Can you come? Gaily." End of Book 1, Chapter 12. Book 1, Chapter 13 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 13, Hilda's World. 1. The conversation in the inner room promised to be interminable. Hilda could not decide what to do. She felt no real alarm on her mother's account. Mrs. Lessways, often slightly indisposed, was never seriously ill. She possessed one of those constitutions which do not go to extremes of disease. If a malady overtook her, she invariably had it in a mild form. Doubtless Sarah Gailey, preoccupied and worried by her new responsibilities, desired to avoid the added care of nursing the sick. hence the telegram. Moreover, if the case had been grave, she would not have put the telegram in the interrogative. She would have written, "Please come at once." No, Hilda was not unduly disturbed. Nevertheless, she had an odd idea that she ought to rush to the station and catch the next train, which left Knype at 5 minutes to 4. This idea did not spring from her own conscience, but rather from the old-fashioned collective family conscience. But at 3:45, when it was already too late to catch the local train at Turnhill, the men had not emerged from the inner room, nor had Hilda come to any decision. As the departure of her mother and Miss Gailey had involved much solemn poring over timetables, it happened that she knew the times of all the trains to London. To catch the next, and last, she would have to leave Turnhill at 5:55. She said that she would wait and see. Her work for the first number of the paper was practically done, but there was this mysterious conclave which fretted her curiosity and threatened exciting development. Also, the Majuba disaster would mean trouble for somebody. And in any event, she hated the very thought of quitting Turnhill before the Chronicle was definitely out. She had lived for the moment of its publication, and she could not bear to miss it. She was almost angry with her mother. She was certainly angry with Miss Gailey. All the egotism of the devotee in her was aroused and irate. Then the men came forth from the inner room with a rather unexpected suddenness. Mr. Cannon appeared first, and after him Mr. Enville. Lastly, Arthur Dason, papers in hand. Intimidated by the presence of the stranger, Hilda affected to be busy at her table. Mr. Enville shook hands very amicably with George Cannon, and instantly departed. As he passed down the stairs, she caught sight of him. He was a grizzled man of 50, lean and shabby, despite his reputation for riches. She knew that he was a candidate for the supreme position of chief bailiff at the end of the year, and he did not accord with her spectacular ideal of a chief bailiff. The actual chief bailiff was a beautiful and picturesque old man with perfectly tended white whiskers and always a flower in his coat. Further, she could not reconcile this nearly effusive friendliness between Mr. Enville and Mr. Cannon with the animadversions of the leading article which Arthur Dason had composed, and Mr. Cannon had approved, only 24 hours earlier. As Mr. Cannon shut the door at the head of the stairs, she saw him give a discreet, disdainful wink to Dason. Then he turned sharply to Hilda and said thoughtfully in stone, "Your notebook, please." Bracing herself, and still full of pride in her ability to write this mysterious shorthand, she opened her notebook and waited with poised pencil. The mien of the two men had communicated to her an excitement far surpassing their own in degree and in felicity. The whole of her vital force was concentrated at the point of her pencil, and she seemed to be saying to herself, "I'm very sorry, mother, but see how important this is. I shall consider what I can do for you the very moment I am free." Arthur Dason coughed and plumped heavily on a chair. 2. It was in such moments as this that Dason really lived, with all the force of his mediocrity. George Cannon was not a journalist. He could compose a letter, but he had not the trick of composing an article. He felt indeed a negligent disdain for the people who possessed this trick, as for performers in a circus. He certainly did not envy them, for he knew that he could buy them as a carpenter buys tools. His attitude was that of the genuine bourgeois towards the artist, possessive, incurious, and contemptuous. Dason, however, ignored George Cannon's attitude, perhaps did not even perceive what it was. He gloried in his performance. Accustomed to dictate extempore speeches on any subject whatever to his shorthand pupils, he was quite at his ease, quite master of his faculties, and self-satisfaction seemed to stand out on his brow like genial sweat, while the banal phrases poured glibly from the cavern behind his jagged teeth, and each phrase was a perfect model of provincial journalese. George Cannon had to sit and listen, to approve, or worst, to make tentative suggestions. The first phrase, which penetrated through the outer brain of the shorthand writer to the secret fastness where Hilda sat in judgment on the world, was this: "The campaign of vulgar vilification inaugurated yesterday by our contemporary, the Staffordshire Signal, against our esteemed fellow-townsman, Mr. Richard Enville." This phrase came soon after such phrases as, our first bow to the public, our solemn and bounden duty to the district which it is our highest ambition to serve, etc. Phrases which had already occurred in the leading article dictated on the previous day. Hilda soon comprehended that in 24 hours Mr. Enville, from being an unscrupulous speculator who had used his official position to make illicit profits out of the sale of land to the town for town improvements, had become the very mirror of honesty and high fidelity to the noblest traditions of local government. Without understanding the situation, and before even she had formulated to herself any criticism of the persons concerned, she felt suddenly sick. She dared not look at George Cannon, but once, when she raised her head to await the flow of a period that had been arrested as a laudatory superlative, she caught Dayson winking coarsely at him. She hated Dayson for that. George Cannon might wink at Dayson, though she regretted the condescending familiarity, but Dayson had no right to presume to wink at George Cannon. She hoped that Mr. Cannon had silently snubbed him. As the article proceeded, there arose a crying from the square below. A signal boy, one of the earliest to break the silent habit of the square, was bawling a fresh edition of Arthur Dayson's contemporary, and across the web of the dictator's verbiage she could hear the words, "South Africa, details." Mr. Cannon glanced at his watch. Hilda could see under her bent and frowning brow his white hand moving on the dark expanse of his waistcoat. Immediately afterwards Mr. Cannon, interrupting, said, "That'll be all right. Finish it. I must be off." "Right you are," said Dayson grandly. "I'll run down with it to the printers myself, soon as it's copied." Mr. Cannon nodded. "And tell him we've got to be on the railway bookstalls first thing tomorrow morning." "He'll never do it." "He must do it. I don't care if he works all night." "But—" "There hasn't got to be any buts, Dayson. There's been a damned sight too much delay as it is." All right," Dayson placated him hastily. Mr. Cannon departed. It seemed to Hilda that she shivered, but whether with pain or pleasure she knew not. Never before had Mr. Cannon sworn in her presence. All day his manner had been peculiar, as though the strain of mysterious anxieties was changing his spirit. And now he was gone, and she had said naught to him about the telegram from Miss Gailey. Arthur Dayson rolled oratorically on in defence of the man whom yesterday he had attacked. And then Souter, the old clerk, entered. "What is it? Don't interrupt me," snapped Dayson. "There's the signal. Latest details. This here Majuba business." "What do I care about your Majuba?" Dayson retorted. "I've got something more important than your Majuba." "It was the governor as told me to give it to you," said Souter, restive. "Well, give it me then, and don't waste my time." Dayson held out an imperial hand for the sheet. He looked at Hilda as if for moral support, and added to her in a martyred tone, "I suppose I'd have to dash off a few lines about Souter's Majuba while you're copying out my article." "And the governor said to remind you that Mr. Enville wants a proof of his advertisement," Souter called out sulkily as he was disappearing down the stairs. Hilda blushed, as she had blushed in writing George Cannon's first lie about the printing of the first issue. She had accustomed herself to lies, and really without any difficulty or hesitation. Yes, she had even reached the level of being religiously proud of them. But now her bullied and crushed conscience leaped up again, and in the swift alarm of the shock her heart was once more violently beating. Yet amid the wild confusion of her feelings, a mechanical intelligence guided her hand to follow Arthur Dayson's final sentences, and there shone out from her soul a contempt for the miserable hack, so dazzling that it would have blinded him, had he not been already blind. 3. That evening she sat alone in the office. The first number of the Five Towns Chronicle, after the most astounding adventures, had miraculously gone to press. Dayson and Souter had departed. There was no reason why Hilda should remain, burning gas to no purpose. She had telegraphed by favour of a Carkeek office boy to Miss Cayley, saying that she would come by the first train on the morrow, Saturday, and she had therefore much to do at home. Nevertheless, she sat idle in the office, unable to leave. Her whole life was in that office, and it was just when she was most weary of the environment that she would vacillate longest before quitting it. She was unhappy and apprehensive, much less about her mother than about the attitude of her conscience towards the morals of this new world of hers. The dramatic Enville incident had spoiled the pleasure which she had felt in sacrificing her formal duty as a daughter to her duty as a clerk. She had been disillusioned. She foresaw the future with alarm. And yet, strangely, the disillusion and the fear were a source of pleasure. She savoured them with her loyalty, that loyalty which had survived even the frightful blow of George Cannon's casual disdain at her mother's tea-table. Whatever this new world might be, it was hers. It was precious. She would no more think of abandoning it than a young mother would think of abandoning a baby obviously imperfect. Nay, she would cling to it the tighter. George Cannon came up the stairs with his decisive and rapid step. She rose from her chair at the table as he entered. He was wearing a new overcoat that she had never seen before, with a fine velvet collar. "You're going?" he asked, a little breathless. "I was going," she replied in her clear, timid voice, implying that she was ready to stay. "Everything all right?" "Mr. Dayson said so." "He's gone?" "Yes, Mr. Souter's gone too." "Good," he murmured, and he straightened his shoulders and, putting his hands in the pockets of his trousers, began to walk about the room. Hilda moved to get her bonnet and jacket. She moved very quietly and delicately, and, because he was there, she put on her bonnet and jacket with gestures of an almost apologetic modesty. He seemed to ignore her, so that she was able to glance surreptitiously at his face. He was now apparently less worried. Still, it was an enigmatic face. She had no notion of what he had been doing since his hurried exit in the afternoon. He might have been attending to his legal practice, or he might have been abroad on mysterious errands. "Funny business, this newspaper business is, isn't it?" he remarked after a moment. "Just imagine Enville now. Upon my soul, I didn't think he had it in him. Of course," he threw his head up with a careless laugh, "of course, it would have been madness for us to miss such a chance. He's one of the men of the future in this town." "Yes," she agreed in an eager whisper. In an instant George Cannon had completely changed the attitude of her conscience. By less than a phrase, by a mere intonation. In an instant he had reassured her into perfect security. It was plain from every accent of his voice that he had done nothing of which he thought he ought to be ashamed. Business was business, and newspapers were newspapers, and the simple truth was that her absurd conscience had been in the wrong. Her duty was to accept the standards of her new world. Who was she? Nobody. She did accept the standards of her new world with fervour. She was proud of them, actually proud of their apparent wickedness. She had accomplished an act of faith. Her joy became intense, and shot glinting from her eyes as she put on her gloves. Her life became grand to her. She knew she was known in the town as the girl who could write shorthand. Her situation was not ordinary, it was unique. Again, the irregularity of the hours, and the fact that the work never commenced till the afternoon, seemed to her romantic and beautiful. Here she was, at 9 o'clock, alone with George Cannon on the second floor of the house. And who, gazing from the square at the lighted window, would guess that she and he were there alone? All the activities of newspaper production were poetized by her fervour. The Chronicle was not a poor little weekly sheet struggling into existence anyhow, at haphazard, dependent on other newspapers, for all except purely local items of news. It was an organ. It was the courageous rival of the ineffable Signal, its natural enemy. One day it would trample on the Signal. And though her role was humble, though she understood scarcely anything of the enterprise beyond her own duties, yet she was very proud of her role too. And she was glad that the men were seemingly so careless, so disorderly, so forgetful of details, so, in a word, childish. For it was part of her role to remind them, to set them right, to watch over their carelessness, to restore order where they had left disorder. In so far as her role affected them, she condescended to them. She informed George Cannon of her mother's indisposition, and that she meant to go to London the next morning, and to return most probably in a few days. He stopped in his walk near her. Like herself, he was not seriously concerned about Mrs. Lessways, but he showed a courteous sympathy. "It's a good thing you didn't go to London when your mother went," he said after a little conversation. He did not add, "You've been indispensable." He had no air of apologizing for his insult at the tea-table, but he looked firmly at her with a peculiar expression. Suddenly she felt all her slimness and fragility. She felt all the girl in herself, and all the dominant man in him, and all the empty space around them. She went hot, her sight became dim. She was ecstatically blissful, she was deeply ashamed. She desired the experience to last for ever, and him and herself to be eternally moveless. And at the same time she desired to fly, or rather, she had no desire to fly, but her voice and limbs acted of themselves against her volition. "Good night, then." "But I say, your wages, shall I pay you now?" "No, it doesn't matter in the least, thanks." He shook hands with a careless, good-natured smile which seemed to be saying, "Foolish creature, you can't defend yourself, and these airs are amusing, but I am benevolent." And she was ashamed of her shame, and furious against the childishness that made her frown and lower her eyes, and escape out of the room like a mouse. End of Book 1, Chapter 13. Book 1, Chapter 14 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 14. To London. 1. In the middle of the night Hilda woke up, and within a few seconds she convinced herself that her attitude to Miss Gailey's telegram had been simply monstrous. She saw it, in the darkness, as an enormity. She ought to have responded to the telegram at once. She ought to have gone to London by the afternoon train. What had there been to prevent her from knocking at the door of the inner room, and saying to Mr. Cannon, in the presence of no matter whom, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Cannon, but I've just had a telegram that mother is ill in London, and I must leave by the next train"? There had been nothing to prevent her. At latest she should have caught the evening train. Business was of no account in such a crisis. Her mother might be very ill, might be dying, might be dead. It was not for trifles that people sent such telegrams. The astounding thing was that she should have been so blind to her obvious duty. And she said to herself, thinking with a mysterious and beautiful remorse of the last minute of her talk with Mr. Cannon, "If I had done as I ought to have done, I should have been in London, or on my way to London, instead of in the room with him there, and that would not have occurred." But what "that" was she could not have explained. Nevertheless, Mr. Cannon's phrase, "It's a good thing you didn't go to London," still gave her a pleasure, though the pleasure was dulled. Then she tried to reassure herself. Sarah Gailey was nervous and easily frightened. Her mother had an excellent constitution. The notion of her mother being seriously ill was silly. In a few hours she would be with her mother, and would be laughing at these absurd night fears. In any case, there would assuredly be a letter from Sarah Gailey by the first post, so that before starting she would have exact information. She succeeded, partially, in reassuring herself for a brief space, but soon she was more unhappy than ever in the clear conviction of her wrong-doing. Again and again she formulated in her fancy scenes of the immediate future, as, for example, at her mother's dying bed, and she imagined conversations and repeated the actual words used by herself and others interminably. And then she returned to the previous day, and hundreds of times she went into the inner room and said to Mr. Cannon, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Cannon, but I've just had a telegram," etc. Why had she not said it? Thus worked the shuttles of her mind with ruthless, insane insistence, until she knew not whether she was awake or asleep, and the very tissues of her physical brain seemed raw. She thought feebly, "If I got up and lighted the candle and walked about, I should end this." But she could not rise. She was netted down to the bed. And when she tried to soothe herself with other images, images of delight, she found that they had lost their power. Undressing a few hours earlier, she had lived again in exquisite and delicious alarm through the last minute of her talk with Mr. Cannon. She had gone to sleep while reconstituting those instants. But now their memory left her indifferent, even inspired repugnance, and her remorse little by little lost its mysterious beauty. She clung to the idea of the reassuring letter which she would receive. That was her sole glint of consolation. 2. At 6 she was abroad in the house, intensely alive, intensely conscious of every particle of her body, and of every tiniest operation of her mind. In less than 2 hours the letter would drop into the lobby. At 6:30 both she and Florrie were dressed, and Florrie, stern with the solemnity and importance of her mission, was setting forth to the Saracen's Head to order a cab to be at the door at 8 o'clock. Hilda had much to do, for it was of course necessary to shut up the house, and the packing of her trunk had to be finished, and the trunk locked and corded, and a label found, and there was breakfast to cook. Mrs. Lessways would have easily passed a couple of days in preparing the house for closure. Nevertheless, time, instead of flying, lagged. At 7:30 Hilda, in the partially dismantled parlour, and Florrie, in the kitchen, were sitting down to breakfast. "In a quarter of an hour," said Hilda to herself, "the post will be here." But in 4 minutes she had eaten the bacon and drunk the scalding tea, and in 5 she carried all the breakfast things into the kitchen, where Florrie was loudly munching over the sloppy deal table. She told Florrie sharply that there would be ample time to wash up. Then she went to her bedroom, and, dragging out her trunk, slid it unaided down the stairs. Back again in the bedroom she carelessly glanced at the money in her purse, and then put on her things for the journey. Waiting, she stood at the window to look for the postman. Presently she saw him in the distance. He approached quickly, but spent an unendurable minute out of sight in the shop next door. When he emerged, Hilda was in anguish. Had he a letter for her? Had he not? He seemed to waver at the gateway, and to decide to enter. She heard the double blow of his drumstick baton. Now in a few seconds she would know about her mother. Proudly restraining herself, she walked with composure to the stairs. She was astonished to see Florrie bending down to pick up the letter. Florrie must have been waiting ready to rush to the front door. As she raised her body and caught sight of Hilda, Florrie blushed. The stairs were blocked by the trunk which Hilda had left on the stair-mat for the cabman to deal with. Standing behind the trunk, Hilda held forth her hand for the letter. "Please, miss, it's for me," Florrie whispered, like a criminal. "For you?" Hilda cried, startled. In proof, Florrie timidly exposed the envelope, on which Hilda plainly saw, in a coarse, scrawling, masculine hand, the words, "Miss Florrie Bagster." Florrie's face was a burning peony. Hilda turned superciliously away, too proud to demand any explanations. All her alarms were refreshed by the failure of a letter from Miss Gailey. In vain she urged to herself that Miss Gailey had thought it unnecessary to write, expecting to see her, or that the illness having passed, Miss Gailey, busy, had put off writing. She could not dismiss a vision of a boarding-house in London, upset from top to bottom by the grave illness of one person in it, and a distracted landlady who had not a moment even to scribble a postcard. And all the time, as this vision tore and desolated her, she was thinking, "Fancy that child having a follower at her age! She's certainly got a follower." The cab came 5 minutes before it was due. 3. As the cab rolled through Market Square, where the Saturday stalls were being busily set up, the ironmongery building was framed for an instant by the oblong of the rattling window. Hilda seemed to see the place anew, for the first time. A man was taking down the shutters of the shop. Above that were the wire blinds with the name of Q. Carkeek, and above the blinds the blue posters of the 5 Towns Chronicle. No outward sign of Mr. Cannon, and yet Mr. Cannon— She had an extremely disconcerting sensation of the mysteriousness of Mr. Cannon, and of the mysteriousness of all existence. Mr. Cannon existed somewhere at that moment, engaged in some activity. In a house afar off, unknown to her, her mother existed, if she was not dead. Florrie, with a bundle of personal goods on her lap, and doubtless the letter in her bosom, sat impressed and subdued opposite to her in the shifting universe of the cab, which was moving away from the empty and silent home. Florrie was being thrown back out of luxury into her original hovel, and was accepting the stroke with the fatalism of the young and of the poor. And one day Hilda and her mother and Florrie would be united again in the home now deserted, whose heavy key was in the traveller's satchel. But would they? At the station there was a quarter of an hour to wait. Hilda dismissed Florrie with final injunctions, and followed her trunk to the bleak platform. The old porter was very kind. She went to the little yellow bookstall. There, under her hand, was a low pile of the 5 Towns Chronicle. Miracle! Miraculous George Cannon! She flushed with pride, with a sense of ownership, as she took a penny from her purse to pay for a copy. "It's the new paper," drawled the bookstall lad, with a most foolish condescension towards the new paper. "Lout," she addressed him in her heart, "if she knew whom you were talking to." With what pride, masked by careful indifference, she would hand the copy of the Chronicle to her mother. Her mother would explain, "Bless us!" and spend a day or two in conning the thing, making singular discoveries in it at short intervals. 4. It was not until she had reached Euston, and driven through a tumultuous and shabby thoroughfare to King's Cross, and taken another ticket and installed herself in another train, that Hilda began to feel, suddenly, like an abyss opening beneath her strength, the lack of food. Meticulous in her clerical duties and in many minor mechanical details of her personal daily existence, she was capable of singular negligences concerning matters which the heroic part of her despised, and which did not immediately bear on a great purpose in hand. Thus, in her carelessness, she found herself with less than 2 shillings in her pocket after paying for the ticket to Hornsey. She thought, grimly resigned, "Never heed, I shall manage. In half an hour I shall be there, and my anxiety will be at an end." The train, almost empty, waited forlornly in a forlorn and empty part of the huge, resounding, ochreish station. Then, without warning or signal, it slipped off, as though casually, towards an undetermined goal. Often it ran level with the roofs of vague, far-stretching acres of houses vile and frowsy, and smoking like pyres in the dank air. And always it travelled on a platform of brick arches. Now and then the walled road received a tributary that rounded subtly into it, and this tributary could be seen curving away on innumerable brick arches through the chimney-pots, and losing itself in a dim horizon of gloom. At intervals a large lifeless station brought the train to a halt for a moment, and the march was resumed. A clock at one of these stations said 1:45. Then the name of Hornsey quickened her apprehensive heart. As she descended nervously from the train, her trunk was shot out from the guard's van behind. She went and stood over it, until the last of a series of kindly porters came along and touched his cap. When she asked for a cab, he seemed doubtful whether a cab was available, and looked uncertainly along the immense empty platform and across at other platforms. The train had wandered away. She strove momentarily to understand the reason of these great sleeping stations, but fatigue, emotional and physical, had robbed her of all intelligent curiosity in the phenomena of the mysterious and formidable city. Presently the porter threw the trunk on his shoulder, and she trudged after him, up steps and over an iron bridge and down steps, and an express whizzed like a flying shell through the station and vanished. And at a wicket, in a ragged road, there actually stood a cab and a skeleton of a horse between the shafts. The driver bounced up, enheartened at sight of the trunk and the inexperienced, timid girl, but the horse did not stir in its crooked coma. "What address, miss?" asked the cabman. "Cedars House, Haringey Park Road." The cabman paused in intense thought, and after a few seconds responded cheerfully, "Yes, miss." The porter touched his cap for 3d. The lashed horse plunged forward. Hilda leaned back in the creaking and depraved vehicle and sighed, "So this is their London." She found herself travelling in the direction from which she had come, parallel to the railway, down the longest street that she had ever seen. On her left were 10,000 small new houses, all alike. On her right were broken patches of similar houses, interspersed with fragments of green field and views of the arches of the railway. The conception of the horrible patience which had gone to the construction of these endless, endless arches made her feel sick. The cab turned into another road, and then stopped. She saw the words Cedars House on a gateway. She could not open the door of the cab. The cabman opened it. "Blinds down here, miss," he said with appropriate mournfulness. It seemed a rather large house, and every blind was drawn. Had this disaster befallen just her, of all the young women in the world? She saw the figure of Sarah Gailey. "Good afternoon," she called out calmly. "Here I am, only I'm afraid I haven't got enough to pay the cabman." But while she was speaking she knew from Sarah Gailey's face that the worst and the most ridiculous of her night fears had been justified by destiny. 3 days previously Mrs. Lessways had been suddenly taken ill in the street. A doctor, passing in his carriage, had come to her assistance and driven her home. Food eaten on the previous evening had disagreed with her. At first the case was not regarded as very serious. But, as the patient did not improve in the night, Miss Gailey telegraphed to Hilda. Immediately afterwards the doctor, summoned in alarm, diagnosed peritonitis caused by a perforating cancer. Mrs. Lessways had died on the 3rd day at 11 in the morning, while Hilda was in the train. Useless to protest that these catastrophes were unthinkable, that Mrs. Lessways had never been ill in her life. The catastrophe had happened, and upstairs a corpse lay in proof. End of Book 1, Chapter 14. Book 2, Chapter 1 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Her Recovery. Chapter 1, Sin. 1. From her bed Hilda could see the trees waving in the wind. Every morning she had thus watched them without interest. At first the branches had been utterly bare, and beyond their reticulation had been visible the rosy facade of a new boarder school. But now the branches were rich with leafage, hiding most of the board school, so that only a large upper window of it could be seen. This window, upon which the sun glinted dazzlingly, threw back the rays onto Hilda's bed, giving her for a few moments the illusion of direct sunlight. The hour was 11 o'clock. On the night table lay a tea-tray in disorder, and on the turned-down sheet some crumbs of toast. A low, nervous tap at the door caused Hilda to stir in the bed. Sarah Gailey entered hurriedly. In her bony yellowed hand she held a collection of tradesmen's accounts books. "Good morning, dear. How are you?" she asked, bending awkwardly over the bed. In the same instant she looked askance at the tray. "I'm all right, thanks," said Hilda, lazily observing the ceiling. "You haven't been too cold without the eiderdown? I forgot to ask you before. You know I only took it off because I thought the weather was getting too warm. I didn't want it for another bed. I assure you it's in the chest of drawers in my room." Sarah Gailey added the last words as if supplicating to be believed. "You needn't tell me that," said Hilda. She was not angry, but bored by this characteristic remark of Miss Gailey's. In 3 months she had learnt a great deal about the new landlady of the Cedars, that strange neurotic compound of ability, devotion, thin-skinned vanity, and sheer, narrow stupidity. "I've been quite warm enough," Hilda added as quickly as she could, lest Miss Gailey might have time to convince herself to the contrary. "And the toast, I do hope, after all I've said to that Hetty about—" "You see, I've eaten it all," Hilda interrupted her, pointing to the plate. Their faces were close together. They exchanged a sad smile. Miss Gailey was still bending over her anxiously, as over a child. Yet neither the ageing and worn woman nor the flaccid girl felt the difference between them in age. Nor was Hilda in any ordinary sense ill. The explanation of Miss Gailey's yearning attitude lay in an exaggerated idea of her duty to Hilda, whose mother's death had been the result of an act of friendliness to her. If Mrs. Lessways had not come to London in order to keep company with Sarah, she would, under Providence, have been alive and well that day. Such was Sarah's reasoning, which, by the way, ignored certain statements of the doctor. Sarah would never forgive herself, but she sought by an infatuated devotion to earn the forgiveness of Caroline's daughter. Her attentions might have infuriated an earlier Hilda, or at least have been met with disdain only half concealed. But on the present actual Hilda they produced simply no effect of any kind. The actual Hilda, living far within the mysterious fastness of her own being, was too solitary, too preoccupied, and too fatigued to be touched even by the noble beauty that distinguished the expiatory and protective gesture of the spinster, otherwise somewhat ludicrous, as she leaned across the bed and cut off the sunshine. 2. On the morning of her mother's funeral, Hilda had gone to Hornsey Station to meet an uncle of Mrs. Lessways, who was coming down from Scotland by the night train. She scarcely knew him, but he was to be recognisable by his hat and his muffler, and she was to await him at the ticket gate. An entirely foolish and unnecessary arrangement, contrived by a peculiar old man. The only possible course was to accept it. She waited over half an hour between 8 and 9, and in that time she had had full opportunity to understand why those suburban stations had been built so large. A dark torrent of human beings, chiefly men, gathered out of all the streets of the vicinity, had dashed unceasingly into the enclosure and covered the long platforms with tramping feet. Every few minutes a train rolled in, as if from an inexhaustible magazine of trains beyond the horizon, and, sucking into itself a multitude and departing again, left one platform for one moment empty, and the next moment the platform was once more filled by the quenchless stream. Less frequently, but still often, other trains thundered through the station on a line removed from platforms, and these trains too were crammed with dark human beings, frowning in study over white newspapers. For even in 1880 the descent upon London from the suburbs was a formidable phenomenon. Train after train fled downwards with its freight towards the hidden city, and the torrent still surged, more rapid than ever, through the narrow gullet of the station. It was like the flight of some enormous and excited population from a country menaced with disaster. Borne on and buffeted by the torrent, Hilda had seen a well-dressed epileptic youth in charge of an elderly woman approaching the station. He had passed slowly close by her, as she modestly waited in her hasty mourning, and she had had a fearful vision of his idiotic greenish face supported somehow like a mask at the summit of that shaky structure of limbs. He had indeed stared at her with his ape-like eyes. She had watched him, almost shuddering, till he was lost amid the heedless crowd within. Then, without waiting longer for her relative, without reflecting upon what she did, she walked tremblingly back to the Cedars, checked by tributaries of the torrent at every street corner. She had known nothing of the funeral. She had not had speech with the relative. She was in bed somehow. The day had elapsed. And in the following night, when she was alone and quite awake, she had become aware that she herself, was that epileptic shape, that epileptic shape was lying in her bed, and that there was none other in the bed. Nor was this a fancy of madness. She knew that she was not mad, that she was utterly sane, and the conviction of sanity only intensified her awful discovery. She passed a trembling hand over her face and felt the skin corrupt and green. Gazing into the darkness, she knew that her stare was ape-like. She had felt then the fullest significance of horror. In the morning she had ceased to be the epileptic shape, but the risk of retransformation had hovered near her, and the intimidation of it was such that she had wept, aghast and broken as much by the future as by the past. She had been discovered weeping. Later, the phrase "nervous breakdown" had lodged in her confused memory. The doctor had been very matter-of-fact, logical, and soothing. Overwork, strain, loss of sleep, the journey, anxiety, lack of food, the supreme shock, the obstinate refusal of youth to succumb, and then the sudden sight of the epileptic, with whom the doctor was acquainted. Thus had run the medical reasoning, after a discreet but thorough cross-examination of her, and it had seemed so plausible and so convincing that the doctor's pride in it was plain on his optimistic face as he gave the command, "Absolute repose." But to Hilda the reasoning and the resultant phrase, "nervous breakdown," had meant nothing at all. Words, empty words. She knew, profoundly and fatally, the evil principle which had conquered her so completely that she had had no power left with which to fight it. This evil principle was sin. It was not the force of sins, however multifarious, it was sin itself. She was the sinner, convicted and self-convicted. One of the last intelligent victims of a malady which has now almost passed away from the civilized earth, she existed in the chill and stricken desolation of incommunicable doom. 3. She had sinned against her mother, and she could not make amends. The mere thought of her mother, so vivacious, cheerful, life-loving, even-tempered, charitable, disorderly, incompetent, foolish, and yet shrewd, caused pain of such intensity that it ceased to be pain. She ought to have seen her mother before she died. She might have seen her had she done what was obviously her duty. It was inconceivable to her now that she should have hesitated to fly instantly to London on receipt of the telegram. But she had hesitated, and her mother had expired without having sight of her. All exculpatory arguments were futile against the fact itself. In vain she blamed the wording of the telegram. In vain she tried to reason that chance and not herself was the evil-doer. In vain she invoked the aid of simple common sense against sentimental fancy. In vain she went over the events of the afternoon preceding the death, in order to prove that at no moment had she been aware of not acting in accordance with her conscience. The whole of her conduct had been against her conscience, but pride and selfishness had made her deaf to conscience. She was the sinner. Her despair, except when at intervals she became the loathed epileptic shape, had been calm. Its symptoms had been, and remained, a complete lack of energy, and a most extraordinary black indifference to the surrounding world. Save in the deep centre of her soul, where she agonized, she seemed to have lost all capacity for emotion. Nothing moved her, or even interested her. She sat in the house, and ate a little, and talked a little, like an automaton. She walked about the streets like a bored exile, but an exile who has forgotten his home. Her spirit never responded to the stimulus of environment. Suggestions at once lost their tonic force to the woody cushion of her apathy. If she continued to live, it was by inertia. To cease from life would have required an effort. She did not regret the vocation which she had abandoned. She felt no curiosity about the fortunes of the newspaper. A tragic nonchalance held her. After several weeks she had naturally begun to think of religion, for the malady alone was proof enough that she had a profoundly religious nature. Miss Gailey could rarely go to church, but one Sunday morning, doubtless with intent, she asked Hilda if they should go together, and Hilda agreed. As they approached the large, high-spired church, Hilda had vague prickings of hope, and was thereby much astonished. But the service in no way responded to her expectations. "How silly I am!" she thought disdainfully. "This sort of thing has never moved me before. Why should it move me now?" The sermon, evangelical, was upon the creed, and the preacher explained the emotional quality of real belief. It was a goodish sermon, but the preacher had effectually stopped the very last of those exquisite vague prickings of hope. Hilda agreed with his definition of real belief, and she knew that real belief was impossible for her. She could never say with joyous fervour, "I believe." At best she could only assert that she did not disbelieve, and was she so sure even of that? No. Belief had been denied to her, and to dream of consolation from religion was sentimentally womanish. Even in her indifference she preferred straightforward, honest damnation to the soft self-deceptions of feminine religiosity. Ah, if she could have been a Roman Catholic, genuine and convinced, with what ardour would she have cast herself down before the confessional, and whispered her sinfulness to the mysterious face within, and with what ecstasy would she have received the absolution, that cleansing bath of the soul! Then she could have recommenced. But she was not a Roman Catholic. She could no more become a Roman Catholic than she could become the queen of some romantic Latin country of palaces and cathedrals. She was a young provincial girl staying in a boarding-house at Hornsey, on the Great Northern Line out of London, and she was suffering from nervous breakdown. Such was the exterior common sense of the situation. Occasionally the memory of some verse of Victor Hugo, sounding the beating of one of his vast melancholies, would float through her mind and cause it to vibrate for an instant with a mournful sensation that resembled pleasure. 4. "Are you thinking of getting up, dear?" asked Sarah gaily, as she arranged more securely the contents of the tray and found space on it for her weekly books. "Yes, I suppose I may as well," Hilda murmured. "It'll be lunch-time soon." The days were long, yet somehow they seemed short too. Already before getting up she would begin to think of the evening and of going to bed. And Saturday night followed quickly on Monday morning. It was scarcely credible that 16 weeks had passed thus since her mother's death, 16 weeks whose retrospect showed no achievement of any kind, and hardly a desire. "I've given those Boutwoods notice," said Sarah Gailey suddenly, the tray in her hands ready to lift. "Not really?" They were shockingly late for breakfast again this morning, both of them. And Mr. Boutwood had the face to ask for another egg. Hetty came and told me, so I went in myself. I told him breakfast was served in my house at 9 o'clock, and there was a notice to that effect in the bedrooms, not to mention the dining-room. And as good a breakfast as they get in any of their hotels, I lay. If the eggs are cold at 10 o'clock and after, that's not my fault. They're both of them perfectly healthy, and yet they're bone idle. They never want to go to bed, and they never want to get up. It isn't as if they went to theatres and got home late and so on. I can make excuses for that, now and then. No, it's just idleness and carelessness. And if you saw their bedroom, oh my, a nice example to servants. Well, he was very insulting, most insulting. He said he paid me to give him not what I wanted, but what he wanted. He said if I went into a shop and they began to tell me what I ought to want and when I ought to want it, I should be annoyed. I said I didn't need anyone to tell me that, I said. And my house wasn't a shop. He said it was a shop, and if it wasn't, it ought to be. Can you imagine it? Hilda tried to exhibit a tepid sympathy. Miss Gailey's nostrils were twitching, and the tears stood in those watery eyes. She could manage the house. By the exertion of all her powers and her force she had made of herself an exceptionally efficient mistress. But she could not manage the boarders, because she had not sufficient imagination to put herself in their place. Presiding over all her secret thoughts was the axiom that the Cedars was a perfect machine, and that the least that a grateful boarder could do was to fit into the machine. And so you said they could go? That I did, and I'll tell you another thing, my dear, There was a knock at the door. Sarah Gailey stopped in her confidences like a court conspirator, and opened the door. Hetty stood on the mat, the Hetty who, despite frequent protests, would leave Hilda's toast to cool into leather on the landing somewhere between the kitchen and the bedroom. In Hetty's hand was a telegram, which Miss Gailey accepted. "Here, take the tray, Hetty," said she, nervously tearing at the envelope. "Put these books in my desk," she added. "And I wonder what he'll say," she observed, staring absently at the open telegram after Hetty had gone. "Who?" "George. He says he'll be up here for lunch. He's bound to be vexed about the Boutwoods. But he doesn't understand. Men don't, you know. They don't understand the strain it is on you." The appeal of her eyes was strangely pathetic. Hilda said, "I don't think I shall get up for lunch to-day." Sarah Gailey moved to the bed, forgetting her own trouble. "You aren't so well, then, after all," she muttered with mournful commiseration. "But you know he'll have to see you this time. He wants to." "But why?" "Your affairs, I suppose. He says so. Coming lunch 1, must see Hilda. George." Sarah Gailey offered the telegram, but Hilda could not bear to take it. This telegram was the first she had set eyes on since the telegram handed to her by Florrie in George Cannon's office. The mere sight of the salmon-tinted paper agitated her. "Is it possible that I can be so silly," she thought, "over a bit of paper?" But so it was. On a previous visit of George Cannon's to Hornsey she had kept her bed throughout the day, afraid to meet him, ashamed to meet him, inexplicably convinced that to meet him would be a crime against filial piety. There were obscure grottos in her soul which she had not had the courage to explore candidly. "I think," said Sarah Gailey, reflective and anxious, "I think if you could get up it would be nicer than him seeing you here in bed." Hilda perceived that at last she would be compelled to face George Cannon. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 2, The Little Room. 1. After lunch, Sarah Gailey left Hilda and Mr. Cannon in the little room together. The little room, about 8 feet square, had no other name. It was always spoken of affectionately by the boarders, and by the landlady with pride in its cosiness. Situated on the first floor, over the front part of the hall, it lay between the 2 principal bedrooms. Old boarders would discover the little room to new boarders, or new boarders would discover it for themselves with immense satisfaction. It was the chamber of intimacy and of confidences. It was a refuge from the public life of the Cedars, and to a certain extent from the piano. Two women, newly acquainted and feeling a mutual attraction, would say to each other, "Shall we go up to the little room?" "Oh yes, do let us." And they would climb the stairs in a fever of anticipation. "Quite the most charming room in the house, dear Miss Gailey," another simpering spinster would say. It had contained nothing but an old carpet, two wicker arm-chairs, a small chair, a nearly empty dwarf bookcase, an engraving of Marie Antoinette regally facing the revolutionary mob, and a couple of photographs of the Cedars. Hilda sat down in one of the arm-chairs, and George Cannon in the other. He had a small black bag which he placed on the floor by his side. Hilda's diffidence was extreme. Throughout lunch she had scarcely spoken, but as there had been 8 people at the table, and George Cannon had chatted with them all, her taciturnity had passed inconspicuous. Now she would be obliged to talk, and the sensations which she had experienced on first meeting George Cannon in the dining-room were renewed in a form even more acute. She had, in the first place, the self-consciousness due to her mourning attire, which drew attention to herself. It might have been a compromising uniform, and the mere fact of her mother's death, quite apart from the question of her conduct in relation thereto, gave her, in an interview with a person whom she had not seen since before the death, a feeling akin to guiltiness of some misdemeanour of taste, some infraction of the social law against notoriety. She felt, in her mourning, like one who is being led publicly by policemen to the police station. In her fancy she could hear people saying, "Look at that girl in deep mourning," and she could see herself blushing, as it were apologetic. But much worse than this general mortification in presence of an acquaintance seen after a long interval was the special constraint due to the identity of the acquaintance. It was with George Cannon that she had first deceived and plotted against her ingenuous mother's hasty plans. It was her loyalty to George Cannon that had been the cause of her inexplicable disloyalty to her mother. She could not recall her peculiar and delicious agitations during the final moments of her previous interview with Cannon, that night of February in the newspaper office while her mother was dying in London, without a profound unreasoning shame, which intensified most painfully her natural grief as an orphan. There was this to be said. She was now disturbed out of her torpid indifference to her environment. As she fidgeted there, pale and frowning, in the noisy basket-chair, beneath George Cannon's eyes, she actually perceived again that romantic quality of existence which had always so powerfully presented itself to her in the past. She reflected, "How strange that the dreaded scene has now actually begun. He has come to London, and here we are together, in this house, which at the beginning of the year was nothing but a name to me. Her mother is away there in the churchyard, and I am in black. And it is all due to him. He sent Miss Gailey and mother to London. He willed it. No, it's all due to me. I went to see him one late afternoon. I sought him out. He didn't seek me out. And just because I went to see him one afternoon, mother is dead, and I am here. Strange." These reflections were dimly beautiful to her, even in her sadness and in her acute distress. The coma had assuredly passed, if only for a space. 2. "Well now," he said, after a few inanities have been succeeded by an awkward pause, "I've got to talk business with you, so I suppose we may as well begin, eh?" His tone was fairly blithe, but it was that of a man who was throwing off with powerful ease the weariness of somewhat exasperating annoyances. Since lunch he had had a brief interview with Sarah Gailey. "Yes," she agreed glumly. "Have you decided what you're going to do?" He began to smile sympathetically as he spoke. "I'm not going back to the paper," she curtly answered, cutting short the smile with fierceness, almost with ferocity. Beyond question she was rude in her bitterness. She asked herself, "Why do I talk like this? Why can't I talk naturally and gently and cheerfully? I've really got nothing against him." But she could not talk otherwise than she did talk. It was by this symptom of biting acrimony that her agitation showed itself. She knew that she was scowling as she looked at the opposite wall, but she could not smooth away the scowl. "No, I suppose not," he said quietly. "But are you thinking of coming back to Turnhill?" She remained mute for some seconds. A feeling of desolation came over her, and it seemed to her that she welcomed it, trying to intensify it and yielding her features to it. "How do I know?" she muttered at length, shrugging her shoulders. "Because if you aren't," he resumed, "it's no use you keeping that house of yours empty. You must remember it's just as you left it, and the things in it aren't taking any good either." She shrugged her shoulders again. "I don't see that it matters to anybody but me," she said, after another pause, with a sort of frigid and disdainful nonchalance. And once more she reflected, "Is it possible that I can behave so odiously?" He stood up suddenly. "I don't know what you and Sarah have been plotting together," he said, wounded and contemptuous, yet with lightness, "but I'm sure I don't want to interfere in your affairs. With Sarah's I've got to interfere, unfortunately, and a famous time I'm having." His nostrils grew fastidious. "But not yours. I only promised your uncle. Your uncle told me you wanted to—" He broke off. In an instant she grew confused, alarmed, and extremely ashamed. Her mood had changed in a flash. It seemed to her that she was in the presence of a disgraceful disaster, which she herself had brought about by wicked and irresponsible temerity. She was like a child who, having naughtily trifled with danger, stands aghast at the calamity which his perverseness has caused. She was positively affrighted. She reflected in her terror, "I asked for this, and I've got it." George Cannon stooped and picked up his little bag. There he towered, high and massive, above her, and she felt acutely her slightness, her girlishness, and her need of his help. She could not afford to transform sympathy into antipathy. She was alone in the world. Never before had she realized, as she realized then, the lurking terror of her loneliness. The moment was critical. In another moment he might be gone from the room, and she left solitary to irremediable humiliation and self-disgust. "Please," she whispered appealingly. The whole of her being became an appeal, the glance, the gesture, the curve of the slim and fragile body. She was like a slave. She had no pride, no secret reserve of thought. She was an instinct. Tears showed in her eyes and affected her voice. He gave the twisted, difficult, rather foolish smile of one who is cursing the mortification of a predicament into which he has been cast through no fault of his own. "Please what?" "Please sit down." He waved a hand deprecatingly, and obeyed. "It's all right," he said. "All right. I ought to have known." Then he smiled generously. "Known what?" Her voice was now weak and liquid with woe. "You'd be likely to be upset." Not furtively, but openly, she wiped her eyes. "No, no," she protested honestly. "It's not that. But I'm very sorry." "I reckon I know a bit what worry is myself," he added with a brief, almost harsh laugh. These strange words struck her with pity. 3. "Well now," he seemed to be beginning again, "let's leave Lessways Street for a moment. I can sell the Calder Street property for you, if you like, and at a pretty good price. Sooner or later the town will have to buy up all that side of the street. You remember I told your mother last year but one I could get a customer for it, but she wasn't having any." "Yes," said Hilda eagerly, "I remember." In her heart she apologized to George Cannon once more for having allowed her mother to persuade her, even for a day, that attempt to buy was merely a trick on his part invented to open negotiations for the rent-collecting. "You know what the net rents are," he went on, "as you've had 'em every month. I dare say the purchase money, if it's carefully invested, will bring you in as much. But even if it doesn't bring in quite as much, you mustn't forget that Calder Street's going down. It's getting more and more of a slum, and there'll always be a lot of bother with tenants of that class." "I wish I could sell everything, everything!" she exclaimed passionately. "Lessways Street as well. Then I should be absolutely free." "You can," he said with dramatic emphasis. "And let me tell you that 10 years hence those Lessways Street houses won't be worth what they are now." "Is that property going down too?" she asked. "I thought they were building all round there." "So they are," he answered, "but cheap cottages. Your houses are too good for that part of the town. That's what's the matter with them. People who can afford £25 a year, and over, for rent, won't care to live there much longer. You know the end house is empty." All houses seemed to her to be a singularly insecure and even perilous form of property, and the sale of everything she possessed presented itself to her fancy as a transaction which would enfranchise her from the past. It symbolized the starting point of a new life, of a recommencement unhampered by the vestiges of grief and error. She could go anywhere, do what she chose. The entire world would lie before her. "Please do sell it all for me," she pleaded wistfully. "Supposing you could, about how much should I have? I mean income?" He glanced about, and then, taking a pencil from his waistcoat pocket, scribbled a few figures on his cuff. "Quite £3 a week," he said. 4. After a perfunctory discussion, which was somewhat self-consciously prolonged by both of them, in order to avoid an appearance of hastiness in an important decision, George Cannon opened his black bag, and then looked round for ink. The little room, having no table, had no ink-pot, and the lawyer took from his pocket an eagle indelible pencil, the fountain pen of those simple days. It needed some adjustment. He stepped closer to the window, and held the pointed end of the case up to the light, while screwing the lower end. He was very fastidious in these mechanical details of his vocation. Hilda watched him from behind, with an intentness that fascinated herself. "And how's the Chronicle getting on?" she asked, in a tone of friendly curiosity, which gave an exaggerated impression of her actual feeling. She was more and more ashamed that during lunch she had not troubled to put a question about the paper. She was even ashamed of her social indifference. That Sarah Gailey, narrow and preoccupied, should be indifferent, should never once in 3 months have referred to her brother's organ, was not surprising. But it was monstrous that she, Hilda, the secretary, the priestess, should share this uncivil apathy, and it was unjust to mark the newspaper, as somehow she had been doing, with the stigma of her mother's death. She actually began to characterize her recent mental attitude to her past life as morbid. "Oh," he murmured absently, with gloomy hesitation, as he manipulated the pencil. She went on still more persuasively. "I suppose you've got a new secretary?" "No," he said, as though it fatigued and annoyed him to dwell on the subject. "I told them they must manage without. It's no fun starting a new paper in a God-forsaken hole like the Five Towns, I can tell you." Plainly his high, exuberant hopes had been dashed, had perhaps been destroyed. She did not reply. She could not. She became suddenly sad with sympathy, and this sadness was beautiful to her. Already, when he was scribbling on it, she had noticed that his wristband was frayed. Now, silhouetted against the window, the edge of the wristband caught her attention again, and grew strangely significant. This man was passing through adversity. It seemed tragic and shocking to her that he should have to pass through adversity, that he could not remain for ever triumphant, brilliant, cocksure in all his grand schemes, and masculinely scatheless. It seemed wrong to her that he should suffer, and desirable that anybody should suffer rather than he. George Cannon with faulty linen? By what error of destiny had this heart-rending phenomenon of discord been caused? Yes, heart-rending. Was it due to weary carelessness, or to actual horrible financial straits? Either explanation was very painful to her. She had a vision of a whole sisterhood of women toiling amid steam and soapsuds in secret, and in secret denying themselves, to provide him with all that he lacked, so that he might always emerge into the world unblemished and glitteringly perfect. She would have sacrificed the happiness of multitudes to her sense of fitness. 5. There being no table, George Cannon removed a grotesque ornament from the dwarf bookcase, and used the top of the bookcase as a writing-board. Hilda was called upon to sign 2 papers. He explained exactly what these papers were, but she did not understand, nor did she desire to understand. One was an informal sale note, and the other was an authority, but which was which, and to what each had reference, she superbly and wilfully ignored. She could, by a religious effort of volition, make of herself an excellent clerk, eagerly imitative and mechanical, but she had an instinctive antipathy to the higher forms of business. Moreover, she wanted to trust herself to him, if only as a mystic reparation of her odious rudeness at the beginning of the interview. And she thought also, these transactions will result in profit to him. It is by such transactions that he lives. I am helping him in his adversity. When he gave her the eagle pencil and pointed to the places where she was to sign, she took the pencil with fervour, more and more anxious to atone to him. For a moment she stood bewildered, in a dream, staring at the scratched mahogany top of the bookcase, and the bookcase seemed to her to be something sentient, patient, and helpful, that had always been waiting there in the corner to aid George Cannon in this crisis, something human like herself. She loved the bookcase, and the eagle pencil, and the papers and the pattern on the wall. George Cannon was standing behind her. She felt his presence like a delicious danger. She signed the papers in that large scrawling hand which for a few brief weeks she had by force cramped down to the submissive calligraphy of a clerk. As she signed, she saw the name Carkeek in the midst of one of the documents, and remembered with joyous nonchalance that George Cannon's own name never appeared in George Cannon's affairs. He took her place in front of the little bookcase and folded the documents. There he was, beside her in all his masculinity, his moustache, his blue chin, his wide white hands, his broadcloth. There he was, planted on his massive feet as on a pedestal. She did not see him. She was aware of him, and she was aware of the closed door behind them. One of the basket chairs, though empty, continued to creak like a thing alive. Faintly, very faintly, she could hear the piano, Mrs. Boutwood playing. Over her were the footsteps of Sarah Gailey and Hetty. They were checking the linen from the laundry, as usual on Saturday afternoon. And she was aware of herself, thin, throbbing, fragile, mournful, somehow insignificant. He looked round at her with a half-turn of the head. In his glance was good humour, good nature, protectiveness, and rectitude, and more than these, some of the old serenely smiling, triumphant quality. He was not ruined. He was not really in adversity. He remained the conqueror. She thrilled with her relief. "You're in my hands now, no mistake," he murmured roguishly, picking up the documents and bending over the bag. Hilda could hear a heavy footstep on the stairs, ascending. In the same instant she had an extraordinary and disconcerting impulse to seize his hand. She knew not why, whether it was to thank him, to express her sympathy, or to express her submission. She struggled against this impulse, but the impulse was part of herself and of her inmost self. She was afraid, but her fear was pleasurable. She was ashamed, but her shame was pleasurable. She wanted to move away from where she stood. She thought, if only I willed to move away, I could move away. But no, I shall not will it. I like remaining just here, in this fear, this shame, and this agitation. She had a clear, dazzling perception of the splendour and the fineness of sin, but she did not know what sin. And all the time the muscles of her arm were tense in the combat between the weakening desire to keep her arm still, and the growing desire to let her hand seize the hand of George Cannon. And all the time the heavy footstep was ascending the interminable staircase, and all the time George Cannon, with averted head, was fumbling in the bag. And then in a flash she was really afraid. The fear was no longer pleasurable, and her shame had become a curse. She said to herself, I cannot move now. In a minute I should do this horrible thing. Nothing can save me. Despairing, she found a dark and tumultuous joy in despair. The trance endured for ages, while disaster approached nearer and nearer. Then, after the heavy footstep had been climbing the staircase since earth began, the door was brusquely opened, and the jovial fat face of Mr. Boutwood appeared, letting in the louder sound of the piano. "Oh, I beg your pardon," he muttered, pretending that he had assumed the little room to be empty. The fact was that he was in search of George Cannon, in whom he had recognized a fraternal spirit. "Come in, Mr. Boutwood," said Hilda, with an easy, disdainful calm which absolutely astounded herself. "That's all, then?" she added to George Cannon, glancing at him indifferently. She departed without waiting for an answer. 6. Putting on a bonnet and taking an umbrella to occupy her hands, she went out into the remedial freedom of the streets, and, after turning the first corner, she saw coming towards her the figure of a woman whom she seemed to know, elegant, even stately, in youthful grace. It was Janet Orgreave, wearing a fashionable fawn-coloured summer costume. As they recognized each other, the girls blushed slightly. Janet hastened forward. Hilda stood still. She was amazed at the chance which had sent her two unexpected visitors in the same day. They shook hands and kissed. "So I've found you," said Janet. "How are you, you poor dear? Why didn't you answer my letter?" "Letter?" Hilda repeated, wondering. Then she remembered that she had indeed received a letter from Janet, but in her comatose dejection had neglected to answer it. "I'm up in London with father for the week-end. We want you to come with us to the Abbey to-morrow, and you must come back with us to Bursley on Monday. You must. We're quite set on it. I've left father all alone this afternoon to come up here and find you out. Not that he minds. What a way it is! But how are you, Hilda?" Hilda was so touched by Janet's affectionate solicitude that her eyes filled with tears. She looked at that radiating and innocent goodness and thought, "How different I am from her! She hasn't the least idea how different I am." For a moment Janet seemed to her to be a sort of angel, modish but exquisitely genuine. She saw in the invitation to the Five Towns a miraculous defence against a peril the prospect of which was already alarming her. She would be compelled to go to Turnhill in order to visit Lessways Street and decide which of her mother's goods she must keep. She would of course take Janet with her. In all the Turnhill affairs Janet should accompany her. Her new life should begin under the protection of Janet's society. And her heart turned from the old life towards the new with hope and a vague, brightening expectation of happiness. At the Cedars she led Janet to her bedroom, and then came out of the bedroom to bid good-bye to George Cannon. The extreme complexity of existence and of her sensations baffled and intimidated her. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 3. Journey to Bleakridge. 1. Hilda and Janet were mounting the precipitous Sytch bank together on their way from Turnhill into Bursley. It was dark. They had missed one train at Turnhill and had preferred not to wait for the next. Although they had been very busy in Hilda's house throughout all the afternoon and a part of the evening, and had eaten only a picnic meal, neither of them was aware of fatigue, and the 2 miles to Bursley seemed a trifle. Going slowly up the steep slope, they did not converse. Janet said that the weather was changing, and Hilda, without replying, peered at the black, baffling sky. The air had almost suddenly grown warmer. Above, in the regions unseen, mysterious activities were in movement, as if marshalling vast forces. The stars had vanished. A gentle but equivocal wind on the cheek presaged rain, and seemed to be bearing downwards into the homeliness of the earth some strange vibration out of infinite space. The primeval elements of the summer night encouraged and intensified Hilda's mood, half joyous, half apprehensive. She thought, "A few days ago I was in Hornsey with the prospect of the visit to Turnhill before me. Now the visit is behind me. I said that Janet should be my companion, and she has been my companion. I said that I would cut myself free, and I have cut myself free. I need never go to Turnhill again, unless I like. The 2 trunks will be sent for to-morrow, and all the rest will be sold, even the clock. The thing is done. I have absolute liberty, and an income, and the intimacy of this splendid, affectionate Janet. How fortunate it was that Mr. Cannon was not at his office when we called. Of course I was obliged to call. And yet, would it not be more satisfactory if I had seen him? I must have been in a horribly morbid state up in Hornsey. Soon I must decide about my future. Soon I shall actually have decided. Life is very queer." She had as yet no notion whatever of what she would do with her liberty and her income and the future, but she thought vaguely of something heroic, grandiose, and unusual. 2. In her hand she carried a small, shabby book, bound in blue and gold, with gilt edges a little irregular. She had found this book while sorting out the multitudinous contents of her mother's wardrobe, and, at the last moment, perceiving that it had been overlooked, and being somehow ashamed to leave it to the auctioneers, she had brought it away, not knowing how she would ultimately dispose of it. The book had possibly been dear to her mother, but she could not embarrass her freedom by conserving everything that had possibly been dear to her mother. It was entitled The Girl's Week-day Book, by Mrs. Copley, and had been published by the Religious Tract Society, no doubt in her mother's girlhood. The frontispiece, a steel engraving, showed a group of girls feeding some swans by the terraced margin of an ornamental water, and it bore the legend, "Feeding the Swans." And on the title page was the text, "That our daughters may be as cornerstones, polished after the similitude of a palace." Psalm 144, verse 12. In the table of contents were such phrases as "one thing at a time," "darkness and light," "respect for ministers," "the drowning fly," "trifling with words of Scripture," "goose and swan," "delicate health," "conscientious regard to truth," "sensibility and gentleness contrasted with affectation," "curiosity and tattling," "instability of worldly possessions." A book representing for Hilda all that was most grotesque in an age that was now definitely finished and closed, a silly book. During the picnic meal she had idly read extracts from it to Janet, amusing sentences, and though the book had once been held sacred by her who was dead, and though they were engaged in stirring the scarce cold ashes of a tragedy, the girls had nevertheless permitted themselves a kindly, moderate mirth. Hilda had quoted from a conversation in it. "Well, I would rather sit quietly round this cheerful fire and talk with dear mamma than go to the grandest ball that ever was known." And Janet had plumply commented, "What a dreadful lie!" Then they both laughed openly, perhaps to relieve the spiritual tension caused by the day's task and the surroundings. After that Hilda had continued to dip into the book, but silently, and Janet had imagined that Hilda was merely bored by the monotonous absurdity of the sentiments it expressed. Janet was wrong. Hilda had read the following: "One word more. Do not rest in your religious impressions. You have perhaps been the subject of terror on account of sin. Your mind has been solemnized by some event in Providence, by an alarming fit of sickness, or the death of a relative or a companion. This is indeed to be reckoned a great mercy. But then the danger is, lest you should rest here, lest those tears and terrors and resolutions should be the only evidences on which you venture to conclude on the safety of your immortal state. What is your present condition?" Which words intimidated Hilda in spite of herself. In vain she repeated that the book was a silly book. She really believed that it was silly, but she knew also that there was an aspect of it which was not silly. She was reminded by it that she had found no solution of the problem which had distracted her in Hornsey. "What is your present condition?" Her present condition was still that of a weakling and a coward who had sunk down inertly before the great problem of sin. And now, in the growing strength of her moral convalescence, she was raising her eyes again to meet the problem. Her future seemed to be bound up with the problem. As she breasted the top of the Sitch, under the invisible lowering clouds, with her new adored friend by her side, and the despised but powerful book in her hand, she mused in an ambiguous reverie upon her situation, dogged by the problem which alone was accompanying her out of the past into the future. Her reverie was shot through by piercing needles of regret for her mother, and, even with the touch of Janet's arm against her own in the darkness, she had sharp realizations of her extreme solitude in the world. Withal, the sense of life was precious and beautiful. She was not happy, but she was filled with the mysterious vital elation which surpasses happiness. 3. They descended gently into Bursley, crossing the top of St. Luke's Square and turning eastwards into Market Square, ruled by the sombre and massive Town Hall, in whose high tower an illuminated dial shone like a topaz. To Hilda, this nocturnal entry into Bursley had the romance of an entry into a town friendly but strange and recondite. During the few days of her stay with the Augreys in the suburb of Bleakridge, she had scarcely gone into the town once. She had never seen it at night. In the old Turnhill days she had come over to Bursley occasionally with her mother, but to shoppers from Turnhill, Bursley meant St. Luke's Square, and not a yard beyond. Now the girls arrived at the commencement of a steam car track, where a huge engine and tram were waiting, and as they turned another corner the long perspective of Trafalgar Road, rising with its double row of lamps towards fashionable Bleakridge, was revealed to Hilda. She thought, naturally, that every other part of the Five Towns was more impressive and more important than the poor little outskirt Turnhill of her birth. In Turnhill there was no thoroughfare to compare with Trafalgar Road, and no fashionable suburb whatever. She had almost the feeling of being in a metropolis, if a local metropolis. "It's beginning to rain, I think," said Janet. "Who's that?" Hilda questioned abruptly, ignoring the remark in the swift, unreflecting excitement of a sensibility surprised. "Where?" "There." They were going down Duck Bank into the hollow. On the right, opposite the lighted Dragon Hotel, lay Duck Square in obscure somnolence. At the corner of Duck Square and Trafalgar Road was a double-fronted shop, of which all the shutters were up except 2 or 3 in the centre of the doorway. Framed thus in the aperture, a young man stood within the shop under a bright central gas jet. He was gazing intently at a large sheet of paper which he held in his outstretched hands, and the girls saw him in profile, tall, rather lanky, fair, with hair dishevelled, and a serious, studious, and magnanimous face, quite unconscious that he made a picture for unseen observers. "That," said Janet, in a confidential and interested tone, "that's young Clayhanger, Edwin Clayhanger. His father's the printer, you know. Came from Turnhill originally." "I never knew," said Hilda, "but I seem to have heard the name." "Oh, it must have been a long time ago. He's got the best business in Bursley now. Father says it's one of the best in the Five Towns. He's built that new house just close to ours. Don't you remember I pointed it out to you? Father's the architect. They're going to move into it next week or the week after. I expect that's why the son and heir's working so late tonight, packing and so on, perhaps." The young man moved out of sight, but his face had made in those few thrilling seconds a deep impression on Hilda, so that in her mind she still saw it, with an almost physical particularity of detail. It presented itself to her in some mysterious way as a romantic visage, wistful, full of sad subtleties, of the unknown and the seductive, and of a latent benevolence. It was as recondite and as sympathetic as the town in which she had discovered it. She said nothing. "Old Mr. Clayhanger is a regular character," Janet eagerly went on, to Hilda's great content. "Some people don't like him, but I rather do like him." She was always thus kind. "Grandmother once told me he sprang from simply nothing at all, worked on a pot bank when he was quite a child." "Who, the father, you mean?" "Yes, the father. Now goodness knows how much he isn't worth. Father is always saying he could buy us up lock, stock, and barrel." Janet laughed. "People often call him a miser, but he can't be so much of a miser, seeing that he's built this new house." "And I suppose the son's in the business?" "Yes, he wanted to be an architect. That was how father got to know him. But old Mr. Clayhanger wouldn't have it, and so he's a printer, and one day he'll be one of the principal men in the town." "Oh, so you know him?" "Well, we do and we don't. I go into the shop sometimes, and then I've seen him once or twice up at the new house. We've asked him to come in and see us, but he's never come, and I don't think he ever will. I believe his father does keep him grinding away rather hard. I'm sure he's frightfully clever." "How can you tell?" "Oh, from bits of things he says, and he's read everything, it seems. And once he saved a great heavy printing machine from going through the floor of the printing shop into the basement. If it hadn't been for him, there'd have been a dreadful accident. Everybody was talking about that. He doesn't look it, does he?" They were now passing the corner at which stood the shop. Hilda peered within the narrowing, unshuttered slit, but she could see no more of Edwin Clayhanger. "No, he doesn't," she agreed, while thinking nevertheless that he did look precisely that. "And so he lives all alone with his father? No mother?" "No mother, but there are 2 sisters. The youngest is married and just going to have a baby, poor thing. The other one keeps house. I believe she's a splendid girl, but neither of them is a bit like Edwin. Not a bit. He's—" "What?" "I don't know. Look here, miss, what about this rain? I vote we take the car up the hill." 4. The steam car was rumbling after them down Duck Bank. It stopped huge above them, and they climbed into it through an odour of warm grease that trailed from the engine. The conductor touched his hat to Janet, who smiled like a sister upon this fellow being. 2 middle-aged men were the only other occupants of the interior of the car. Both raised their hats to Janet. The girls sat down in opposite corners next to the door. Then, with a deafening continuous clatter of loose glass panes and throbbing of its filthy floor, the vehicle started again, elephantine. It was impossible to talk in that unique din. Hilda had no desire to talk. She watched Janet pay the fares as in a dream, without even offering her own penny, though as a rule she was touchily punctilious in sharing expenses with the sumptuous Janet. Without being in the least aware of it, and quite innocently, Janet had painted a picture of the young man, Edwin Clayhanger, which intensified 100-fold the strong romantic piquancy of Hilda's brief vision of him. In an instant Hilda saw her ideal future, that future which had loomed grandiose, indefinite, and strange. She saw it quite precise and simple, as the wife of such a creature as Edwin Clayhanger. The change was astounding in its abruptness. She saw all the delightful and pure vistas of love with a man, subtle, baffling, and benevolent, and above all superior, with a man who would be respected by a whole town as a pillar of society, while bringing to his intimacy with herself an exotic and wistful quality which neither she nor anyone could possibly define. She asked, "What attracts me in him? I don't know. I like him." She who had never spoken to him, she who never before had vividly seen herself as married to a man. He was clever, he was sincere, he was kind, he was trustworthy, he would have wealth and importance and reputation. All this was good, but all this would have been indifferent to her, had there not been an enigmatic, an inscrutable, an unprecedented something in his face, in his bearing, which challenged and inflamed her imagination. It did not occur to her to think of Janet as in the future a married woman, but of herself she thought with new agitations. "I am innocent now, I am ignorant now, I am a girl now, but one day I shall be so no longer. One day I shall be a woman. One day I shall be in the power and possession of some man. If not this man, then some other. Everything happens, and this will happen." And the hazardous strangeness of life enchanted her. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 4, With the Orgreaves. 1. The Orgreave family was holding its nightly session in the large drawing-room of Lane End House when Hilda and Janet arrived. The bow window stood generously open in 3 different places, and the heavy outer curtains as well as the lace inner ones were moving gently in the capricious breeze that came across the oval lawn. The multitudinous sound of rain on leaves entered also with the wind, and a steam car could be heard thundering down Trafalgar Road, from which the house was separated by only a few intervening minor roofs. Mrs. Orgreave, the plump, faded image of goodness, with Janet's full red lips and Janet's kindly eyes, sat, as usual, whether in winter or in summer, near the fireplace, surveying with placidity the theatre where the innumerable dramas of her motherhood had been enacted. Tom, her eldest, the thin, bespectacled lawyer, had, as a boy of 7, rampaged on that identical Turkey hearthrug, when it was new a quarter of a century earlier. He was now seated at the grand piano with the youngest child, Alicia, a gawky little treasure, always alternating between pertness and timidity, aged 12. Jimmy and Johnny, young bloods of 19 and 18, were only present in their mother's heart, being in process of establishing, by practice, the right to go forth into the world of an evening and return when they chose without suffering too much from family curiosity. 2 other children, Marion, eldest daughter and sole furnisher of grandchildren to the family, and Charlie, a young doctor, were permanently away in London. Osmond Orgreave, the elegant and faintly mocking father of the brood, a handsome grizzled man of between 50 and 60, was walking to and fro between the grand piano and the small upright piano in the farther half of the room. "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Orgreave to Hilda, "you aren't wet." She drew Hilda towards her, and stroked her shoulder, and then kissed her. The embrace was to convey the mother's sympathy with Hilda in the ordeal of the visit to Turnhill, and her satisfaction that the ordeal was now over. The ageing lady seemed to kiss her on behalf of the entire friendly family. All the others, appreciating the delicacy of the situation, refrained from the peril of clumsy speech. "Oh, no, mother," Janet exclaimed reassuringly. "We came up by car, and I had my umbrella, and it only began to rain in earnest just as we got to the gate." "Very thoughtful of it, I'm sure," piped the pig-tailed Alicia from the piano. She could talk in her pope moments exactly like her brothers. "Alicia, darling," said Janet coaxingly, as she sat on the sofa, flanked by the hat, gloves, and jacket which she had just taken off, "will you run upstairs with these things, and take Hilda's too? I'm quite exhausted. Father will swoon if I leave them here. I suppose he's walking about because he's so proud of his new birthday slippers." "But I'm just playing the sympathy with Tom," Alicia protested. "I'll run up. I was just going to," said Hilda. "You'll do no such thing," Mrs. Orgreave announced sharply. "Alicia, I'm surprised at you. Here Janet and Hilda have been out since noon, and you—" "And so on," said Alicia, jumping up from the piano in obedience. "We didn't wait supper," Mrs. Orgreave went on, "but I told Martha to leave—" "Mother, dearest," Janet stopped her, "please don't mention food. We've stuffed ourselves, haven't we, Hilda? Any one been?" "Swetnam," said Alicia, as she left the room with her arms full. "Mr. Swetnam," corrected Mrs. Orgreave. "Which one? The ineffable?" "The ineffable," replied Mr. Orgreave, who had wandered, smiling enigmatically, to the sofa. His legs, like the whole of his person, had a distinguished air, and he held up first one slippered foot and then the other to the silent, sham ecstatic inspection of the girls. "He may look in again later on. It's evidently Hilda he wants to see." This said, Mr. Orgreave lazily sank into an easy chair opposite the sofa and lighted a cigarette. He was one of the most industrious men in the Five Towns, and assuredly the most industrious architect. But into an idle hour he could pack more indolence than even Johnny and Jimmy, alleged wastrels, could accomplish in a week. "I say, Janet," Tom sang out from the piano, "you are really exhausted, are you?" "I'm getting better." "Well, let's dash through the scherzo before the infant comes back. She can't take it half fast enough." "And do you think I can?" said Janet, rising. In theory, Janet was not a pianist, and she never played solos nor accompanied songs. But in the actual practice of duet-playing, her sympathetic presence of mind at difficult crises of the music caused her to be esteemed by Tom, the expert and enthusiast, as superior to all other performers in the family. 2. Hilda listened with pleasure and with exultation to the scherzo. Beyond a little part-singing at school, she had no practical acquaintance with music. There had never been a piano at home. But she knew that this music was Beethoven's, and from the mere intonation of that name, as it was uttered in her presence in the house of the Orgreaves, she was aware of its greatness, and the religious faculty in her had enabled her at once to accept its supremacy as an article of genuine belief. So that, though she understood it not, she felt it, and was uplifted by it. Whenever she heard Beethoven, and she heard it often, because Tom, in the words of the family, had for the moment got Beethoven on the brain, her thoughts and her aspirations were ennobled. She was singularly content with this existence and the intimacy of the Orgreaves. The largeness and the prodigality and culture of the family life, so different from anything she had ever known, and in particular so different from the desolating atmosphere of the Cedars, soothed and flattered her in a manner subtly agreeable. At the same time, she was but little irked by it, for the reason that her spirit was not one to be unduly affected by exterior social, intellectual, and physical conditions. Moreover, the Orgreaves, though obviously of a class superior to her own, had the facile and yet aristocratic unceremoniousness which, unconsciously, repudiates such distinctions until circumstances arise that compel their acknowledgment. To live among the Orgreaves was like living in a small private republic that throbbed with 100 activities and interests. Each member of it was a centre of various energy, and from each Hilda drew something that was precious. From Mrs. Orgreave, sheer love and calm wisdom. From Janet, sheer love and the spectacle of elegance. From little Alicia, candour and admiration. From Tom, knowledge, artistic enthusiasm, and shy, curt sympathy. From Johnny and Jimmy, the homage of their proud and naive mannishness. As for Mr. Orgreave, she admired him perhaps as much as she admired even Janet, and once, when he and she had taken a walk together up to Toft End, she had thought him quite exquisite in his attitude to her, quizzical, worldly, and yet sensitively understanding and humane. And withal they never worried her by interferences and criticisms. They never presumed on their hospitality, but left her as free as though her age had been twice what it was. Undoubtedly, in the ardour of her gratitude, she idealized every one of them. The sole reproach which in secret she would formulate against them had reference to their quasi-cynical levity in conversation. They would never treat a serious topic seriously for more than a few minutes. Either one or another would yield to the temptation of clever facetiousness, and clever facetiousness would always carry off the honours in a discussion. This did not apply to Mrs. Orgreave, who was incapable of humour, but it applied a little even to Janet. The thought continually arising in Hilda's mind was, why do they care for me? What can they see in me? Why are they so good to me? I was never good to them. She did not guess that, at her very first visit to Lane End House, the force and mystery of her character had powerfully attracted these rather experienced amateurs of human nature. She was unaware that she made her mark upon Janet and Charlie so far back as the days of the dancing classes, and she underestimated the appeal of her situation as an orphan and a solitary, whose mother's death, in its swiftness, had amounted to a tragedy. The scherzo was finished, and Alicia had not returned into the drawing-room. The two pianists sat hesitant. "Where is that infant?" Tom demanded. "If I finish it all without her, she'll be vexed." "I can tell you where she ought to be," said Mrs. Orgreave placidly. "She ought to be in bed. No wonder she looks pale, stopping up till this time of night." Then there were unusual and startling movements behind the door, accompanied by giggling, and Alicia entered, followed by Charlie, who was supposed at that precise instant to be in London. "Hello, mater," said the curly-headed Charlie, with a sublime affectation of calmness, as though he had slipped out of the next room. He produced an effect fully equal to his desires. 3. In a little while Charlie, on the sofa, was seated at a small table covered with viands and fruit. The white cloth spread on the table made a curiously charming patch amid the sombre colours of the drawing-room. He had protested that, having consumed much food en route, he was not hungry, but in vain. Mrs. Orgreave demolished such arguments by the power of her notorious theory, which admitted no exceptions, that any person coming off an express train must be in need of sustenance. The odd thing was that all the others discovered mysterious appetites and began to eat and drink with gusto, sitting, standing, or walking about, while Charlie, munching, related how he had miraculously got 3 days' leave from the hospital, and how he had impulsively cabbed it to Euston, and how, having arrived at Knype, he had also cabbed it from Knype to Bleakridge instead of waiting for the Loop Line train. The blot on his advent in the eyes of Mrs. Orgreave was that he had no fresh news of Marion and her children. "You don't seem very surprised to find Hilda here," said Alicia. "It's not my business to be surprised at anything, kid," Charlie retorted, smiling at Hilda, who sat beside him on the sofa. "Moreover, don't I get 10 columns of news every 3 days? I know far more about this town than you do, I bet." Everybody laughed at Mrs. Orgreave, the great letter-writer and universal disseminator of information. "Now, Alicia, you must go to bed," said Mrs. Orgreave, and Alicia regretted that she had been so indiscreet as to draw attention to herself. "The kid can stay up if she will say her piece," said Charlie mockingly. He knew that he could play the autocrat, for that evening at any rate. "What piece?" the child demanded, blushing and defiant. "Her Abu Ben Adhem," said Charlie. "Do you think I don't know all about that too?" "Oh, mother, you are a bore!" Alicia exclaimed, pouting. "Why did you tell him that?" "Well, I'll say it if Hilda will recite something as well." "Me?" murmured Hilda, staggered. "I never recite." "I've always understood you recite beautifully," said Mrs. Orgreave. "You know you do, Hilda," said Janet. "Of course you do," said Charlie. "You've never heard me anyhow," she replied to him obstinately. How could they have got it fixed into their heads that she was a reciter? This renown was most disconcerting. "Now, Hilda," Mr. Orgreave soothingly admonished her from the back of the sofa. She turned her head and looked up at him, smiling in her distress. "Go ahead then, kid, it's agreed," said Charlie. And Alicia galloped through Leigh Hunt's moral poem, which he was preparing for an imminent speech day, in an extraordinarily short space of time. "But I can't remember anything. I haven't recited for years and years," Hilda pleaded, when the child burst out, "Now, Hilda!" "Stuff!" Charlie pronounced. "Some Tennyson?" Mrs. Orgreave suggested. "Don't you know any Tennyson? We must have something now." And Alicia, exulting in the fact that she had paid the penalty imposed, cried that there could be no drawing back. Hilda was lost. Mrs. Orgreave's tone, with all its softness, was a command. "Tennyson? I've forgotten Maud," she muttered. "I'll prompt you," said Charlie. "Thomas!" Everybody looked at Tom, expert in literature as well as in music. Tom, the collector, the owner of books and bookcases. Tom went to a bookcase and drew forth a green volume, familiar and sacred throughout all England. "Oh dear," Hilda moaned. "Where do you mean to begin?" Charlie sternly inquired. "It just happens that I'm reading In Memoriam myself. I read 10 stanzas a day." Hilda bent over the book with him. "But I must stand up," she said with sudden fire. "I can't recite sitting down." They all cried "Bravo!" and made a circle for her, and she stood up. The utterance of the first lines was a martyrdom for her. But after that she surrendered herself frankly to the mood of the poem and forgot to suffer shame, speaking in a loud, clear, dramatic voice, which she accompanied by glances and even by gestures. After about 30 lines she stopped, and, regaining her ordinary senses, perceived that the entire family was staring at her with an extreme intentness. "I can't do any more," she murmured weakly, and dropped onto the sofa. Everybody clapped very heartily. "It's wonderful," said Janet in a low tone. "I should just say it was," said Tom seriously, and Hilda was saturated with delicious joy. "You ought to go on the stage, that's what you ought to do," said Charlie. For a fraction of a second Hilda dreamt of the stage, and then Mrs. Orgreave said softly, like a mother, "I'm quite sure Hilda would never dream of any such thing." 4. There was an eruption of Jimmy and Johnny and 3 of the Swetnam brothers, including him known as the Ineffable. Jimmy and Johnny played the role of the absolutely imperturbable with a skill equal to Charlie's own, and only a series of calm "how-do's" marked the greetings of these relatives. The Swetnams were more rollickingly demonstrative. Now that the drawing-room was quite thickly populated, Hilda, made nervous by Mr. Orgreave's jocular insinuation that she herself was the object of the Swetnams' call, took refuge, first with Janet, and then, as Janet was drawn into the general crowd, with Charlie, who was absently turning over the pages of In Memoriam. "Know this?" he inquired, friendly, indicating the poem. "I don't," she said. "It's splendid, isn't it?" "Well," he answered, "it's rather on the religious tack, you know. That's why I'm reading it." He smiled oddly. "Really?" He hesitated and then nodded. It was the strangest avowal from this young dandy of 23 with the airy and cynical tongue. Hilda thought, "Here then is another," and her own most secret troubles recurred to her mind. "What's that about Teddy Clayhanger?" Charlie cried out, suddenly looking up. He caught the name in a distant conversation. Janet explained how they had seen Edwin, and went on to say that it was impossible to persuade him to call. "What rot!" said Charlie. "I bet you what you like I get him here tomorrow night." He added to Hilda, "Went to school with him." Hilda's face burned. "I bet you don't," said Janet stoutly from across the room. "I'll bet you a shilling I do," said Charlie. "Haven't a penny left," Janet smiled. "Father, will you lend me a shilling?" "That's what I'm here for," said Mr. Orgreave. "Mr. Orgreave," the youngest Swetnam put in, "you talk exactly like the dad talks." The bet was made, and, according to a singular but long-established family custom, Tom had to be stakeholder. Hilda became troubled and apprehensive. She hoped that Charlie would lose, and then she hoped that he would win. Looking forward to the intimate bedroom chat with Janet, which brought each evening to a heavenly close, she said to herself, "If he does come, I shall make Janet promise that I'm not to be asked to recite or anything. In fact, I shall get her to see that I'm not discussed." End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 5. Edwin Clayhanger. 1. The next evening Mr. and Mrs. Orgreave, Hilda, Janet, and Alicia were in the dining-room of the Orgreaves, awaiting the advent at the supper-table of sundry young men whose voices could be heard through open doors in the distance of the drawing-room. Charlie Orgreave had won his bet, and Edwin Clayhanger was among those young men who had remained behind in the drawing-room to exchange, according to the practice of young men, ideas upon life and the world. Hilda had been introduced to him, but owing to the performance of another Beethoven symphony there had been almost no conversation before supper, and she had not heard him talk. She had stationed herself behind the grand piano, on the plea of turning over the pages for the musicians, though it was only with great uncertainty, and in peril of missing the exact instant for turning, that she followed the music on the page. And from this security she had furtively glanced at Edwin when her task allowed. "Perhaps I was quite mistaken last night," she said to herself. "Perhaps he is perfectly ordinary." The strange thing was that she could not decide whether he was ordinary or not. At one moment his face presented no interest, at another she saw it just as she had seen it, framed in the illuminated aperture of the shop shutters on the previous night. Or she fancied that she saw it thus. The more she tried to distinguish between Edwin's reality and her fancies concerning Edwin, the less she succeeded. She would pronounce positively that her fancies were absurd and even despicable. But this abrupt positiveness did not convince. Supposing that he was after all marvellous among men? During the day she had taken advantage of the mention of his name to ascertain discreetly some details of the legendary feat by which, as a boy, he had saved his father's printing shop from destruction. The details were vague and not very comprehensible, but they seemed to indicate on his part an astounding presence of mind, a heroic promptitude in action. Assuredly the Orgreaves regarded him as a creature out of the common run, and at the same time they all had the air of feeling rather sorry for him. Standing near the supper-table, Hilda listened intently for the sound of his voice among the other voices in the drawing-room, but she could not separate it from the rest. Perhaps he was keeping silence. She said to herself, "Yet what do I care whether he is keeping silence or not?" Mr. Orgreave remarked in the suspense, glancing ironically at his wife, "I think I'll go upstairs and do an hour's planning. They aren't likely to be more than an hour, I expect." "Hilda," said Mrs. Orgreave, quite calm, but taking her husband quite seriously, "will you please go and tell these young men from me that supper is waiting?" 2. Of course Hilda obeyed, though it appeared strange to her that Mrs. Orgreave had not sent Alicia on such an errand. Passing out of the bright dining-room, where the gas was lit, she hesitated a moment in the dark, broad corridor that led to the drawing-room. The mission, she felt, would make her rather prominent in front of Edwin Clayhanger, the stranger, and she had an objection to being prominent in front of him. She had indeed taken every possible precaution against such a danger. "How silly I am to loiter here," she thought. "I might be Alicia." The boys, she could now hear, were discussing French literature, and in particular Victor Hugo. When she caught the name of Victor Hugo, she lifted her chin and moved forward a little. She worshipped Victor Hugo with a passion unreflecting and intense, simply because certain detached lines from his poems were the most splendid occupants of her memory, dignifying every painful or sordid souvenir. At last Charlie's clear, gay voice said, "It's all very well, and Victor Hugo is Victor Hugo, but you can say what you like, there's a lot of this that'll bear skipping, your worships." Already she was at the doorway. In the dusk of the unlighted chamber the faces of the 4 Orgreaves and Clayhanger showed like pale patches on the gloom. "Not a line," she said fiercely, with her extremely clear articulation. She had no right to make such a statement, for she had not read the 20th part of Victor Hugo's work. She did not even know what book they were discussing. Charlie held the volume lightly in his hand, but she was incensed against the mere levity of Charlie's tone. She saw Edwin Clayhanger jump at the startling interruption, and all 5 looked round. She could feel her face burning. Charlie quizzed her with a word, and then turned to Edwin Clayhanger for support. "Don't you think that some of it's dullish, Teddy?" Edwin Clayhanger, shamefaced, looked at Hilda wistfully, as if in apology, as if appealing to her clemency against her fierceness, and said slowly, "Well, yes." He had agreed with Charlie, but while disagreeing with Hilda, he had mysteriously proved to her that she had been right in saying to herself on the previous evening, "I like him." The incident appeared to her to be enormous and dramatic. She moved away, as it were breathless under emotion, and then, remembering her errand, threw over her shoulder, "Mrs. Orgreave wants to know when you're coming to supper." 3. The supper table was noisy and joyous, more than usually so on account of the presence of Charlie, the gayest member of the family. At either end of the long white-spread board sat Mr. and Mrs. Orgreave. Alicia stood by Mr. Orgreave, who accepted her caresses with the negligence of a handsome father. Along one side sat Hilda, next to Janet, and these two were flanked by Jimmy and Johnny, tall, unbending, apparently determined to prove by a politely supercilious demeanour that to pass a whole evening thus in the home circle was considered by them to be a concession on their part rather than a privilege. Edwin Clayhanger sat exactly opposite to Hilda, with Charlie for sponsor, and Tom's spectacles gleamed close by. Hilda, while still constrained, was conscious of pleasure in the scene, and of a certain pride in forming part of it. These prodigal and splendid persons respected and liked her, even loved her. Her recitation on the previous evening had been a triumph. She was glad that she had shown them that she could at any rate do one thing rather well. But she was equally glad that she had obtained Janet's promise to avoid any discussion of her qualities or her situation. After all, with her self-conscious restraint and her pitiful assured income of £3 a week, she was a poor little creature compared with the easy, luxurious beings of this household, whose upkeep could not cost less than £3 a day. Janet, in rich and complicated white, and glistening with jewels at hand and neck, was a princess beside her. She hated her spare black frock, and for the second time in her life desired expensive clothes markedly feminine. She felt that she was at a grave disadvantage, and that to remedy this disadvantage would be necessary, not only dresses and precious stones, but an instinctive faculty of soft allurement which she had not. Each gesture of Janet's showed seductive grace, while her own rare gestures were stiffened by a kind of masculine harshness. Every time that the sad-eyed and modest Edwin Clayhanger glanced at Janet, and included herself in the glance, she fancied that he was unjustly but inevitably misprizing herself. And at length she thought, "Why did I make Janet promise that I shouldn't be talked about? Why shouldn't he know all about my mourning, and that I'm the only girl in the Five Towns that can write shorthand? Why should I be afraid to recite again? However much I might have suffered through nervousness if I'd recited, I should have shown I'm not such a poor little thing as all that. Why am I such a baby?" She wilted under her own disdain. It was strange to think that Edwin Clayhanger, scarcely older than the irresponsible Charlie, was the heir to an important business, was potentially a rich and influential man. Had not Mr. Orgreave said that old Mr. Clayhanger could buy up all the Orgreaves if he chose? It was strange to think that this wistful and apparently timid young man, this nice boy, would one day be the head of a household, and of a table such as this. Yes, it would assuredly arrive. Everything happened. And the mother of that household? Would it be she? Her imagination leaped far into the future as she exchanged a quiet, furtive smile with Mrs. Orgreave, and she tried to see herself as another Mrs. Orgreave, a strenuous and passionate past behind her, honoured, beloved, teased, adored. But she could not quite see herself thus. Impossible that she, with her temperament so feverish, restive, and peculiar, should ever reach such a haven. It was fantastically too much to expect. And yet, if not with Edwin Clayhanger, then with another, with some mysterious being whom she had never seen. Did not everything happen? But then, equally, strange and terrible misfortunes might be lying in wait for her. The indescribable sharp savour of life was in her nostrils. 4. The conversation had turned upon Bradlaugh, the shameless freethinker, the man who had known how to make himself the centre of discussion in every house in England. This was the Bradlaugh year, the apogee of his notoriety. Dozens of times at the Cedars meal table had she heard the shocking name of Bradlaugh on outraged tongues, but never once had a word been uttered in his favour. The public opinion of the boarding-house was absolutely unanimous in reckoning him a scoundrel. In the dining-room of the Orgreaves the attitude towards him was different. His free-thought was not precisely defended, but champions of his right to sit in the House of Commons were numerous. Hilda grew excited, and even more self-conscious. It was as if she were in momentary expectation of being challenged by these hardy debaters. "Are not you a freethinker?" Her interest was personal, the interest of one in peril. Compared to the discussions at the Cedars, this discussion was as the open, tossing, windy sea to a weed-choked canal. The talk veered into mere profane politics, and Mr. Orgreave, entrenching himself behind an assumption of careless disdain, was severely attacked by all his sons, except Jimmy, who, above Hilda's left shoulder, pretended to share the paternal scorn. The indifference of Hilda to politics was complete. She began to feel less disturbed. She began to dream. Then she suddenly heard through her dream the name of Bradlaugh again, and Edwin Clayhanger, in response to a direct question from Mr. Orgreave, was saying, "You can't help what you believe. You can't make yourself believe anything. And I don't see why you should either. There's no virtue in believing." And Tom was crying, "Hooray!" Hilda was thunderstruck. She was blinded as though by a mystic revelation. She wanted to exult, and to exult with all the ardour of her soul. This truth which Edwin Clayhanger had enunciated she had indeed always been vaguely aware of. But now in a flash she felt it, she faced it, she throbbed to its authenticity, and was free. It solved every difficulty and loosed the load that for months past had wearied her back. There's no virtue in believing. It was fundamental. It was the gift of life and of peace. Her soul shouted as she realized that just there, in that instant, at that table, a new epoch had dawned for her. Never would she forget the instance and the scene of her rebirth. Mrs. Orgreave remonstrated with mild sadness. "No virtue in believing, eh, Mr. Edwin?" And Hilda, under the ageing lady's grieved glance, tried to quench the exultation on her face, somewhat like a child trapped. But she could not. Tom again cried, "Hooray!" His tone, however, grated on her sensibility. It lacked emotion. It was the tone of a pugilist's backer. And Janet permitted herself some pleasantry, and Charlie became frankly facetious. Was it conceivable that Charlie could be interested in religion? She liked him very much, partly because he and she had learned to understand each other at the dancing classes, and partly because his curly hair and his candid smile compelled sympathy. But her esteem for him had limits. It was astonishing that a family otherwise simply perfect should be content with jocosity when jocosity was so obviously out of place. Were they then afraid of being serious? Edwin Clayhanger was not laughing. He had blushed. Her eyes were fixed on him with the extremest intensity, studying him, careless of the danger that his gaze might catch hers. She was lost in him. And then he caught her, and burning with honest shame, she looked downwards. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 6, In the Garden. 1. That evening Janet did not stay long in Hilda's bedroom, having perceived that Hilda was in one of her dark, dreamy moods. As soon as she was gone, Hilda lowered the gas a little, and then went to the window and opened it wider, and drawing aside the blind, looked forth. The night was obscure and warm, and a wet wind moved furtively about in the elm trees of the garden. The window was at the side of the house it gave on the west, and commanded the new house just finished by Mr. Orgreave for the Clayhanger family. The block of this generously planned dwelling rose massively at a distance of perhaps 40 feet, dwarfing a whole row of cottages in the small street behind Lane End House. Its various chimney-pots stood out a deeper black against the enigmatic sky. Beyond the Clayhanger garden plot, as yet uncultivated, and its high boundary wall, ran the great silent thoroughfare Trafalgar Road, whose gas lamps reigned in the nocturnal silence that the last steam car had left in its wake. Hilda gazed at the house, and it seemed strange to her that the house, which but a short time ago had no existence whatever, and was yet cold and soulless, was destined to be the living home of a family, with history in its walls and memories clinging about it. The formidable magic of life was always thus discovering itself to her, so that she could not look upon even an untenanted, terracotta-faced villa without a secret thrill. And the impenetrable sky above was not more charmed and enchanted than those brick walls. When she reflected that one day the wistful, boyish Edwin Clayhanger would be the master of that house, that in that house his will would be stronger than any other will, the mystery that hides beneath the surface of all things surged up and overwhelmed thought. And, though scarcely a couple of hours had elapsed since the key of the new life had been put into her hands, she could not make an answer when she asked herself, "Am I happy or unhappy?" 2. The sound of young men's voices came round the corner of the house from the lawn. Some of the brothers Orgreave were saying good night to Edwin Clayhanger in the porch. She knew that they had been chatting a long time in the hall after Clayhanger had bidden adieu to the rest of the family. She wondered what they had been talking about, and what young men did in general talk about when they were by themselves and confidential. In her fancy she endowed their conversations with the inexplicable attractiveness of masculinity, as masculinity is understood by women alone. She had an intense desire to overhear such a conversation, and she felt that she would affront the unguessed perils of it with delight, drinking it up eagerly, every drop, even were the draught deadly. Meanwhile the mere inarticulate sound of those distant voices pleased her, and she was glad that she was listening, and that the boys knew not. Silence succeeded the banging of the front door, and then, after a pause, she was startled to hear the crunching of gravel almost under her window. In alarm she dropped the blind, but continued to peer between the edge of the blind and the window-frame. At one point the contiguous demesnes of the Orgreaves and the Clayhangers were separated only by a poor, sparse hedge a few yards in length. Somebody was pushing his way through this hedge. It was Edwin Clayhanger. Despite the darkness of the night, she could be sure that the dim figure was Edwin Clayhanger's by the peculiar, exaggerated swing of the loose arms. He passed the hedge, carelessly brushed his clothes with his hands, and walked slowly up the Clayhanger garden towards the new house, and in the deep shadow of the house was lost. Still she could catch vague noises of movement. In a state of extreme excitation she wondered what he could be doing. It seemed to her that he and she were sharing the night together. 3. She thought, "I would give anything to be able to speak to him privately, and ask him a little more about what he said to-night. I ought to. I may never see him again. At any rate, I may never have another chance. He may have meant something else. He may not have been serious." The skin of her face prickled, and a physical wave of emotion seemed to sweep downwards through her whole body. The thrill was exquisite, but it was intimidating. She whispered to herself, "I could go downstairs and outside and find him, and just ask him." The next instant she was opening the door of her bedroom. No, all the household had not yet retired, for a light was still burning in the corridor. Nevertheless, she might go. She descended the stairs, asking herself aghast, "Why am I doing this?" Another light was burning in the hall, and through the slit of the half-shut door of the breakfast-room she could see light. She stood hesitant. Then she heard the striking of a match in the breakfast-room, and she boldly pushed the door open. Tom, with a book before him, was lighting his pipe. "Hello," he said. "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing," she replied. "Only I'm just going to walk about in the garden a minute. I shan't go to sleep unless I do." She spoke quite easily. "All serene," he agreed, "so long as you keep off the grass. It's bound to be damp. I'll unchain the door for you, shall I?" She said that she could unfasten the door for herself, and he did not insist. The hospitality of the Orgreaves was never irksome. Tom had scarcely half risen from his chair. "I shan't be long," she added casually. "That's all right, Hilda," he said. "I'm not going to bed just yet." "All the others gone?" He nodded. She pulled the door to, tripped delicately through the hall, and unchained the heavy front door as quietly as she could. 4. She was outside, amid all the influences of the night. Gradually her eyes accustomed themselves again to the gloom. She passed along the façade of the house until she came to the corner, where the breeze surprised her, and whence she could discern the other house, and, across the indistinct hedge, the other garden. Where was Edwin Clayhanger? Was he wandering in the other garden, or had he entered the house? Then a brief flare lit up a lower window of the dark mass for a few instants. He was within. She hesitated. Should she go forward, or should she go back? At length she went forward, and finding in the hedge the gap which Clayhanger had made, forced her way through it. Her skirt was torn by an obstinate twig. Quite calmly she bent down, with her fingers examined the rent. It was not important. She was now in the garden of the Clayhangers, and he whom she sought was moving somewhere in the house. "Supposing I do meet him," she thought, "what shall I say to him?" She did not know what she should say to him, nor why she had entered upon this singular adventure. But the consciousness of self, the fine disturbing sense of being alive in every vein and nerve, was a rich reward for her audacity. She wished that that tense moment of expectation might endure for ever. She approached the house, trembling. It was not by volition that she walked over the uneven clay ground, but by instinct. She was in front of the garden porch, and here she hesitated again, apparently waiting for a sign from the house. She glanced timidly about her, as though in fear of marauders that might spring out upon her from the shadow. Just over the boundary wall the placid flame of a gas lamp peeped. Then, feeling with her feet for the steps, she ascended into the shelter of the porch. Almost at the same moment there was another flare behind the glass of the door. She heard the sound of unlatching. The flare expired. She was absolutely terror-struck now. The door opened, grating on some dirt or gravel. "Who's there?" demanded a queer, shaking voice. She could see his form. "Me," she answered, in a harsh tone which was the expression of her dismay. The deed was done irretrievably. In her bedroom she had said that she would try to speak with him, and lo, they were face to face, in the dark, in secret. Her terror was now at any rate desperately calm. She had plunged. She was falling into the deep sea. She was hopelessly cut off from the past. "Oh," came the uncertain voice weakly. "Did you want me? Did anyone want me?" She heard the door being closed behind him. She told him, with peculiar curtness, how she had seen him from her window, and how she wished to ask him an important question. "I dare say you think it's very queer of me," she added. "Not at all," he said, with an insincerity that annoyed her. "Yes, you do," she sharply insisted. "But I want to know—" What did she want to know? "I want to know, did you mean it when you said, at supper, that there's no virtue in believing?" He stammered. "Did I say there was no virtue in believing?" She cried out, irritated. "Of course you did. Do you mean to say you can say a thing like that and then forget about it? If it's true, it's one of the most wonderful things that were ever said. And that's why I wanted to know if you meant it, or whether you were only saying it because it sounded clever." She stopped momentarily, wondering why she was thus implying an untruth, for the fact was that she had never doubted that he had been in earnest. "That's what they're always doing in that house, being clever," she went on, in a tone apparently inimical to that house. "Yes," came the voice. "I meant it. Why?" And the voice was so simple and so sincere that it pierced straight to her heart, and changed her secret mood swiftly to the religious, so that she really was occupied by the faults with which, a moment previously, she had only pretended to be occupied, and the splendour of the revelation was renewed. Nevertheless, some impulse, perverse or defensive, compelled her to assume a doubt of his assurance. She suspected that, had she not adopted this tactic, she might have melted before him in gratitude. "You did?" she murmured. She thanked him after that, rather coldly, and they talked a little about the mere worry of these religious questions. He protested that they never worried him, and reaffirmed his original proposition. "I hope you are right," she said softly, in a thrilled voice. She was thinking that this was the most wonderful, miraculous experience that she had ever had. 5. Silence. Now, she thought, I must go back. Inwardly she gave a delicious sigh. But just as she was about to take her prim leave, the scarce discerned figure of her companion stepped out into the garden. "By Jove," said Edwin Clayhanger, "it's beginning to rain, I do believe." The wind blew, and she felt rain on her cheek. Clayhanger advised her to stand against the other wall of the porch for better protection. She obeyed. He re-entered the porch, but was still exposed to the rain. She called him to her side. Already he was so close that she could have touched his shoulder by outstretching her arm. "Oh, I'm all right," he said lightly, and did not move. "You needn't be afraid of me." She was hurt that he had refused her invitation to approach her. The next instant she would have given her tongue not to utter those words, but she was in such a tingling state of extreme sensitiveness as rendered it impossible for her to exercise a normal self-control. Scarcely conscious of what she did, she asked him the time. He struck a match to look at his watch. The wind blew the match out, but she saw his wistful face with his disordered hair under the hat. It had the quality of a vision. He offered to get a light in the house, but abruptly she said good night. Then they were shaking hands. She knew not how or why. She could not loose his hand. She thought, never have I held a hand so honest as this hand. At last she dropped it. They stood silent while a trap rattled up Trafalgar Road. It was as if she was bound to remain moveless until the sounds of the trap had died away. She walked proudly out into the rain. He called to her, "I say, Miss Lessways," but she did not stop. In a minute she was back again in Lane End House. "That you?" Tom's voice from the breakfast-room. "Yes," she answered clearly. "I've put the chain on. Good night." "Good night, thanks." She ascended the stairs, smiling to herself, with the raindrops fresh on her cheek. In her mind were no distinct thoughts either concerning the non-virtue of belief, or the new epoch, or Edwin Clayhanger, or even the strangeness of her behaviour. But all her being vibrated to the mysterious and beautiful romance of existence. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 7. The Next Meeting. 1. For several days the town of Bursley was to Hilda simply a place made perilous and redoubtable by the apprehension of meeting Edwin Clayhanger accidentally in the streets thereof. And the burden of her meditations was, what can he have thought of me? She had said nothing to anybody of the deliberately sought adventure in the garden, and, with the strangest ingenuous confidence, she assumed that Edwin Clayhanger too would keep an absolute silence about it. She had therefore naught to fear, except in the privacy of his own mind. She did not blame herself. It never occurred to her to do so, but she rather wondered at herself inimicably, prophesying that one day her impulsiveness would throw her into some serious difficulty. The memory of the night beautifully coloured her whole daily existence. In spite of her avoidance of the town, due to her dread of seeing Clayhanger, she was constantly thinking, "But this cannot continue for ever. One day I am bound to meet him again." And she seemed to be waiting for that day. It came with inevitable quickness. The last day but one of June was appointed throughout the country for the celebration of the centenary of Sunday schools. Neither Hilda nor any of the Orgreave children had ever seen the inside of a Sunday school, and the tendency up at Lane End House was to condescend towards the festival as towards a rejoicing of the proletariat. But, in face of the magnitude of the affair, looming more enormous as it approached, this attitude could not be maintained. The preparations for the centenary filled newspapers and changed the physiognomy of towns. And on the morning of the ceremonial service, gloriously flattered by the sun, there was candid excitement at the breakfast table of the Orgreaves. Mr. Orgreave regretted that pressure of work would prevent him from seeing the fun. Tom was going to see the fun at Hanbridge. Jimmy and Johnny were going to see the fun, but they would not say where. The servants were going to see the fun. Charlie had returned to London. Alicia wanted to go and see the fun, but as she was flushed and feverish, Mrs. Orgreave forbade and decided to remain at home with Alicia. Otherwise even Mrs. Orgreave would have gone to see the fun. Hilda and Janet apparently hesitated about going, but Mr. Orgreave, pointing out that there could not under the most favourable circumstances be another centenary of Sunday schools for at least 100 years, sarcastically urged them to set forth. The fact was, as Janet teasingly told him while she hung on his neck, that he wished to accentuate as much as possible his own martyrdom to industry. Were not all the shops and offices of the Five Towns closed? Did not every member of his family, save those detained by illness, attend the historic spectacle of the centenary? He alone had sacrificed pleasure to work. Thus Janet's loving, ironic smiles foretold would the fire of the brood discourse during the next few days. 2. Hilda and Janet accordingly went down a beflagged and sunlit Trafalgar Road together. Janet was wearing still another white dress, and Hilda, to her marked relief, had abandoned black for a slate-coloured frock made by a dressmaker in Bleakridge. It was Mrs. Orgreave herself who had first counselled Hilda, if she hated black as she said she did, to abandon black. The entire family chorus had approved. The risk of encountering Edwin Clayhanger on that day of multitudes was surely infinitesimal. Nevertheless, in 6 minutes the improbable had occurred. At the corner of Trafalgar Road and Duck Square, Janet, attracted by the sight of banners in the distance, turned to the left along Wedgwood Street and passed the front of Clayhanger's shop. Theoretically shops were closed, but one shutter of Clayhanger's was down, and in its place stood Edwin Clayhanger. Hilda felt her features stiffening into a sort of wilful and insincere hostility as she shook hands. Within the darkness of the shop she saw the figure of 2 dowdy women, doubtless the sisters of whom Janet had told her. They disappeared before Janet and Hilda entered. "It has happened I have seen him again," Hilda said to herself as she sat in the shop, listening to Janet enter Edwin Clayhanger. It appeared likely that Edwin Clayhanger would join them in the enterprise of witnessing the historic spectacle. A few minutes later everybody was startled by the gay apparition of Osmond Orgreave swinging his cane. Curiosity had been too much for industriousness, and Osmond Orgreave had yielded himself to the general interest. "Oh, father," cried Janet, "what a deceitful thing you are!" Only a day or 2 ago, Hilda was thinking, I'd never even heard of him, and his shop seemed so strange and romantic to me, and now I am sitting in his shop like an old friend, and nobody suspects that he and I have had a secret meeting. The shop itself seemed to be important and prosperous. Mr. Orgreave, having decided for pleasure, was anxious to find it at once, and under his impatience they left the shop. Janet went out first with her gay father. Edwin Clayhanger waited respectfully for Hilda to pass. But, just as she was about to step forth, she caught sight of George Cannon coming along the opposite side of Wedgwood Street in the direction of Trafalgar Road. He was in close conversation with another man. She kept within the shelter of the shop until the two had gone by. She did not want to meet George Cannon, with whom she had not had speech since the interview at the Cedars. He had written to her about the property sales, and she had replied. There was no reason why she should hesitate to meet him, but she wished not to complicate the situation. She thought, if he saw me, he'd come across and speak to me, and I might have to introduce him to all these people, and goodness knows what. The contretemps caused her heart to beat. When they emerged from the shop, Janet, a few yards ahead with Mr. Orgreave, was beckoning. 3. Hilda stood on a barrel by the side of Edwin Clayhanger on another barrel. There, from the top of St. Luke's Square, they surveyed a vast rectangular carpet of upturned faces that made a pattern of pale dots on a coloured and black groundwork. Nearly all the children of Bursley, thousands upon thousands, were massed in the square, wedged in tight together, so that there seemed not to be an inch of space anywhere between the shuttered shop fronts on the east of the square and the shuttered shop fronts on the west of the square. At the bottom of the square a row of railway lorries were crammed with tiny babes, or such they appeared, toddlers too weak to walk in processions. At the top of the square a large platform full of bearded adults rose like an island out of the unconscious sea of infants. And from every window of every house adults looked down in safe ease upon that wavy ocean, over which banners gleamed in the dazzling and fierce sunshine. She might have put up her sunshade, but she would not do so. She thought, if all those children can stand the sun without fainting, I can. She was extraordinarily affected by the mere sight of the immense multitude of children. They were as helpless and as fatalistic as sheep, utterly at the mercy of the adults who had herded them. There was about them a collective wistfulness that cut the heart. To dwell on the idea of it would have brought her to tears. And when the multitude sang so lustily, so willingly, so bravely, pouring forth with the brass instruments a volume of tone enormous and majestic, she had a tightness of the throat that was excruciating. The centenary of Sunday schools was quite other than she had expected. She had not bargained for these emotions. It was after the hymn, "There is a fountain filled with blood," drawing the quietude of a speech, that Edwin Clayhanger, taking up an evangelistic phrase in the speech, whispered to her, "More blood." "What?" she asked, amazed by his ironical accent, which jarred on her mood, and also by his familiar manner of leaning towards her and dropping the words in her ear. "Well," he said, "look at it. It only wants the Ganges at the bottom of the square." Evidently, for Edwin Clayhanger, all religions were equally heathenish. She was quite startled out of her amazement, and her response was an almost humble entreaty not to make fun. The next moment she regretted that she had not answered him with sharp firmness. She was somewhat out of humour with him. He had begun by losing sight of Mr. Orgreave and Janet, and of course it was hopeless to seek for them in those thronging streets around St. Luke's Square. Then he had said to her in a most peculiar tone, "I hope you didn't catch cold in the rain the other night." And she had not liked that. She had regarded it as a fault in tact, almost as a sexual disloyalty on his part to refer at all to the scene in the garden. Finally, his way of negotiating with the barrowman for the use of 2 barrels had lacking for Hilda in the quality of largeness and masterfulness. Any one of the Orgreave boys would, she was sure, have carried the thing off in a more worldly manner. The climax of the service came with the singing of "When I Survey the Wondrous Cross." The physical effect of it on Hilda was nearly overwhelming. The terrible and sublime words seemed to surge upon her, charged with all the multitudinous significance of the crowd. She was profoundly stirred, and to prevent an outburst of tears she shook her head. "What's the matter?" said Edwin Clayhanger. "Clumsy dolt," she thought, "haven't you got enough sense to leave me alone?" And she said aloud, passionately transforming her weakness into ferocity, "That's the most splendid religious verse ever written. You can say what you like. It's worth while believing anything if you can sing words like that and mean them." He agreed that the hymn was fine. "Do you know who wrote it?" she demanded threateningly. He did not. She was delighted. "Dr. Watts, of course," she said with a scornful sneer. What did Janet mean by saying that he had read simply everything? 4. An episode which supervened close to their barrels did a great deal to intensify the hostility of her mood. On the edge of the crowd an old man, who had been trying to force his way through it, was being guyed by a gang of louts who had surrounded an ice-cream barrow. Suddenly she recognized this old man. His name was Shushens. He was a familiar figure of the streets of Turnhill, and he had the reputation of being the oldest Sunday school teacher in the 5 Towns. He was indeed exceedingly old, foolish, and undignified in senility, and the louts were odiously jeering at his defenceless dotage, and a young policeman was obviously with the louts and against the aged, fatuous victim. Hilda gave an exclamation of revolt, and called upon Edwin Clayhanger to go to the rescue of Mr. Shushens. Not he, however, but she jumped down first and pushed towards the barrow. She made the path, and he followed. She protested to the policeman, and he, too modestly, seconded her. Yet the policeman, ignoring her, addressed himself to Edwin Clayhanger. Hilda was infuriated. It appeared that old Mr. Shushens had had the ticket for the platform, but had lost it. He must be got on to the platform somehow, she decided, with a fiery glance. But Edwin Clayhanger seemed to be incapable of an heroic action. He hesitated. The policeman hesitated. Fortunately, the plight of the doting oldest Sunday school teacher in the Five Towns had been observed from the platform, and two fussy, rosetted officials bustled up and offered to take charge of him. And Hilda, dissolving in painful pity, bent over him softly and arranged his disordered clothes. She was weeping. "Shall we go back to our barrels?" Edwin Clayhanger rather sheepishly suggested, after Mr. Shushens had been dragged away. But she would not go back to the barrels. "I think it's time we set about to find Janet and Mr. Orgreave," she replied coldly, and they drew out of the crowd. She was profoundly deceived in Edwin Clayhanger, so famous for his presence of mind in saving printing shops from destruction. She did not know what he ought to have done. She made no attempt to conceive what he ought to have done. But that he ought to have done something decisive and grandly masculine, she was sure. 5. Later, after sundry adventures, and having found Mr. Orgreave and Janet, they stood at the tail of the steam-car, which Janet had decided should carry her up to Bleakridge, and Edwin shook hands. Yes, Hilda was profoundly deceived in him. Nevertheless, his wistful and honest glance as he parted from her had its effect. If he had not one quality, he had another. She tried hard to maintain her scorn of him, but it was exceedingly difficult to do so. Mr. Orgreave wiped his brow as the car jolted them out of the tumult of the Centenary. It was hot, but he did not seem to be in the slightest degree fatigued or dispirited, whereas Janet put back her head and shut her eyes. "Caught sight of a friend of yours this morning, Hilda," he said pleasantly. "Oh?" "Yes, Mr. Cannon. By the way, I forgot to tell you yesterday that his famous newspaper, yours, has come to an end." He spoke, as it were, with calm sympathy. "Yes, well, it's not surprising. Nothing's ever stood up against the Signal yet." Hilda was saddened. When they reached Lane End House, a few seconds in front of the hurrying and apologetic servants, Mrs. Orgreave told her that Mr. George Cannon had called to see her, and had left a note for her. She ran up to her room with the note. It said merely that the writer wished to have an interview with her at once. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Her Burden. Chapter 1, Hilda Indispensable. 1. Hilda made no response of any kind to George Cannon's request for an immediate interview, allowing day after day to pass in inactivity, and wondering the while how she might excuse or explain her singular conduct when circumstances should bring the situation to a head. She knew that she ought either to go over to Turnhill, or write him with an appointment to see her at Lane End House. But she did nothing, nor did she say a word of the matter to Janet in the bedroom at nights. All that she could tell herself was that she did not want to see George Cannon. She was not honestly persuaded that she feared to see him. In the meantime, Edwin Clayhanger was invisible, though the removal of the Clayhanger household to the new resident of Bleakridge had made a considerable stir of straw and litter in Trafalgar Road. On Tuesday in the following week she received a letter from Sarah Gailey. It was brought up to her room early in the morning by a half-dressed Alicia Orgreave, and she read it as she lay in bed. Sarah Gailey, struggling with the complexities of the Cedars away in Hornsey, was unwell and gloomily desolate. She wrote that she suffered from terrible headaches on waking, and that she was often feverish, and that she had no energy whatever. "I am at a very trying age for a woman," she said. "I don't know whether you understand, but I've come to a time of life that really upsets one above a bit, and I'm fit for nothing." Hilda understood. She was flattered, even touched, by this confidence. It made her feel older and more important in the world, and a whole generation away from Alicia, who was drawing up the blind with the cries and awkward gestures of a prattling infant. To the letter there was a postscript. "Has George been to see you yet about me?
He wrote me he should, but I haven't heard since. In fact, I've been waiting to hear. I'll say nothing about that yet. I'm ashamed you should be bothered. It's so important for you to have a good holiday. Again, much love, S.G. The prim handwriting got smaller and smaller towards the end of the postscript and the end of the page, and the last lines were perfectly parallel with the lower edge of the paper. All the others sloped feebly downwards from left to right. "Oh!" piped Alicia from the window. "Maggie Clayhanger has got her curtains up in the drawing-room. Oh, aren't they proud things? Oh, I do believe she's caught me staring at her." And Alicia withdrew abruptly into the room, blushing for her detected sin of ungenteel curiosity. She bumped down on the bed. 3 days more, she said. Not counting today. 4 counting today. School? Alicia nodded, her finger in her mouth. Isn't it horrid going to school on a day like this? I hear you and Janet are off up to Hillport this afternoon again to play tennis. You do have times. No, said Hilda. I've got to go to Turnhill this afternoon. But Janet told me you were... Her glance fell on the letter. Is it business? Yes. The child was impressed, and her change of tone, her frank awe, gave pleasure to Hilda's vanity. Shall I go and tell Jane? She isn't near dressed. Yes, do. Off scampered Alicia, leaving the door unlatched behind her. Hilda gazed at the letter, holding it limply in her left hand amidst the soft disorder of the counterpane. It had come to her, an intolerably pathetic messenger and accuser, out of the exacerbating frowsiness of the Cedars. Yesterday afternoon care-ridden Sarah Gailey was writing it with sighs at the desk in her stuffy, uncomfortable bedroom. As Hilda gazed at the formation of the words, she could see the unhappy Sarah Gailey writing them, and the letter was like a bit of Sarah Gailey's self, magically and disconcertingly projected into the spacious, laughing home of the Orgreaves, and into the mysterious new happiness that was forming around Hilda. The Orgreaves, so far as Hilda could discover, had no real anxieties. They were a joyous lot, favoured alike by temperament and by fortune. And she, Hilda, what real anxieties had she? None. She was sure of a small but adequate income. Her grief for her mother was assuaged. The problem of her soul no longer troubled. In part it had been solved, and in part it had faded imperceptibly away. Nor was she exercised about the future, about the new life. Instead of rushing ardently to meet the future, she felt content to wait for its coming. Why disturb oneself? She was free, she was enjoying existence with the Orgreaves. Yes, she was happy in this roseate passivity. The letter shook her, arousing as it did the sharp sense of her indebtedness to Sarah Gailey, who alone had succoured her in her long period of despairing infelicity. Had she guessed that it was Sarah Gailey's affair upon which George Cannon had desired to see her, she would not have delayed an hour. No reluctance to meet George Cannon would have caused her to tarry. But she had not guessed. The idea had never occurred to her. She rose, picked up the envelope from the carpet, carefully replaced the letter in it, and laid it with love on the glittering dressing-table. Through the unlatched door she heard a tramping of unshod masculine feet in the passage, and the delightful curt greeting of Osmond Orgreave and his sleepy son Jimmy, splendid, powerful males. She glanced at the garden, and at the garden of the Clayhangers, swimming in fresh sunshine. She glanced in the mirror, and saw the déshabillé of her black hair and of her insecure nightgown, and thought, truly I am not so bad looking, and how well I feel, how fond they all are of me. I'm just at the right age. I'm young, but I'm mature. I've had a lot of experience, and I'm not a fool. I'm strong. I could stand anything. She put her shoulders back with a challenging gesture. The pride of life was hers. And then this disturbing vision of Sarah Gailey, alone, unhappy, unattractive, enfeebled, aging. It seemed to her inexpressibly cruel that people must grow old and weak and desolate. It seemed monstrous. A pang, momentary but excruciating, smote her. She said to herself, Sarah Gailey has nothing to look forward to except worry. Sarah Gailey is at the end instead of at the beginning. 2. When she got off the train at Turnhill Station early that afternoon, she had no qualm at the thought of meeting George Cannon. she was not even concerned to invent a decent excuse for her silence in relation to his urgent letter. She went to see him for the sake of Sarah Gailey, and because she apparently might be of use in some affair of Sarah's, she knew not what. She was proud that either Sarah or he thought that she could be of some use, or that it was worth while consulting her. She had a grave air, as of one to whom esteem has brought responsibilities. In Child Street, leading to High Street, she passed the office of Godliman's, the auctioneers, and there, among a group of white posters covering the large window, was a poster of the sale of valuable household furniture and effects removed from No. 15 Lessways Street. And on the poster, in a very black line by itself, stood out saliently the phrase, "Massive bedroom suite." Her mother's. Hers. She had to stop and read the poster through, though she was curiously afraid of being caught in the act. All the principal items were mentioned by the faithful auctioneers, and the furniture thus described had a strange aspect of special importance, as if it had been subtly better, more solid, more desirable than any other houseful of furniture in the town. Lessways furniture. She sought for the date. The sale had taken place on the previous night, at the very hour when she was lolling and laughing in the drawing-room of Lane End House with the Orgreaves. The furniture was sold, dispersed, gone. The house was empty. The past was irremediably closed. The realization of this naturally affected her, raising phantoms of her mother, and of the face of the cab-driver as he remarked on the drawn blinds of the Cedars. But she was still more affected by the thought that the poster was on the window and the furniture scattered, solely because she had willed it. She had said, "Please sell all the furniture, and you needn't consult me about the sale. I don't want to know. I prefer not to know. Just get it done." And it had been done. How mysteriously romantic! Some girls would not have sold the furniture, would not have dared to sell it, would have accepted the furniture and the house as a solemn charge, and gone on living among those relics, obedient to a tradition. But she had dared. She had willed, and the solid furniture had vanished away, and she was adventurously free. She went forward. At the corner of Child Street and High Street the new town hall was rising to the skies. Already its walls were higher than the highest house in the vicinity, and workmen were crawling over it amid dust, and a load of crimson bricks was trembling and revolving upwards on a thin rope that hung down from the blue. Glimpses of London had modified old estimates of her native town. Nevertheless, the new town hall still appeared extraordinarily large and important to her. She saw the detested Arthur Dayson in the distance of the street, and crossed hurriedly to the square, looking fixedly at the stories above the ironmongers, so that Arthur Dayson could not possibly catch her eye. There was no sign of the Five Towns Chronicle in the bare windows of the second story. This did not surprise her, but she was startled by the absence of the Carkeek wire blinds from the first-floor windows, equally bare with those of the second. When she got to the entrance, she was still more startled to observe that the Carkeek brass plate had been removed. She climbed the long stairs apprehensively. 3. "Anybody here?" she called out timidly. She was in the clerk's office, which was empty, but she could hear movements in another room. The place seemed in process of being dismantled. Suddenly George Cannon appeared in a doorway, frowning. "Good afternoon, Mr. Cannon." "Good afternoon, Miss Lessways." He spoke with stiff politeness. His face looked weary. After a slight hesitation he advanced, and they shook hands. Hilda was nervous. Her neglect of his letter now presented itself to her as inexcusable. She thought, "If he is vexed about it, I shall have to humour him. I really can't blame him. He must think me very queer." "I was wondering what had become of you," he said, amply polite, but not cordial. "Well," she said, "every day I was expecting you to call again, or to send me a note or something, and what with one thing and another." "I dare say your time's been fully occupied." He filled up her pause, and she fancied that he spoke in a peculiar tone. She absurdly fancied that he was referring to the time which she had publicly spent with Edwin Clayhanger of the Centenary. She conceived that he might have seen her and Edwin Clayhanger together. "I had a letter from Miss Gailey this morning," she said, "and it seems that it's about her that you wanted."
"Yes."
"I do wish I'd known. If I'd had the slightest idea, I should have come over instantly." She spoke with eager seriousness, and then added, smiling, as if an appeal to be favourably understood, "I thought it was only about my affairs, sale or what not, and as I'd asked you to manage all these things exactly as you thought best, I didn't trouble." He laughed, and either forgave or forgot.
"Will you come this way?" he invited, in a new tone of friendliness. "We're rather in a mess here."
"You're all alone, too," she said, following him into his room.
"Sout is out," he answered laconically,
waiting for her to precede him. She had said nothing as to the office boy, nor as to Mr. Carkeek. Hilda was now sure that something strange had happened.
"So you've heard from Sarah, have you?"
he began, and when they were both seated in his own room. There were still a lot of papers, though fewer than of old, on the broad desk, but the bookcase was quite empty, and several of the shelves in it had supped from the horizontal. The front part of the shelves was a pale yellow, and behind that an irregular dark band of dust indicated the varying depths of the vanished tomes. The forlornness of the bookcase gave a stricken air to the whole room. "She's not well."
"Or she imagines she's not well."
"Oh, no," said Hilda warmly. "It isn't imagination. She really isn't well."
"You think so?"
"I don't think, I know." Hilda spoke proudly, but with the restraint which absolute certainty permits. She crushed rather than resented George Cannon's easy insinuation, full of the unjustified superiority of the male. How could he judge? How could any man judge? She had never before felt so sure of herself, so adult and experienced, as she felt then.
"But it's nothing serious," he suggested with deference.
"No, not what you call serious," said Hilda judiciously, mysteriously.
"Because she wants to give up the boarding-house business altogether, that's all."
Having delivered this dramatic blow, George Cannon smiled, as it were, quizzically, and Hilda was reassured about him. She had been thinking, "Is he ruined? If he is not ruined, what is the meaning of these puzzling changes here?" And she had remembered her shrewd mother's hints and her own latter fears concerning the insecurity of his position, and had studied his tired and worn face for an equivocal sign. But this smile, self-confident and firm, was not the smile of a ruined man, and his flashing glance seemed to be an omen of definite success. "Wants to give it up?" exclaimed Hilda. He nodded. "But why? I thought she was doing rather well."
"So she is."
"Then why?"
"Ah!"
George Cannon lifted his head with a gesture signifying enigma.
"That's just what I wanted to ask you. Hasn't she said anything to you?"
"As to giving it up? No. So it was this that you wanted to see me about?"
He nodded. "She wrote me a few days after you came away and suggested I should see you and ask you what you thought."
"But why me?"
"Well, she thinks the world of you, Sarah does."
Hilda thought, "How strange! She did nothing but look after me and wait on me hand and foot, and I never helped her in any way, and yet she turns to me." And she was extremely flattered and gratified, and was aware of a delicious increase of self-respect. "But supposing she does give it up?" Hilda said aloud. "What will she do?"
"Exactly," said George Cannon, and then, in a very confidential, ingratiating manner, "I wish you'd write to her and put some reason into her. She mustn't give it up. With her help, and you know in the management she's simply wonderful, with her help I think I should be able to bring something about that'll startle folks. Only she mustn't throw me over, and she mustn't get too crotchety with the boarders. I've had some difficulty in that line as it is. In fact, I've had to be rather cross. You know about the Bowdwoods, for instance? Well, I've smoothed that over. It's nothing, if she'll keep her head. If she'll keep her head, it's a gold mine. You'll see. Only she wants a bit of managing. If you'd write—" "I shan't write," said Hilda. "I shall go and see her at once. I should have gone in any case, after her letter this morning saying how unwell she is. She wants company. She was so kind to me, I couldn't possibly leave her in the lurch. I can't very well get away to-day, but I shall go to-morrow, and I shall drop her a line to-night." "It's very good of you, I'm sure," said George Cannon. Obviously he was much relieved. "Not at all,"
Hilda protested. She felt very content and happy. "The fact is," he went on, "there's nobody but you can do it. Your mother was the only real friend she ever had, and this is the first time she's been left alone up there, you see. I'm quite sure you can save the situation." He was frankly depending on her for something which he admitted he could not accomplish himself. Those two people, George Cannon and Sarah Gailey, had both instinctively turned to her in a crisis. None could do what she could do. She, by the force of her individuality, could save the situation. She was no longer a girl, but a mature and influential being. Her ancient diffidence before George Cannon had completely gone. She had no qualms, no foreboding, no dubious sensation of weakness. Instead, she felt herself in one respect his superior, for his confidence in Sarah Gailey's housewifely skill, his conviction that it was unique and would be irreplaceable, struck her as somewhat naive, as being yet another example of the absurd family pride which she and her mother had often noticed in the Five Towns. She was not happy at the prospect of so abruptly quitting the delights of Lane End House and the vicinity of Edwin Clayhanger. She was not happy at the prospect of postponing the consideration of plans for her own existence. She was not happy at the prospect of Sarah Gailey's pessimistic complainings. She was above happiness. She was above even that thrill of sharp and intense vitality which in times past had ennobled trouble and misery. She had the most exquisite feeling of triumphant self-justification. She was splendidly conscious of power. She was indispensable. And the dismantled desolation of the echoing office and the mystery of George Cannon's personal position somehow gave a strange poignancy to her mood. They talked of indifferent matters, her property, the Orgreaves, even the defunct newspaper, as to which George Cannon shrugged his shoulders. Then the conversation drooped. "I shall go up by the 4 train to-morrow," she said, clinching the interview and rising. "I may go up by that train myself," said George Cannon. She started. "Oh, are you going to Hornsey too?" "No, not Hornsey. I've other business." End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sarah's Benefactor. 1. On the following afternoon Hilda travelled alone by the local train from Bleakridge to Knype, the central station where all voyagers for London, Birmingham, and Manchester had to foregather in order to take the fast expresses that unwillingly halted there, and there only, in their skimming flights across the district. It was a custom of Five Towns hospitality that a departing guest should be accompanied as far as Knype and stowed, with personal attentions, into the big train. But on this occasion Hilda had wished otherwise. "I should prefer nobody to go with me to Knype," she had said, in a characteristic tone, to Janet. It was enough. The family had wondered, but it was enough. The family knew its singular, its mysterious Hilda. And instead of at Knype, the leave-takings had occurred at the little wayside station of Bleakridge, with wavy moorland behind, factory chimneys in front, and cinder and shawd heaps all around. Hilda had told Janet, "Mr. Cameron may be meeting me at Knype. He's probably going to London too." And the discreet Janet, comprehending Hilda, had not even mentioned this fact to the rest of the family. George Cannon, in a light summer suit and straw hat, was already on the platform at Knype. Hilda had feared that at Bleakridge he might be looking out of the window of the local train, which started from Turnhill. She had desired not to meet him in the presence of any of the Orgreaves. But either he had caught the previous train to Knype, or he had driven down. Holding a Gladstone bag and a stick in one hand, he stood talking to another man of about his own age and height. The conversation was vivacious, at any rate on George Cannon's part. Hilda passed close by him amid the popular stir of the expectant platform. He saw her, turned, and raised his hat, but in a perfunctory, preoccupied manner, and instantly resumed the speech to his companion. Hilda recognized the latter. It was young Lawton, son and successor to old Lawton, the most famous lawyer in the Five Towns. Young Lawton had a branch office at Turnhill,
and lived in an important house halfway between Turnhill and Bursley, where, behind the town hall, was the historic principal office of the firm. The express came loudly in, and Hilda, having climbed into a second-class compartment, leaned out from it to descry her porter and bestow on him a threepenny bit. George Cannon and young Lawton were still in argument, and apparently quite indifferent to the train. Young Lawton's thin face had its usual faint, harsh smile. His limbs were moveless in an exasperating and obstinate calm. Hilda detested the man from his mere looks. But George Cannon was very obviously under excitement. His face was flushed. He moved his free arm violently. Even the Gladstone bag swung to and fro. He punctuated his sentences with sharp, angry nods of the head, insisting and protesting and insisting, while the other, saying much less, maintained his damnable, stupid, disdainful grin. Would he let the train go in his feverish preoccupation? Hilda was seriously afraid that he would. The last trunks were flung into the front van. The station-master in his tall hat waved curtly to the glittering guard. The guard waved his flag and whistled. A porter banged the door of Hilda's compartment, ignoring her gestures. The engine whistled. And at that moment George Cannon, throwing apparently a last malediction at young Lawton, sprang towards the train, and, seeing Hilda's face, rushed to the door, which she strained to open again. "I was afraid you'd be left behind," she said, as he dropped his bag on the seat, and the affronted station-master himself shut the door. "Not quite," ejaculated Cannon grimly. The smooth, irresistible gliding of the train became apparent, establishing a sudden aloof calm. Hilda perceived that all her muscles were tense. In the compartment was a middle-aged couple. "What's this place?" asked the woman. "Looks like Tamworth," said the man sleepily. "Knype, sir," George Cannon corrected him very sharply. He was so wrought up that he had omitted even to shake hands with Hilda. Making no effort to talk and showing no curiosity about Hilda's welfare or doings, he moved uneasily on his seat, and from time to time opened and shut the Gladstone bag. Gradually the flush paled from his face. At Lichfield the middle-aged couple took advice from a porter and stumbled out of the train. 2. "We're fairly out of the smoke now," said Hilda, when the train began to move again. As a fact, they had been fairly out of the smoke of the Five Towns for more than half an hour, but Hilda spoke at random, timidly, nervously, for the sake of speaking. And she was as apologetic as though it was she herself who by some untimely discretion had annoyed George Cannon. "Yes, thank God," he replied fiercely, blowing with pleasure upon the embers of his resentment. "And I'll take good care I never go into it again. To live, that is." "Really?" she murmured, struck into an extreme astonishment. He produced a cigar and a matchbox. "May I?" he demanded carelessly, and accepted her affirmatives of course. "You've heard about my little affair?" he asked, after lighting the cigar, and he gazed at her curiously. "No." "Do you mean to say that none of the Orgreaves have said anything this last day or two?" He leaned forward. They were in opposite corners. "No," she repeated stiffly. Nevertheless, she remembered a peculiar glance of Tom's to his father on the previous day, when George Cannon's name had been mentioned. "Well," said he, "you surprised me, that's all." "But—" She stopped, full of misgivings. "Never heard any gossip about me? Never?" he persisted, as it were, menacing her. She shook her head. "Never heard that I'm not really a solicitor?" "Oh, well, I think mother once did say something." "I thought so." "But I don't understand those things," she said simply. "Is anything the matter? "Nothing," he replied, calm and convincing. "Only I've been done. You'll hear about it some day, I dare say. Shall I tell you? Would you like me to tell you?" He smiled rather boyishly and leaned back. "Yes," she nodded. His attitude was very familiar, recalling their former relation of employer and employed. It seemed as natural to her as to him that he should not too ceremoniously conceal his feelings or disguise his mood. "Well, you see, I expect I know as much about law as any of them, but I've never been admitted, and so—" He stopped, perceiving that she did not comprehend the significance of such a word as admitted. If you want to practice as a solicitor, you have to pass examinations, and I never have passed examinations. Very expensive and all that. And I couldn't afford when I was young. It isn't the exams that are difficult. You may tell that from the fellows that pass them. Lawton, for instance. But after a certain age, exams become a nuisance. However, I could do everything else. I might have had half a dozen situations as managing clerk in the Five Towns if I wanted. And I didn't want. I wanted to be on my own. I could get clients as quick as any of them, and quicker. So I found Carkeek, the excellent Mr. Carkeek, another of the bright ones that could pass exams. Oh, he passed the exams all right. He spent 5 years and I don't know how many £100 in passing the exams, and with it all he couldn't get above a couple of pounds a week. There are hundreds of real solicitors up and down the country who aren't earning more, and they aren't worth more. But I gave him more, and a lot more, just to use his name on my door and my blinds. See? In theory I was his clerk, but in reality he was mine. It was all quite clear. He understood. I should think he did, by Jove. George Gannon laughed shortly. Everyone understood. I got a practice together in no time. He didn't do it. He wouldn't have got a practice together in 1,000 years. I had the second best practice in Turnhill, and I should have had the best, if I hadn't been done.
Yes, said Hilda.
The confidence flattered her. Well, Carkeek came into some money, and he simply walked out of the office. Simply walked out. Didn't give me time to turn round. I'd always treated him properly, but he was jealous.
What a shame!
Hilda's scorn shrivelled up Mr. Carkeek. There was nothing that she detested so much as disloyalty. Yes, I couldn't stop him, of course. No formal agreement between us. Couldn't be in a case like ours. So he had me. He'd taken my wages quick enough as long as it suited him. Then he comes into money and behaves like that. Jealousy. They were all jealous, always had been. I was doing too well. So I had the whole gang down on me instantly like 1,000 of bricks. They knew I was helpless, and so they came on. Special meeting of the Committee of the North Staffordshire Law Society, if you please. Rumours of prosecution. Oh, yes, I don't know what. All because I wouldn't take the trouble to pass their wretched exams. Why, I could pass their exams on my head if I hadn't anything better to do. But I have. At first I thought I'd retire for 5 years and pass their exams, and then come back and make 'em sit up. And wouldn't I have made 'em sit up? But then I said to myself, no, it isn't good enough.
Hilda frowned.
What isn't? What? The Five Towns isn't good enough. I can find something better than the law, and I can find something better than the Five Towns. And here young Lawton has the impudence to begin to preach to me on Knype platform, and to tell me I'm wise in going. He's the president of the local law society, you know. No end of a president. Hasn't even got gumption enough to keep his father's practice together. Stupid ass. Well, I let him have it, and straight. He's no worse than the rest. They've got no brains in this district, and they're so narrow. Narrow isn't the word. Thick-headed's the word. Stupid. Mean. Mean. What did it matter to them? I kept to all their rules. There was a real solicitor on the premises, and there'd soon have been another if I'd had time. No concern of theirs how the money was divided between me and the real solicitor. But they were jealous. There you are. They don't understand enterprise. They hate it. Nothing ever moves in the Five Towns, and they got no manners. I do believe that's the worst. Look at Lawton's manners. Nothing but a bore. They aren't civilized yet. That's what's the matter with them. That's what my father used to say. Barbarians, he used to say. Ce sont des barbares. Kids used to throw stones at him because of his necktie. The grown-ups chuck a brick at anything they don't quite fancy. That's their idea of wit.
Hilda was afraid of his tempestuous mood. But she enjoyed her fear as she might have enjoyed exposure to a dangerous storm. She enjoyed the sensation of her fragility and helplessness there, cooped up with him in the close intimacy of the compartment. She was glad that he did not apologize to her for his lack of restraint, nor foolishly pretend that he was boring her. "It does seem a shame," she murmured, her eyes candidly admitting that she felt enormously flattered. He sighed and laughed. "How often have I heard my father say that? Ce sont des barbares. Peel's only brought him over because they could find nobody in the Five Towns civilized enough to do the work that he did. I can imagine how he must have felt when he first came here. My God! Environment! I tell you what,
It's only lately I've realized how I loathe the provinces." The little interior in which they were swept steadily and smoothly across the central sunlit plain of England, passing canals and brooks and cottages and churches, silent and stolid in that English stupidity that he was criticising. And Hilda saw of George Cannon all that was French in him. She saw him quite anew, as something rather exotic and entirely marvellous. She thought, "When I first met him I said to myself he was a most extraordinary man, and I was right. I was more right than I ever imagined. No one down there has any idea of what he really is. They're too stupid, as he says." He imposed on her his scorn of the provincial. She had to share it. She had a vision of the Five Towns as a smoky blotch on the remote horizon, negligible, crass, ridiculous in its heavy self-complacency. The very Orgreaves themselves were tinged with this odious English provincialism. He smiled to himself, and then said very quietly, "It isn't of the least importance, you know. In fact, I'm rather glad. I've never had any difficulty in making money, and when I've settled up everything down there I shan't be precisely without, and I shall have no excuse for not branching out in a new line." She meekly encouraged him to continue. "Oh yes," he went on, "the law isn't the only thing, not by a long way. And besides, I'm sick of it. Do you know what the great thing of the future is? I mean the really great thing, the smashing big thing?" He smiled, kindly and confidential. She too smiled, shaking her head. "Well, I'll tell you. Hotels." "Hotels?" She was perfectly nonplussed. "Hotels. There'll be more money and more fun to be got out of hotels soon than out of any other kind of enterprise in the world. You should see those hotels that are going up in London. They'd give you a start, and no mistake. Yes, hotels. There aren't 20 people in England who know what a hotel is, but I know." He paused, and added reflectively in a comically naive tone, "Curious how these things come to you, bit by bit. Now, if it hadn't been for Sarah and that boarding-house—" He was using his straw hat as a fan. With an unexpected and almost childlike gesture he suddenly threw the hat up onto the rack above his head. "How's that?" "What a boy he is, after all," thought Hilda sympathetically, wondering why in the midst of all her manifold astonishment she felt so light-hearted and gay. "Funny parcel you've got up there," he idly observed, glancing from one rack to the other. The parcel contained Mrs. Orgreave's generous conception of a repast proper to be eaten in a train in place of high tea. He helped her to eat it. As the train approached London he resumed his manhood, and he was impeccably adult as he conducted her from Euston to King's Cross, and put her into a train in a corner of the station that the summer twilight had already taken possession of. 3. Late at night Hilda sat with Sarah Gailey in the landlady's small bedroom at the Cedars. It was lighted by a lamp, because the builder of the house, hating excess, thought fit not to carry gas-pipes higher than the first floor. A large but old bedstead filled half the floor space. On the shabby dressing-table a pile of bills and various papers lay near the lamp. Clothes were hung behind the door, and a vague wisp of muslin moved slightly in the warm draught from the tiny open window. There were 2 small cane chairs, enamelled, on which the women sat, close to each other, both incommoded by the unwholesome sultriness of the only chamber that could be spared for the private use of the house-mistress. This small bedroom was Sarah Gailey's home. Its amenities were the ultimate nightly reward of her labours. If George Cannon had obtained possession of the Cedars as an occupation for Sarah, this room and Sarah's pleasure therein were the sole justification of the entire mansion. As Hilda looked at Sarah Gailey's bowed head, but little greyed, beneath the ray of the lamp, and at her shrivelled, neurotic, plaintive face in shadow, and at her knotty hands loosely clasped, she contrasted her companion and the scene with the youthfulness and the spaciousness and the sturdy, gay vigour of existence in the household of the Orgreaves. She thought, with a renewed sense of the mysterious strangeness of life, "Last night I was there, far away, all those scores of miles of fields and towns are between, and to-night I am here. Down there I was nothing but an idler. Here I am the strongest, I am indispensable, I am the one person on whom she depends. Without me everything will go to pieces." and she thought of George Cannon's vast enigmatic projects concerning grand hotels. In passing the immense pile of St. Pancras on the way from Euston to King's Cross, George Cannon had waved his hand and said, "Look at that! Look at that! It's something after that style which I want for a toy, and I'll have it." Yes, the lofty turrets of St. Pancras had not intimidated him. He, fresh from Little Turnhill and from defeat, could rise at once to the height of them, and by the force of imagination make them his own. He could turn abruptly from the law to hotels. A disconcerting man, and the mere tone in which he mentioned his enterprise seemed, in a most surprising way, to dignify hotels and even boarding-houses, to give romance to the perfectly unromantic business of lodging and catering. And the seed from which he was to grow the magic plant sat in the room there with Hilda, that bowed head. The ambition and the dream resembled St. Pancras. The present reality was the Cedars, and Sarah's poor, stuffy little bedroom in the Cedars. Sarah began to cry weakly. "But what's the matter?" asked Hilda, the strong succourer. "Nothing. Only it's such a relief to me you've come." Hilda deprecated lightly. "I should have come sooner if I'd known. You ought to have sent word before." "No, I couldn't. After all, what is it? I'm only silly. There's nothing really the matter. The minute you come, I can see that. I can even stand those Boutwoods if you're here. You know George made it up with them, and I won't say he wasn't right, but I had to put my pride in my pocket. And yesterday it nearly made me scream out to see Mrs. Boutwood stir her tea." "But why?" "I don't know. It's nerves, that's what it is. Well, I've got to go through these." She fingered the papers on the dressing-table with her left hand, while drying her tears with the right. "He's very wishful for proper accounts, George is. That's right enough. But, well, I think I can make a shilling go as far as anyone, and choose flesh meat with anyone too. That I will say. But these accounts! George is always wanting to know how much it costs a head a week for this, that, and the other. It's all very well for him, but if he had the servants to look after, and—" "I'm going to keep your accounts for you," Hilda soothed her. "But—" "I'm going to keep your accounts for you." And she thought, how exactly like mother I was just then. It appeared to Hilda that she was making a promise and shouldering a responsibility against her will, and perhaps against her common sense. She might keep accounts at the Cedars for a week, a fortnight, a month, but she could not keep accounts there indefinitely. She was sowing complications for herself. Freedom and change and luxury were what she deemed she desired, not a desk in a boarding-house. And yet something within her compelled her to say in a firm, sure, kindly voice, "Now give me all those papers, Miss Gailey." And, amid indefinite regret and foreboding, she was proud and happy in her role of benefactor. When Hilda at length rose to go to her own room, Sarah Gailey had to move her chair so that she might pass. At the door both hesitated for an instant, and then Hilda with a sudden gesture advanced her lips. It was the first time she and Sarah had ever kissed. The contact with that desiccated skin intensified to an extraordinary degree Hilda's emotional sympathy for the ageing woman. She thought poignantly, poor old thing. And when she was on the dark little square landing under the roof, Sarah, holding the lamp, called out in a whisper, "Hilda!" "Well?" "Did he say anything to you about Brighton?" "Brighton?" She perceived with certainty from Sarah's eager and yet apologetic tone that the question had been waiting for utterance throughout the evening, and that Sarah had lacked courage for it until the kiss had enheartened her. And also she perceived that Sarah was suspecting her of being somehow in conspiracy with George Cannon. "Yes," said Sarah, "he's got into his head that Brighton's the only place for this boarding-house business, if it's to be properly done." "He never said a word to me about Brighton," Hilda whispered positively. "Oh!" Hilda descended the stairs, groping. Brighton! What next? End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 3. At Brighton. 1. She thought vividly, one afternoon about 3 months later, of that final scrap of conversation. Just as she had sat opposite George Cannon in a second-class compartment, so now she was sitting opposite Sarah Gailey in a second-class compartment. The train, having passed Lewes, was within a few minutes of Brighton, and, following behind them, somewhere at the tail of the train, were certain trunks containing all that she possessed, and all that Sarah Gailey possessed, of personal property, their sole chattels and paraphernalia on earth. George Cannon had willed it, and brought it about. He was to receive them on the platform of Brighton station. She had not seen very much of him in the interval, for he had been continually on the move between Brighton and Turnhill. In a moment we shall all be together again, she reflected. This meeting also will happen, as everything else has happened, and a new period will definitely have begun. And she sat and stared at the closed eyes of the desiccated Sarah Gailey, and waited for the instant of arrival apprehensively, and as it were incredulously, not with fear, not with pleasure, but with the foreboding of adventure, and a curious idea that the instant of arrival never would come. For 13 weeks, which had gone very quickly, she had devoted herself to Sarah Gailey, acting as George Cannon's precursor, prophet, and expounder. While the summer cooled into autumn, and the boarding-house season slackened and once more feebly brightened, she had daily conversed with Sarah about George's plans, making them palatable to her, softening the shocks of them, and voluntarily promising not to quit her until the crisis was past. She had had to discourse on the unique advantages of Brighton as a field for George's enterprise, and on George's common sense, and on Sarah's common sense, and the interdependence of the two. When the news came that George had acquired down there a house in going order, she had had to prove that it was not the end of the world that was announced. When the news came that George had resold the Cedars to its original occupier, she had had to prove that the transaction did not signify a mysterious but mortal insult to Sarah. When the news came that the Cedars must be vacated before noon on a given Saturday, she had had to begin all her demonstrations afresh, and, in addition, attempt to persuade Sarah that George was not utterly mad, buying and selling boarding-house tenancies all over the south of England, and that the exit from the Cedars would not be the ruin of dignity and peace and the commencement of fatal disasters. In the hour when Sarah Gailey learnt the immutable Saturday of departure, the Cedars, which had been her hell, promised to become on that very Saturday a paradise. On the whole, the 3 months had constituted a quarter of exceeding difficulty and delicacy. The first month had been rendered memorable by Sarah's astonishing behaviour when Hilda had desired to pay, as before, for her board and lodging. The mere offer of the money had made plain to Sarah, what she then said she had always suspected, that Hilda was her enemy in disguise, and, like the rest, bent on humiliating her and outraging her most sacred feelings. In that encounter, but in no other, Sarah had won. The opportune withdrawal of the Poutwoods from the boarding-house had assisted the establishment of peace. When the Poutwoods left, Miss Gailey seemed to breathe the drawing-room air as though it were ozone of the mountains. But her joy had been quickly dissipated, for to dissipate joy was her chief recreation. A fortnight before the migration to Brighton, Hilda, contemplating all that had to be done, had thought, aghast, "I shall never be able to humour her into doing it all." Closing of accounts, dismissals, inventories, bills, receipts, packing, decisions concerning trains, reception of the former proprietor, especially that, good-byes, superintending the stowage of luggage on the cab. George Cannon had not once appeared in the last sensitive weeks, and he had therein been wise, and all that had to be done had been done, not by Hilda, but by Sarah Gailey, the touchy and the competent. Hilda had done little but the humouring. 2. And there sat Sarah Gailey, deracinated and captive, to prove how influential a person Hilda was. With the eyes shut, Sarah's worn face under her black bonnet had precisely the aspect of a corpse, and the corpse of somebody who had expired under the weight of all the world's woe. Hilda thought, "When she's dead she will look just like that, and one day, sooner or later, she will be dead." Strange that Sarah Gailey, with no malady except her chronic rheumatism, and no material anxiety, and every prospect of security in old age, could not be content, could not at any rate refrain from being miserable. But she could not.
She was an exhaustless fount of worry and misery. "I suppose I like her," thought Hilda. "But why do I like her? She isn't agreeable, she isn't amusing, she isn't pretty, she isn't even kind now. She's only depressing and tedious. As soon as she's fixed up here, I shall go. I shall leave her. I've done enough, and I've had enough. I must attend to my own affairs a bit. After all—" And then Hilda's conscience interrupted. "But can you leave her altogether? Without you, what will happen to her? She's getting older and worse every day. Perhaps in a few years she won't even be competent. Already she isn't perhaps quite as competent as she was." And Hilda said, "Well, of course I shall have to keep an eye on her, come and see her sometimes, often." And she knew that as long as they both lived she could never be free from a sense of responsibility towards Sarah Gailey. Useless to argue, "It's George Cannon's affair, not mine." Useless to ask, "Why should I feel responsible?" Only after she had laid Sarah Gailey in the tomb would she be free. "And that day too will come," she thought again. "I shall have to go through it, and I shall go through it." The poignant romance of existence enveloped her in its beautiful veils, and through these veils she saw, vague and diminished, the far vista of the hours which she had spent with the Orgreaves. She saw the night of Edwin Clayhanger's visit, and herself and him together in the porch, and she remembered the shock of his words, "There's no virtue in believing." The vision was like that of another and quite separate life. Would she ever go back to it? Janet was her friend, in theory her one intimate friend. She had seen her once in London, beautiful, agreeable, affectionate, intelligent. All the Orgreaves were lovable. The glance of Edwin Clayhanger and the sincerity of his smile had affected her in a manner absolutely unique. But would she ever go back? It seemed to her fantastic, impossible that she should ever go back. It seemed to her that she was netted by destiny. In any case, she knew that she could not, meanwhile, give to that group in Bursley even a part of herself. Hilda could never give a part of herself. Moreover, she was a bad letter-writer, and so, if among themselves the group at Bursley charged her with inconstancy, she must accept the accusation, to which she was inevitably exposed by the very ardour of her temperament. The putting on of brakes took her unawares. The train was in Brighton, sliding over the outskirts of the town. Miss Gailey opened her apprehensive eyes. Hilda saw steep streets of houses that sprawled on the hilly mounds of the great town like ladders, reminiscent of certain streets of her native district, yet quite different, a physiognomy utterly foreign to her. This, then, was Brighton. That which had been a postmark became suddenly a reality, shattering her preconceptions of it, and disappointing her, she knew not why. She glanced forward through the window, and saw the cavern of the station. In a few seconds they would have arrived, and her formal mission would be over. She was very agitated and very nervous. George Cannon had promised to meet them. Would he meet them? The next instant she saw the platform. She saw George Cannon, conspicuous and debonair in a new suit, swinging his ebony stick. The train stopped. He described them. "There he is," she said, bravely pretending to be gay, and she thought, "I could not believe that this moment would come, but it has come." She had anticipated relief from this moment, but she was aware of no relief. On the contrary, she felt most uncomfortably apologetic to Sarah Gailey for George Cannon, and to George Cannon for Sarah Gailey. She had the constraint of a sinner. And, by the side of George Cannon on the platform, she was aware of her shabbiness and of her girlish fragility. Nevertheless, she put her shoulders back with a gesture like her own, thinking proudly and trying to make her eyes speak. "Well, here is Sarah Gailey, thanks to me." As Sarah greeted him, Hilda observed with some dismay a curious, very slight stiffening of her demeanour, familiar phenomenon which denoted that Sarah was in the grip of a secret grievance. "Poor old thing," she thought ruefully. "I'd imagined she'd forgiven him for bringing her here, but she hasn't." 3. They drove down from the station in an open carriage unencumbered by the trunks which George Cannon had separately disposed of. He sat with his back to the horse, opposite the two women, and talked at intervals about the weather, the prospects of the season, and the town. His familiarity with the town was apparently such that he seemed to be a native of it, and even in some mysterious way to have assisted in its creation and development.
so that he took pride in its qualities and accepted responsibility for its defects. When he ceremoniously saluted two women who went by in another carriage, Hilda felt sharply the inferiority of an ignorant stranger in presence of one for whom the place had no secrets. Her first disappointment changed slowly into expectant and hopeful curiosity. The quaint irregularities of the architecture and the vastness of the thronged perspectives made promises to her romantic sense. The town seemed to be as endless as London. There were hotels, churches, chapels, libraries, and music shops on every hand. The more ordinary features of main streets, the marts of jewellery, drapery, and tobacco, had an air of grandiose respectability, while the narrow alleys that curved enigmatically away between the lofty buildings of these fine thoroughfares beckoned darkly to the fancy. The multiplicity of beggars, louts, and organ-grinders was alone a proof of Brighton's success in the world. The organ-grinders, often a man and a woman yoked together, were extraordinarily English, genteel, and prosperous as they trudged in their neat middle-class raiment through the gritty mud of the macadam, stolidly ignoring the menace of high-stepping horses and disdainful glittering wheels. Brighton was evidently a city apart. Nevertheless, Hilda did not as yet understand why George Cannon should have considered it to be the sole field worthy of his enterprise. Then the carriage rounded into King's Road, and suddenly she saw the incredible frontage of hotels and pensions and apartments, and she saw the broad and boundless promenade alive with all its processions of pleasure, and she saw the ocean, and everything that she had seen up to that moment fell to the insignificance of a background. She understood. After a blusterous but mild autumn day, the scarlet sun was setting calmly between a saffron sky and saffron water. It flashed upon waves and sails and flags, and upon the puddles in the road, and upon bow windows and flowered balconies, giving glory to human pride. The carriage, merged in a phalanx of carriages, rolled past innumerable splendid houses, and every house without exception was a hostel and an invitation. Some were higher than any she had ever seen, and one terrific building in course of construction had already far overtopped the highest of its neighbours. She glanced at George Cannon, who, by a carefully casual demeanour, was trying not to take the credit of the entire spectacle, and she admitted that he was indeed wonderful. "Of course, Sarah," he said, as the carriage shortly afterwards turned up Preston Street, where the dying wind roughly caught them, "we aren't beginning with anything as big as all that, so you needn't shiver in your shoes. You know what my notion is." He included Hilda in his address. "My notion is to get some experience first in a smaller house. We must pay for our experience, and my notion is to pay as little as possible. I can tell you there's quite a lot of things that have to be picked up before you've got the hang of a town like this. Quite a lot." Sarah grimly nodded. She had scarcely spoken. "We're beginning rather well. I've told you all about the Watchett sisters, haven't I? They're an income, a positive income. And then Boutwood and his wife have decided to come. Did I tell you?" The syllable escaped explosively from Sarah Gailey's mouth, overcoming her stern guard. Instantly, by a tremendous effort, she checked the flow. But the violent shock of the news convulsed her whole being. The look on her face was changed to desperation. Hilda trembled, and even the splendid and ever-resurgent George Cannon was discountenanced. Not till then had Hilda realized with what intense bitterness the souvenir of the Boutwoods festered in Sarah Gailey's unreasoning heart. 4. "Here we are," said George Cannon jauntily, as the carriage stopped in front of number 59, Preston Street. But his jauntiness seemed factitious. The demeanour of all three was diffident and unnatural, for now had arrived the moment when George Cannon had to submit his going concern to the ordeal of inspection by the women, and especially by Sarah Gailey. There the house stood, a physical fact, forcing George to justify it, and beseeching clemency from the two women. The occasion was critical, therefore everybody had to pretend that it was a perfectly ordinary occasion, well knowing the futility of the pretence. And the inevitable constraint was acutely aggravated by Sarah's silent and terrible reception of the news concerning the Boutwoods. While George Cannon was paying the driver, Sarah and Hilda hesitated awkwardly on the pavement, their hands occupied with small belongings. They had a sensation of being foreigners to the house. They could not even mount the steps without his protection. Scarcely might they in decency examine the frontage of the house. They could not, however, avoid seeing that a workman was fixing a new and splendid brass plate at the entrance, and that this plate bore the words "Cannon's Boarding House." Hilda thought, startled, "At last he is using his own name." He turned to them. "You have a view of the sea from the bow window of the drawing-room on the first floor?" he remarked. Neither Hilda nor Sarah responded. "And, of course, from the other bow window higher up," he added, almost pitifully, in his careful casualness. Hilda felt sorry for him, and she could not understand why she felt sorry, why it seemed a shame that he should be mysteriously compelled thus to defend the house before it had been attacked. "Oh, yes," she murmured foolishly, almost fatuously. The street and the house were disappointing. After the grandeur of the promenade, the street appeared shabby and third-rate. It had the characteristics of a side street. It was the retreat of those who could not afford anything better, and its base inhabitants walked out onto the promenade and swaggeringly feigned to be the equals of their superiors. The house also was shabby and third-rate, with its poor little glimpse of the sea. Although larger than the Cedars, it was noticeably smaller and meaner than any house on the promenade, and whereas the Cedars was detached, number 59 was not even semi-detached, but one of a gaunt, tall row of stuccoed and single-fronted dwellings. It looked like a boarding-house, which the Cedars did not, and not all the style of George Cannon's suit and cane and manner as he mounted the steps, nor the polish of his new brass plate, could redeem it from the disgrace of being a very ordinary boarding-house. George Cannon had made a serious mistake in bringing the carriage round by the promenade. True, he had exhibited the glory of Brighton, but he had done so to the detriment of his new enterprise. That number 59 ought to be regarded as merely an inexpensive field for the acquiring of preliminary experience did not influence the judgment of the women in the slightest degree. For them it was a house that rightly apologized for itself, and whose apologetic air deserved only a condescending tolerance. The front door stood open for the convenience of the artisan who was screwing at the brass plate. He moved aside, with the civility that always characterizes the worker in a city of idlers, and the party passed into a long, narrow hall, whose walls were papered to imitate impossible blocks of mustard-coloured marble. The party was now at home. "Here we are," said Hilda, with a gaiety that absolutely desolated herself, and in the same instant she remembered that George Cannon had preceded her in saying, "Here we are." She looked from the awful glumness of Sarah Gailey to the equally awful alacrity of George Cannon, and felt as though she had committed some crime whose nature she could not guess. A middle-aged maid appeared like a suspicious scout at the far end of the hall, beyond the stairs, having opened a door which showed a glimpse of a kitchen. "That tea ready?" asked George Cannon. "No, sir," said the maid plumply. "Well, let it be got ready." "Yes, sir." The maid vanished, flouncing. Sarah Gailey, with a heavy sigh, dropped her small belongings onto a narrow, bare table that stood against the wall near the foot of the stairs. Daylight was fading. "Well," said George Cannon, balancing his hat on his cane, "your luggage will be here directly. This is the dining-room." He pushed at a yellow-grained door. The women followed him into the dining-room and stared at the dining-room in silence. "There's a bedroom behind," he said as they came out, and he displayed the bedroom behind. "That's the kitchen." He pointed to the adjoining door. "The drawing-room's larger," he said. "It includes the width of the hall." They climbed the narrow stairs after him wearily. The door of the drawing-room was ajar, and the chatter of thin, feminine voices could be heard within. George Cannon gave a soundless warning whisper, "The Watchets," and Sarah Gailey frowned back the information that she did not wish to meet the Watchets just then. With every precaution against noise, George Cannon opened two other doors, showing bedrooms, and then, as it were hypnotized by him, the women climbed another flight of narrow stairs, darkening, and saw more rooms, and then still another flight, and still more rooms, and finally the boasted view of the sea.
After all, Hilda was obliged to admit to herself that the house was more impressive than she had at first supposed. Although single-fronted, it was deep, and there were 2 bedrooms on the first floor, and 4 each, 2 large and 2 small, on the second and third. 11 in all they had seen, of which 3 were occupied by the Watchets, and 1, temporarily, by George Cannon. The rest were empty, but the season had scarcely begun, and the Boutwoods were coming. George Cannon had said grandly that Hilda must choose her room. She chose the smallest on the top floor. The furniture, if shabby and old-fashioned, was everywhere ample. They descended, and not a word had been said about Sarah's room. On the first-floor landing, where indeed the danger was acutest, they were trapped by 2 of the Watchets. These elderly ladies shot almost roguishly out of the drawing-room, and by their smiles struck the descending party into immobility. "Oh, we saw you arrive, Mr. Cannon," said the elder, shaking her head. "So this is Miss Gailey. Good afternoon, Miss Gailey. So pleased to make your acquaintance." There was handshaking. Then it was Hilda's turn. "We're so sorry our elder sister isn't here to welcome you to number 59, said the younger. "She's had to go to London for the day. We're very fond of number 59. There's no place quite like it to our minds, and we're quite sure we shall be quite as comfortable with dear Miss Gailey as we were with dear Mrs. Granville, poor thing. It was quite a wrench when we had to say good-bye to her last night. Do come into the drawing-room, please. There's a beautiful view of the sea." Sarah Gailey hesitated. A noise of bumping came from the hall below. "I think that's the luggage," she said. The smile with which she forced herself to respond to the fixed simper of the Watchets seemed to cause her horrible torment. She motioned nervously to George Cannon, who was nearest the stairs. "A little later, then," said both the Watchets, bowing the party away with the most singular grimaces. In the hall, a lad, perspiring and breathing quickly, stood behind the trunks. "Wait a moment," George Cannon said to him, and murmured to Sarah, "This is the basement here." The middle-aged maid appeared at the kitchen door with a large loaded tray. "Come along with that tea, Louisa," he added pleasantly. He went first, Sarah next, and Hilda last, cautiously down a short, dark flight of stone steps beneath the stairs, the servant following. At the foot a gas-jet burned. "Those Watchets might be the landladies," muttered Sarah, strangely ignoring the propinquity of the maid, and sniffed. Hilda gave a short, uneasy laugh. She had a desire to laugh loudly and wildly, and by so doing to snap the nervous tension which seemed to grow tighter and tighter every minute. Her wretchedness had become so exquisite that she could begin to enjoy it, to savour it like a pleasure. And she thought, with conscious and satisfied grimness, "So this is Brighton." End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Hilda Lessways by Arnold BENNETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 4. The Sea. 1. In the evening, Hilda, returning from a short solitary walk as far as the West Pier, found Sarah Gailey stooping over her open trunks in the bedroom which had been assigned to her. There were 2 quite excellent, though low-ceilinged rooms, of which this was one, in the basement. The other was to be used as a private parlour by the managers of the house. At night, with the gas lighted and the yellow blind drawn, and the loose bundle of strips paper gleaming in the grate, the bedroom seemed very cosy and habitable in its shabbiness. Like the rest of the house, it had an ample supply of furniture, and especially of those trifling articles, useful or useless, which collect only by slow degrees, and which are a proof of long humanizing habitation. In that room Sarah Gailey was indeed merely the successor of the regretted Mrs. Granville, the landlady who had mysteriously receded into the unknown before the advent of Sarah and Hilda, but with whom George Cannon must have had many interviews. No doubt the room was an epitome of the character of Mrs. Granville, presumably a fussy and precise celibate, with a place for everything and everything in its place, and an indiscriminating tendency to hoard. Sarah Gailey was at that stage of unpacking when, trunks being nearly empty and drawers having scarcely begun to fill, bed,
table and chairs are encumbered with confused masses of goods, apparently far exceeding the cubical contents of the trunks. "Can I do anything for you?" asked Hilda. The new landlady raised her watery and dejected eyes. "If you wouldn't mind taking every single one of those knick-knacks off the mantelpiece and putting them away on the top shelf of the cupboard." Hilda smiled. "It's a bit crowded, isn't it?" Crowded! By her intonation of this one word, Sarah Gailey condemned Mrs. Granville's whole life. "Can I empty this chair? I shall want something to stand on," said Hilda. "Better see if the shelf's dusty," Sarah gloomily warned her. "Well," murmured Hilda on the chair, "if my feather doesn't actually touch the ceiling." Sarah Gailey made no response to this light-heartedness, and Hilda, with her hands full of vain gewgaws, tried again. "I wonder what Mrs. Granville would say if she saw me. My word, it's quite hot up here." A resonant, very amiable voice came from beyond the door. "Is she there?" "Who?" demanded Sarah, grievous. "Miss Lessways." It was George Cannon. "Yes?" "I just wanted to speak to her, if she's at liberty," said George Cannon. Hilda cried from the ceiling, "I'll come as soon as I've—" "Please go now," Sarah interrupted in tense accents. Hilda glanced down at her, astonished, and saw in her eyes an almost childish appeal, weak and passionate, which gripped the heart painfully. She jumped from the chair. Sarah Gailey was now sitting on the bed. Yes, in her worn face of a woman who has definitely passed the climacteric, and in the abandoned pose of those thin arms, there was the look and gesture of a young girl desperately beseeching. Hilda was puzzled and intimidated. She meant to be jocular, and to insist on staying till the task was finished. But she kept silence, and obeyed the supplication from a motive of prudence. "I wouldn't keep you from him for anything," murmured Sarah Gailey tragically, as Hilda opened the door, and left her sitting forlorn among all her skirts and linen. 2. "I'm here," George Cannon called out from the parlour when he heard the sound of the door. He was looking from the window up at the street. The blind had not been drawn. He turned as Hilda entered. "You've been out," he said, observing that she was in street attire. "What is it?" she asked nervously, fearing that some altercation had already occurred between brother and sister. "It's about your private affairs, that's all," he said easily and half humorously. "If you'll just come in." "Oh!" She smiled her relief, but nevertheless she was still preoccupied by the image of the woman in the next room. "They've been dragging on quite long enough," said George Cannon, as he stooped to poke the morsel of fire in the old-fashioned grate, which had a hob on either side. On one of these hobs was a glass of milk. Hilda had learnt that day for the first time that at a certain hour every evening George Cannon drank a glass of warm milk, and that this glass of warm milk was an important factor in his daily comfort. He now took the glass and drank it off, and Hilda had a peculiar sensation of being more intimate with him than she had ever been before. They sat down to the square table in the middle of the room, crowded with oddments of furniture, including a desk which George Cannon had appropriated to his own exclusive use. This desk was open, and a portion of its contents was spread abroad on the crimson cloth of the table. Among them Hilda noticed, with her accustomed clerkly eye, 2 numbers of The Hotel Keeper and Boarding House Review, several sheets of advertisement scales, and a many-page document with the heading Inventory of Furniture at No. 59 Preston Street. Also a large legal envelope inscribed Lessways Estate. From the latter George Cannon drew forth an engraved and flourished paper which he silently placed in front of her. It was a receipt signed by the manager of the Brighton branch of the Southern Counties Bank for the sum of £3,445, deposited at call by Miss Hilda Lessways. "Everything is now settled up," he said. "Here are all the figures." And he handed her another paper showing the whole of the figures for the realization of her real property and of her furniture. "It's in your name, and nobody can touch it but you." She glanced at the figures vaguely, not attempting to comprehend them. As for the receipt, it fascinated her. The fragile scrap represented her livelihood, her future, her salvation. It alone stood between her and unimagined terrors. And she was surprised to see it, surprised by its assurance that no accident had happened to her possessions during the process of transformation carried out by George Cannon. For, though he had throughout been almost worryingly meticulous in his business formalities and his promptitudes, never had any interest or rent been a day late, she admitted to herself now that she had been afraid, that in fact she had not utterly trusted him. "And what's got to be done with this?" she asked simply, fingering the receipt. He smiled at her with a touch of protective and yet sardonic condescension, without saying a word. And suddenly it struck her that ages had elapsed since her first interview with him in the office over the ironmonger's at Turnhill, and that both of them were extraordinarily changed. She was reminded of that interview not by his face and look, nor by their relative positions at the table, but by a very faint odour of gas fumes, for at Turnhill also a gas jet had been between them. After an interval of anxiety and depression he had regained exactly the triumphant self-sure air which was her earliest recollection of him. He was not appreciably older, but for her he was no longer the same man, because she saw him differently. Knowing much more of him, she read in his features 1,000 minor significances to which before she had been blind. The dominating impression was not now the impression of his masculinity. There was no clearly dominating impression. He had lost for her the romantic allurement of the strange and the unknown. Still, she liked and admired him, and she felt an awe which was agreeable to her of his tremendous enterprise and its obstinate volition. That faculty which he possessed of uprooting himself and uprooting others put her in fear of him. He had willed to be established as a caterer in Brighton, he who but yesterday, as it seemed, was a lawyer in Turnhill. And on this very night he was established in Brighton, and his sister was with him, and she with his sister. The enormous affair had been accomplished. This thought had been obsessing Hilda all the afternoon and evening. When she reflected upon the change in herself, the untravelled Hilda of Turnhill appeared a stranger to her, and a simpleton, no more. As George Cannon offered no answer to her question, she said, "I suppose it will have to be invested, all this?" He nodded. "Well, considering it's only been bringing in 1% per annum for the last week. Of course, I needn't have put it on deposit, but I always prefer that way. It's more satisfactory." Hilda could hear faintly through the thin wooden partition the movements of Sarah Gailey in the next room, and the image of the mournful woman returned to disquiet her. What could be the meaning of that hysteric appeal and glance? Then she heard the door of the bedroom open violently, and the figure of Sarah Gailey passed like a flash across the doorway of the parlour, and the footsteps of Sarah Gailey pattered up the stone stairs, and the front door banged, and the skirts and feet of Sarah Gailey intercepted for an instant the light of the street lamp that shone on the basement window of the parlour. "Excuse me a minute," muttered Hilda, frowning. By one of her swift and unreflecting impulses she abandoned George Cannon and her private affairs, and scurried up by the area steps into the street. 3. Bareheaded, and with no jacket or mantle, Sarah Gailey was walking quickly down Preston Street towards the promenade, and Hilda, afraid but courageous, followed her at a distance of 30 or 40 yards. Hilda could not decide why she was afraid, nor why it should be necessary, in so simple an undertaking as a walk down Preston Street, to call upon her courage. Assuming even that Sarah Gailey turned round and caught her, what then? The consequences could not be very terrible. But Sarah Gailey did not turn round. She went straight forward, as though on a definite errand in a town with which she was perfectly familiar, and, having arrived at the corner of Preston Street and the promenade, unhesitatingly crossed the muddy roadway of the promenade, and after a moment's halt vanished down the steps in the sea wall to the left hand of the pier. The pier, a double rope of twinkling lamps, hung magically over the invisible sea, and at the end of it, constant and grave, a red globe burned menacingly in the wind-haunted waste of the night. And Hilda thought, as she hastened with gathering terror across the promenade, "Out there, at the end of the pier, the water is splashing and beating against the piles." She stopped at the parapet of the sea-wall, and looked behind her like a thief. The wrought-iron entrance to the pier was highly illuminated,
but except for a man's head and shoulders caged in the ticket box of the turnstile, there was no life there. The man seemed to be waiting solitary with everlasting patience in the web of wavering flame beneath the huge dark sky. Scores of posters, large and small, showed that Robertson's School was being performed in the theatre away over the sea at the extremity of the pier. The promenade, save for one gigantic policeman and a few distant carriages, was apparently deserted, and the line of dimly lit hotels, stretching vaguely east and west, had an air grim and forlorn at that hour. Hilda ran down the steps. At the bottom another row of lamps defined of the shore, and now she could hear the tide lapping ceaselessly amid the supporting armwork of the pier. She at once descried the figure of Sarah Gailey in the gloom. The woman was moving towards the faintly white edge of the sea. Hilda started to run after her, first across smooth asphalt, and then over some sails stretched out to dry, and then her feet sank at each step into descending ridges of loose shingle, and she nearly fell. At length she came to firm sand, and stood still. Sarah Gailey was now silhouetted against the pale shallows of foam that in ever-renewed curves divided the shore from the sea. After a time she bent down, rose again, moved towards the water, and drew back. Hilda did not stir. She could not bring herself to approach the lonely figure. She felt that to go and accost Sarah Gailey would be indelicate and inexcusable. She felt as if she were basely spying. She was completely at a loss, and knew not how to act. But presently she discerned that the white foam was circling round Sarah's feet, and that Sarah was standing careless in the midst of it. And at last, timid and shaking with agitation, she ventured nearer and nearer, and Sarah heard her on the sand and looked behind. "Miss Gailey!" she appealed in a trembling voice. Sarah made no response of any kind, and Hilda reached the edge of the foam. "Please, please don't stand there. You'll catch a dreadful cold, and you've got nothing on your shoulders either." "I want to make a hole in the water," said Sarah miserably. "I wanted to make a hole in the water." "Please do come back with me," Hilda implored, but she spoke mechanically, as though saying something which she was bound to say, but which she did not feel. The foam capriciously receded, and Hilda, still without any effort of her own will, stepped across the glistening, yielding sand, and took Sarah Gailey's arm. There was no resistance. "I wanted to make a hole in the water," Sarah repeated, "but I made a mistake. I ought to have gone to that groin over there. I knew there was a groin near here, only it's so long since I was here, I'd forgotten just the place." "But what's the matter?" Hilda asked, leading her away from the sea. She was not extremely surprised, but she was shocked into a most solemn awe as she pressed the arm of the poor tragic woman, who, but for an accident, might have plunged off the end of the groin into water deep enough for drowning. She did really feel humble before this creature who had deliberately invited death. She in no way criticized her. She did not even presume to condescend towards the hasty clumsiness of Sarah Gailey's scheme to die. She was overwhelmed by the woman's utterly unconscious impressiveness, which exceeded that of a criminal reprieved on the scaffold, for the woman had dared an experience that only the fierce and sublime courage of desperation can affront. She had a feeling that she ought to apologize profoundly to Sarah Gailey for all that Sarah must have suffered. And as she heard the ceaseless, cruel play of the water amid the dark jungle of armwork under the pier, and the soft creeping of the foam curves behind, and the vague stirrings of the night wind round about, these phenomena combined mysteriously with the immensity of the dome above, and with the baffling strangeness of the town, and with the grandeur of the beaten woman by her side, and communicated to Hilda a thrill that was divine in its unexampled poignancy. The great figure of the policeman, suspicious, was descending from the promenade discreetly towards them. To avoid any encounter with him, Hilda guided her companion towards the pier, and they sheltered there under the resounding floor of the pier. By the light of one of the lower lamps, Hilda could now clearly see Sarah Gailey's face. It showed no sign of terror. It was calm enough in its worn, resigned woe. It had the girlish look again beneath the marks of age. Hilda could distinguish the young girl that Sarah had once been. "Come home, will you?" she entreated. Sarah Gailey sighed terribly. "I give it up," she said with weariness. "I could never do it. I could never do it now." Hilda pulled gently at her unwilling arm. She could not speak. She could not ask her again, "What's the matter?" "It isn't that the house is too large," Sarah Gailey went on, half meditatively. "Though just think of all those stairs, and not a tap on any of the upper floors. No, and it isn't that I'm not ready enough to oblige him. No, I know as well as anybody there's only him between me and starvation. No, it isn't that he doesn't consider me. No, but when he goes and settles behind my back with those Boutwoods—" She began to weep. "And when I can hear you and him discussing me in the next room, and plotting against me, it's more—" The tears gradually drowned her voice, and she ceased. "I assure you you're quite mistaken," Hilda burst out with passionate and indignant persuasiveness. "We never mentioned you. He wanted to talk to me about my money. And if you feel like that over the Boutwoods, I'm certain he'll tell them they mustn't come." Sarah Gailey shook her head blankly. "I'm certain he will," Hilda persisted. "Please." The other began to walk away, dragging Hilda with her. The policeman, inspecting them from a distance, coughed and withdrew. They climbed a flight of steps on the far side of the pier, crossed the promenade, and went up Preston Street in silence. "I should prefer not to be seen going in with you," said Sarah Gailey suddenly. "It might—" She freed her arm. "Go down the area steps," said Hilda, "and I'll wait a moment and then go in at the front door." Sarah Gailey hurried forward alone. Hilda, watching her and observing the wet footmarks which she left on the pavement, was appalled by the sense of her own responsibility as to the future of Sarah Gailey. Till this hour, even at her most conscientious, she had underestimated the seriousness of Sarah Gailey's case. Everybody had underestimated the seriousness of Sarah Gailey's case. She became aware of some one hurrying cautiously up the street on the other side. It was George Cannon. As soon as Sarah had disappeared within the house, he crossed over. "What's the matter?" he inquired anxiously. "Well, she hasn't been trying to drown herself, has she?" Hilda nodded, and speechless moved towards the house. He turned abruptly away. The front door of number 59 was still open. Hilda passed through the silent hall and went timorously down the steps to the basement. The gas was still burning, and the clothes were still strewn about in Sarah Gailey's bedroom, just as though naught had happened. Sarah stood between her two trunks in the middle of the floor. "Where's George?" she asked, in a harsh, perfectly ordinary voice. "I don't think he's in the parlour," Hilda prevaricated. "Promise me you won't tell him." "Of course I won't," said Hilda kindly. "Do get into bed and let me make you some tea." Sarah Gailey rushed at her and embraced her. "I know I'm all wrong. I know it's all my own fault," she murmured, with plaintive, feeble contrition, crying again. "But you've no idea how I try. If it wasn't for you—" 4. That night Hilda, in her small bedroom at the top of the house, was listlessly arranging at the back of the dressing-table the few volumes which had clung to her, or to which she had clung, throughout the convulsive disturbances following her mother's death. Among them was one which she did not wish to keep, the girl's week-day book, and also the whole set of Victor Hugo, which did not belong to her. George Cannon had lent her the latter in instalments, and she had omitted to return it. She was saying to herself that the opportunity to return it had at length arrived, when she heard a low, conspiratorial tapping at the door. All her skin crept, as, after a second's startled hesitation, she moved to open the door. George Cannon, holding a candle, stood on the landing. She had not seen him since the brief colloquy between them outside the house. Having satisfied herself that Sarah Gailey was safe, and, to a certain extent, tranquillized for the night, she had awaited George Cannon's reappearance a long time in vain, and had then retired upstairs. "You aren't going to bed?" he whispered very cautiously. Within a few feet of them was an airless kennel, where Louisa, the chambermaid, slept. "No, I stayed up for you. I don't know how long." "Is she all right?" "Well, she's in bed." "I wish you'd come to one of these other rooms,"
he continued to whisper. All the sibilants in his words seemed to detach themselves, hissing, from the rest of the sounds. She gave a gesture of assent. He tiptoed over the traitorous boards of the landing, and slowly turned the knob of a door in the end wall. The door exploded like the firing of a pistol. Frowning, he grimly pushed it open. Hilda followed him, noiselessly creeping. He held the door for her. She entered, and he shut the door on the inside. They were in a small bedroom similar to Hilda's own, but the bed was stripped, the square of carpet rolled, the blind undrawn, and the curtains looped up from the floor. He put the candle on the tiny iron mantelpiece, and sat on the bed, his hands in his pockets. "You don't mean to say she was wanting to commit suicide?" he said, after a short reflective silence, with his head bent but his eyes raised peeringly to Hilda's. The crudity of the word "suicide" affected Hilda painfully. "If you ask me," said she, standing with her back rubbing against the small wardrobe, "she didn't know quite what she was doing, but there's no doubt that was what she went out for." "You overtook her? I saw you coming up from the beach." Hilda related what had happened. "But had you no notion before—" "Me? No. Why?" "Nothing, only the way you rushed out like that." "Well, it struck me all of a sudden. You've not seen her since you came in?" He shook his head. "I thought I'd better keep out of the way. I thought I'd better leave it all to you. It's appalling, simply appalling, just when everything was shaping up so well." Hilda thought, bewildered. Shaping so well? With her glance she took in the little cheerless bedroom, and herself and George Cannon within it, overwhelmed. In imagination she saw all the other bedrooms, dark, forlorn, and inanimate, waiting through long nights and empty days until some human creature as pathetic as themselves should come and feebly vitalize them into a spurious, transient homeliness. And she saw George Cannon's bedroom, the harsh bedroom of the bachelor who had never had a home, and the bedrooms of those fearsome mummies, the Watchets, each bed with its grisly face on the pillow in the dark, and the kennels of the unclean servants, and so descending through the floors to Sarah Gailey's bedroom in the very earth, and the sleepless form on that bed beneath the whole. And the organism of the boarding house seemed absolutely tragic to her, compact of the stuff of sorrow itself. And yet George Cannon had said, "shaping so well." "What's to be done?" he inquired plaintively. "Nothing that I can see," she said. She had a tremendous desire to escape from the responsibility thrust on her by the situation, but she knew that she could never escape from it, that she was immovably pinned down by it. "I can't see anything either," said he, quietly responsive, and speaking now in a gentle voice. "Supposing I tell her that she can go, and that I'll make her an allowance, what could she do then? It would be madness for her to live alone any more. She's the very last person who ought to live alone. Moreover, she wouldn't accept the allowance. Well, then she must stay with me, here. And if she stays here she must work, otherwise she'd never stay, not she. And she must be the mistress. She wouldn't stand having anyone above her, or even equal with her, that's a certainty. Besides, she's so good at her job, she hasn't got a great deal of system, so far as I can see, but she can get the work out of the servants without too much fuss, and she's so mighty economical in her catering. Of course, she can't get on the right side of a boarder, but then I can. And that's the whole point. With me on the spot to run the place, she'd be perfect. Perfect. Couldn't wish for anything better. And now I assure you I'm doing the best I can do for her. I do honestly assure you. If anybody can suggest to me anything else that I can do, I'll do it like a shot." He threw up his arms. Hilda was touched by the benevolence of his tone. Nevertheless, it only intensified her helpless perplexity. Sarah Gailey was inexpressibly to be pitied, but George Cannon was not to be blamed. She had a feeling that for any piteous disaster someone ought to be definitely blamable. "Do you think she'll settle down?" George Cannon asked in a new voice. "Oh, yes," said Hilda. "I think she will. It was just a sort of attack she had, I think." "She's not vexed with me?" Hilda could not find courage to say, "She thinks you and I are plotting against her." And yet she wondered why she should hesitate to say it.
After a pause she murmured as casually as possible, "She doesn't like the Boutwoods coming back." "I knew you were going to say that." He frowned. "If you could manage to stop them—" "No, no." He interrupted, nervous, impatient. "It wouldn't do, that wouldn't. It'd never do. A boarding-house can't be run on those lines. It isn't that I care so much as all that about losing a couple of boarders, and I'm not specially keen on the Boutwoods. But it wouldn't do. It's the wrong principle. You haven't got to let customers get on your nerves, so long as they pay and behave respectably. If I gave way, the very first thing Sarah would do would be to find a grievance against some other boarder, and there'd be no end to it. The fact is, she wants a grievance. She must have a grievance, whether it's the Boutwoods or somebody else makes no matter. Oh, no." He repeated softly, gently, "Oh, no." She knew that his argument was unanswerable. She was perfectly aware that she ought to yield to it. Nevertheless, the one impulse of her being in that moment was to fight blindly and irrationally against it. Her instinct said, "I don't care for arguments. The Boutwoods must be stopped from coming. If they aren't stopped, I don't know what I shall do. I can't bear to think of that poor woman meeting them again. I can't bear it." She drew breath sharply. Startling hot tears came into her eyes, and she stepped forward on her left foot. "Please," she entreated, "please don't let them come." There was a silence. In the agonizing silence she felt acutely her girlishness, her helplessness, her unreason, confronted by his strong and shrewd masculinity. At the bottom of her soul she knew how wrong she was, but she was ready to do anything to save Sarah Gailey from the distress of one particular humiliation. With the whole of her volition she wanted to win. "Oh, well," he said, "of course, if you take it so much to heart—" A peculiar bright glance shot from his eyes, the old glance that at once negligently asserted his power over her and reassured her against his power. Her being was suffused with gladness and pride. She had won. She had won in defiance of reason. She had appealed, and she had conquered. And she enjoyed his glance. She gloried in it. She blushed. A spasm of exquisite fear shot through her, and she savoured it deliciously. The deep, organic sadness of the house presented itself to her in a new light. It was still sadness, but it was beautiful in the background. Her sympathy for Sarah Gailey was as keen as ever, but it had a different quality, an anguish less desolating. And the fact that a joint responsibility for Sarah Gailey's welfare bound herself and George Cannon together in spite of themselves, this fact seemed to her grandiose and romantic, no longer oppressive. To be alone with him in the secrecy of the small upper room seemed to endow her with a splendid worldly importance. And yet all the time a scarce heard voice was saying clearly within her, "This appeal and this abandonment are unworthy. No matter if this man is kind and sincere and admirable, this appeal and this abandonment are unworthy." But she did not care. She ignored the voice. "I'll tell Sarah in the morning," he said. "Please don't," she begged. "You might pretend later on that you've had a letter from the Boutwoods and they can't come. If you tell her to-morrow, she'll guess at once I've been talking to you, and you're not supposed to know anything at all about what happened tonight. She made me promise. But, of course, she didn't know that you found out for yourself, you see." George Cannon walked away to the window, and then to the mantelpiece, from which he took up the candle. "I'm very much obliged to you," he said simply, putting a faint emphasis on the last word. She knew that he meant it without any reserves. But in his urbane tone there was a chill tranquillity that astonished and vaguely disappointed her. End of Book 3, Chapter 4.